forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Darnold against the rush. Blitz coming. He's hit. Ball down. Scooped up. Jervers has it. Down the right sideline with Walkers. 10-5. A leap in the end zone. The defensive rookie of the year with a scoop and score.
And that is how we start the absolutely must-listen, in my opinion, Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Pepe firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt will be joining us live at 7:20 to react to the Mike McCarthy news. Very quickly, Ralph, last night, Rams radio with that call, one of 9 sacks as the Los Angeles Rams beat down the Minnesota Vikings. The storybook season for Sam Darnold, Kevin O'Connell is over.
It is over, and it ended, kind of like it did a couple years ago for them when they were like 13-4. They lose to the Giants in the first round, and it was just they went out with a whimper. They really did. It was a good job to get there. They had a tremendous season.
Yeah.
But this was, I think a lot of people may have seen this one, not the blowout, but the Rams winning. The Rams were kind of the chic pick, to make some noise in the postseason. And they did. And they got to Sam Darnold. And that was a really cool atmosphere with the fires and everything, moving the game to Arizona. I love the McVay LA Fire Department Rams shirt that he was wearing. I thought it was a really cool shirt. That should sell like hotcakes. But yeah, this was.
What type of crowd did you detect there?
I thought there was more Viking fans than I expected. They did a good job of coming down there. I mean, shoot, the team paid $2 million to get into Detroit. So, but yeah, I thought it was a pretty good crowd. I thought the Ram fans in Arizona were louder than they were in L.A.
Yeah.
But also that there was a fair amount of Viking fans there.
I don't have this confirmed, but somebody tweeted the irony of the NFL moving Rams-Vikings to State Farm Stadium after the fires, just months after State Farm canceled 75,000 insurance policies for L.A. residents due to fire risk. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have the State Farm numbers confirmed, but that was floating out there. And one Tolo,
I know it was 1,600 homes in the Palisades. But all of California is completely different. Like just where that one fire was, they had canceled it like 6 months prior.
And I had one Tolo bring up an interesting analogy saying, is this going to be the Rams Katrina? Is this going to be the topic? Is this going to be the human factor that pushes them and motivates them, as they were talking all last night and in the post game through a long postseason run, just like the Saints were playing for the city of New Orleans?
Yeah, and that was in 2005. So the Saints in 2005, they made a little bit of a run, nice little season. It wasn't the Super Bowl year, but yeah, I mean maybe it is. And now they go to Philadelphia, they beat Philadelphia. Now it sets up. I mean, they could have a home game if Washington beats Detroit and the Rams beat Philly. The Rams would host the game in the NFC Championship. Otherwise, they would go to Detroit. That would set up an interesting, Stafford versus Goff, McVay going up against his former quarterback.
It was offense and Stafford on fire early on, completed his first 10 passes, and then it was the defense late, torturing Sam Darnold, and now we have Sam Darnold questions all over again. I may have spoken too soon in saying and signing up for your plan of, hey, just franchise Darnold, see what he does next year, and then go ahead and allow J.J. McCarthy to take over. More on that later on, but now we got Sam Darnold questions after the last 2 weeks, because the faces this dude makes, the seeing ghost thing will follow him for all time. But even while he was getting hit yesterday, I mean, and he just had befuddled, wide-eyed looks. The Sam Darnold questions are now here because the last 2 weeks have been bad.
Yeah, and not only have they been bad, they've been against the good teams. And that's one of the problems, right? Anybody can beat the bad teams, and they feasted. They feasted on the bad teams this year, and they did okay against the good teams. I mean, they got beat by Detroit a couple times. They got beat by the Rams this year. That was their losses. They beat up on Green Bay a couple of times. They beat San Fran earlier in the year. They beat Houston earlier in the year. Now those two teams didn't turn out to be anything special, but I mean, it's not like they just beat the dregs of the NFL. I still think that you're in play for tagging him, because you're going to have an injury. You get the knee injury with McCarthy. You might as well just give him time.
We'll get to it later on, but I have been waiting 20 hours to do this show because of what broke on the way home yesterday with the news that Mike McCarthy is out. He and Jerry Jones not coming to any type of agreement with a contract extension. Tom Pelissero, McCarthy's guy at the NFL Network, on what happened.
The length of the contract important here, because last year, as we know from Mike McCarthy's own words, going into the final week of the season was really hard on a lot of people. It is about when you have everybody in the building, the entire coaching staff on one-year deals. That's hard and puts a lot of stress on the coaches. It puts a lot of stress on the staff. It puts a lot of stress on the families. That's a lot to deal with, particularly when you have things like injuries and other challenges that mount. Jerry Jones, quite plainly, was not willing to make the type of commitment that Mike McCarthy was going to want to return to Dallas.
I don't even know. This organization is just beside myself. I think Jerry expected Mike to come back to him and go, "Please, Daddy, give me a job."
I did too.
And Jerry forgot that Mike's there's a cachet around being like a Super Bowl winning coach. Like you're gonna get interviews. That's just the reality of it. Doug Peterson's getting another interview.
Interviews are different from jobs, though.
They are.
Like Mike may have taken a tremendous gamble unless he knows that the Chicago Bears and the New Orleans Saints are ready to sign him up.
Exactly.
Mike may have walked out.
Yeah.
If what we think happened, it seems like McCarthy was like, enough, I'm not doing it. It seemed like McCarthy walked out on Jerry. He may have walked out on the rest of his coaching career.
He might have. And I think Mike recognizes that. I think he's okay with that. Like he doesn't have to worry about money.
Yep.
He's fine. Like his career is his legacy is pretty much set in stone. Like if you won another Super Bowl, that's different, but like he's going to go down as having he had a really good. It's a good coaching career. There's nothing wrong with Mike McCarthy's coaching career.
Yep.
And I think he can like look at it and be like, no regrets there.
No regrets.
But he became a hot chick this week. He went from like a guy that Jerry thought was just going to crawl back to a job to having New Orleans and maybe the Jets and Chicago saying, "Oh no, we'll interview you," and then he kind of got like, hey, you know what? I don't need this. Maybe I don't need like if they're going to offer me 5 years, I'll come back.
Yeah.
If they're going to offer me 2, it's like, guys, I'm better than this. Like, I'm not coming back to that.
And that's why this is a win-win. My level of excitement, I burst through the garage door yesterday. I ran in. Amanda's like, what's going on?
I hope you opened it first.
I was on the phone with, I'm so diesel, I could have just run through it.
Yeah.
Like a, Hunter Lipke.
Yeah.
I was on the phone with Bobby on the way home to talk about the initial tweet from Schefter that we covered in our meeting where he said, it's looking like McCarthy could become a free agent. They still haven't talked contract. And I was on the phone with Bobby. Then Spittle calls. I was like, uh-oh, something's wrong. We just talked with Spittle for 30 minutes. He goes, Pelissero just reported it's over. It's done. I switched back to Bobby, yelling, screaming, burst into the house, and I was on cloud 9 for the rest of the day. It's a win-win to me because, number one, I am a staunch believer the Cowboys needed change. Could not run back the same old stale thing. The fan base losing interest, us losing interest. So the change, I think, had to happen. The other win is Mike McCarthy, I said this a couple weeks ago, was turned into a sympathetic figure with the way that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones handled this. And I love that they're changing, but I also love the way it went down, that Mike McCarthy seemed to tell the Joneses, you think no one can turn you down. You think Amari Cooper, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb wouldn't dare turn their back on the star. You think that you are the ultimate magnet who attaches and gets your target 100% of the time? Not this time. And I love that Mike McCarthy hopefully did that. So
settle down just a little bit.
I love that we're changing, but I love that Mike seems like the one who said, no, I'm changing it. I love it.
He went out with dignity.
Yes.
He went out with, he's like...
many Cowboy fans are happy for him. Like, good for you.
Yeah, you should be. Like,
escape the madness.
Even if you don't like Mike, even if you think Mike was terrible, you have to think that, like, he did what you would have liked to have done if financially you could have done what you would like to do.
No doubt.
And Mike is like, all right, I don't need this. I don't need this anymore. Like, I can, even if I would rather go coach New Orleans and miss the playoffs for 5 straight years than come back to this. And to lower myself, I'm just going to guess it was a 2-year deal. Just to lower myself to that. Like, they would give, if Jason Witten becomes the head coach, they're going to give him a 5-year deal. They would give anybody that they come to coach here a 5-year deal or 4.
Yeah.
And they're gonna and here I am. I did a good job here, not a great job, but a good job. Got a Super Bowl. I'm not gonna take a 2-year deal.
Well, I'm fine with. I said this to KNC calling in yesterday. I am fine with Jerry Jones keeping it short term. I don't think it's apples to apples with a brand new coach coming in versus McCarthy already having been here for 5 years. If I'm Jerry Jones, KNC asks us to role play it. If I'm Jerry Jones and we sit down, I go, Mike, this is 2 years. And Mike goes, no, like 4 or 5 is the standard. And if I was Jerry and Steven, I would say, you're lucky we're even putting this on the table for you. You're lucky you even have the opportunity to come back. You're not a brand new coach coming in to establish your culture and your program, so you can't argue for that amount of time. I'm much happier, Choppy, to hear and know that the fight and the divorce ended up being over the length and not the money. I did not want to hear that the Dallas Cowboys were trying to lowball, and we didn't even get to the money part. They didn't get to the money part, so we don't know. But I'm much happier to know it's about length versus the Cowboys being too cheap to pay him or for the replacement. There's something else we do need to. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, it makes sense because there's obviously the cheapness aspect of it.
There's something we need to clarify too. Todd Archer did it for us. This whole Jerry cheap, frugal Jerry. We got Mike McCarthy's salary incorrect for the last 5 years.
I think it's like $6 million, right?
It's 8.
It's 8.
It was 5 for $40. So all along we've been thinking $5 million. maybe $4 million, maybe $6 million. It was $8 million according to Todd. That changes a lot of thinking in my mind over attacking Jerry over being cheap.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I think there's a dozen or so coaches making over 10.
I think McVay's at like 15. You know, we're talking 15 to 18 range with like McVay and Andy Reid, but it's $8 million.
Reid's at 20. Let's see. Of the guys at there's got 9 guys at 10 plus. So McCarthy is this is the thing. You know, McCarthy on the internet is listed at $4 million.
Yeah. And the internet was incorrect. I'm going to go ahead and trust Todd Archer. Like many things with the Cowboys, though, they fall into it. I thought G-Bag did a tremendous job yesterday. Zach Wilczek, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo bringing up this point. Yeah, I think the right move was made. Unfortunately, I can't give them too much credit because they did try to bring Mike back. That right there is the incorrect. Like, I can't get that out of my mind that they tried to recreate and reattempt the incorrect move. I think it was the incorrect move. And it took Mike McCarthy walking out in order to end this thing. So I think it's pretty fitting that the divorce, to me, is a parallel over the offensive credit that Bobby brought up that Mike McCarthy did not deserve. Dak Prescott, MVP-type season, finishing second. That's because CeeDee Lamb and Dak went in after 5 weeks a couple of years ago and said, enough of this crap, enough of your offense. And they changed it back or forced McCarthy to change it back. So Bobby and others saying Mike shouldn't go ahead and get that credit for Dak's offensive year. And I gotta pump the brakes on giving Jerry and Steven the ultimate 100% credit because they tried to bring Mike back. It was just Mike saying, no, this is beneath me and not enough time.
They made the decision throughout this year that, you know, this year they weren't firing him over this year. They were looking at the totality of the 5 years, which is the right way to go about it. It's the right way to go about it.
Unless you're going to count the beginning of this year.
Well, you should count all 5.
Okay.
Right?
I thought you were saying it was the right way to go about it, not counting this year.
No, you have to count this year, but you're not making the determination based on the outcome of this season.
Okay.
Right? You know, like if you were 100% going to bring him back after last year, right? Then this year you wouldn't do a complete reversal and say, well, this year stunk, so now we're gonna ignore the first 4 years here. You know, and then I think they think that he generally did a pretty good coaching job this year. And I think most people would look at it like after the start, this is a pretty decent coaching job.
Yeah.
Wasn't, you know, I could argue this is a better coaching job than he did in some of the 12-5 years because those were better teams. It just didn't work out. And, you know, Mike was brought in here to advance in the playoffs, and he didn't. That's not what happened. He did not advance beyond where he was brought into. But they made the decision that, you know, he's still better than the alternatives that are out there. And that's the scary part about going forward.
The Cowboys' biggest problem is not money. It's not spending. It's not philosophy. I'm not saying all those things are not problems. The Dallas Cowboys' biggest problem is the clock on their wall. We'll explain how timing has screwed them again, what Mike McCarthy is getting ready to do, and the Dion Sanders rumors and everything else that this team has now been thrown into. It's absolute chaos that's just getting started with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started right here. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
But let's get you over to BlueChew.com. It's the way to...
brought up. I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. You only get paid when they win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's go. 4 straight hours. Blow out the commercials. It's Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday with the 6 a.m. club. Bobby Belt is going to join us from vacation at 7:20 during the Expressway. When is he going to take off the belt? We got to come up with a name for this segment that I am convinced will go national. When he said the day Mike McCarthy is no longer here, he's going to empty the notebook. And I had a couple Tolos ask me about it yesterday. We'll see if it's today or when Bobby's actually back in studio. Nonetheless, he will join us at 7:20. We're going to have Nick Harris, who has a surprising candidate on the Cowboys' next coaching list at 9 from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and phone calls at 6:40 on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy as Mike McCarthy is out. Jerry Jones released a statement yesterday. Over the past week, Mike and I had the opportunity to conduct a joint review of all aspects of the past season, players, and staff. We also spent considerable time discussing the road forward for the team. These discussions were thorough and received an appropriate amount of time and depth to cover. Prior to reaching the point of contract negotiations, though, it became mutually clear that it would be better for each of us to head in a different direction. We would commence a search process immediately to hire the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
So, I didn't know that they had to do this, but they had to go through a hiring training yesterday. So as soon as they announced that he was not coming back, they had to go through, you know how like we do those like training videos, like sexual harassment and inclusivity. They had to do the same thing. They had to do every team has to do this. If you haven't done it within 2 years, you've got to do a 1-hour hiring training course about the best practices and everything with the Rooney Rule and all that stuff and how you're to go about that. I thought it was funny. Like before they could even.
How do you know that?
It was some. I think I can't remember. It was the Archer article or some article on it. They had to go through the hiring training. I had no idea that the NFL did that.
So we're reacting to all this news. Everyone's checking Vegas. Who are the possible candidates? Kellen Moore, Jason Witten, Bill Belichick, and then Jordan Schultz, friend of the show, NFL Insider, said that this had happened, and then Adam Schefter confirmed it during halftime of Monday night.
I have spoken with, amongst other candidates, Dion Sanders. There is a mutual interest there. And I go back to about a year and a half ago when I had a former general manager say to me, watch Deion Sanders. There's a real possibility he may be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Well, there is mutual interest. We'll see if that amps up. But the two sides have talked, they have touched base, and we'll see if it goes anywhere. Meanwhile, Mike McCarthy is scheduled to interview this week with the Chicago Bears at some point. They can't schedule it yet due to rules, but he can talk to them as soon as Wednesday, and he will be talking with the Bears.
I think the interesting point that was made on Countdown was that 4-day window they missed, right, to make this decision. That really puts them behind other candidates that have interviewed with other teams, and now they're playing catch-up, aren't they?
Well, maybe. If Deion Sanders is the guy that they wanted all along, it doesn't matter that they haven't spoken to Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson or Matt Nagy or Steve Spagnuolo or the coordinators they can. But clearly, Deion Sanders is somebody that Jerry Jones knows. There's great respect and admiration between the two men, and we'll see if those talks materialize into anything further.
David Moore reports McCarthy has the interview scheduled with the Bears tomorrow. So, Chop, you got McCarthy's Chicago interview, you got Deion, and you got, once again, I told you the thing the other day that pisses me off the most right now currently about this football team, their hourglass and timeline.
Yeah, they operate on their own.
Maddening.
Yeah. Now, could you make the argument that like it's better to be sure and go through the thorough process of the evaluation of the season? Sure, like better to make the right decision than a fast one. Better to be right and slow than fast and wrong.
Yeah, but I would argue it should not have taken 9 days after the season ended.
You wouldn't think
it
so.
should not have taken up to the final game. Like, they should have talked and figured this out. Like, as soon as the final game ended, I wouldn't have cared if they did it beforehand. I know that you're focused and trying to win games, but 9 days after the season ended, you sit there and you cost yourself this window of talking with others. Now, I know what Jerry Jones is going to say. They're going to pick their next head coach, and it's not going to be someone they could have spoke with during this window, and he's going to say, those weren't guys we were interested in anyway. We weren't going to hire Steve Spagnuolo. Ben Johnson, no one thinks Ben Johnson would actually pick coming here.
No, he wouldn't come here.
Aaron Glenn is a hot name that people have fallen in love with, but that will be Jerry's excuse. I think it's indefensible. I think it's incompetence. I think it's laziness, and I think it's indefensible that the Cowboys miss this window of talking to these other teams still playing.
Yeah, now, again, I don't think there was remote interest from either party. I don't think the Cowboys are interested in Ben Johnson.
Why?
Because I think they want somebody who's been a head coach or one of their guys that they've found. It's that stupid credit ego thing from Jerry.
Yeah.
So it's Kellen Moore or it's somebody
they may prefer Jason Witten over Ben Johnson.
I think they really do. He knows the air, and also Ben Johnson. The rumor is he wants equal footing of control with the general manager. It's not going to happen here, right? It's not going to happen. So I don't think Ben Johnson was ever in play, and that is what it is. If they don't want to hire him, they don't want to hire him. I'm not going to.
Do you dismiss Glenn because he's never been a head coach?
Yeah,
he played here.
Yeah, I mean, he was here with Bill. That was a weird 4 years. It's almost like he didn't play here. I would dismiss that as well. So if they don't want him, then they are right. They didn't lose anything, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't have lost something with someone else.
Vrabel.
Well, that's
Belichick.
I don't think. Maybe they didn't like Vrabel. Maybe they thought Vrabel was not an upgrade over McCarthy. They were trying to figure out, where the McCarthy plan was. It took too long. They always take too long now. They can't make decisions.
Look, this is like these estate sales, okay? Amanda went through a little phase because TikTok was all over it and, influencers. Everyone lining up in DFW and Preston Hollow. And you got to go ahead and get to these estate sales after someone dies, and you can go ahead and win the auction or go into these mansions and buy these things at discount. And we went to a couple of them, and we realized, we're here way, way too late. I mean, you got a police presence at these things, and they're lined up down the damn block and down the damn road. So I was like, all right, if we're not going to be here in the very beginning to look over everything and get the selection of everything, we may as well not even go. So we stopped going. That's how I feel about this. Even if you're not going to go in and buy the vase, that's not your taste, the chandelier that you got to haul out of there yourself, you got to be there in the beginning to at least see the full selection. And they didn't do it.
No.
With Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, and other people who have interviewed or gotten hired. That drives me insane.
Yeah, look.
You can always come up with a justification or reason of, maybe they didn't like, maybe they. I mean, the same Derrick Henry thing. Have a talk, have a conversation.
Bill,
have a discussion.
Bill would have been. I mean, that was mid-year, right? So that was Bill kind of screwed that. I wonder if Bill didn't take the job with Carolina. If how this would have changed.
Belichick was scared to get frozen out of the next hiring cycle.
Yeah.
He was not happy that an NFL team didn't break all the tampering rules and give him a wink that he was going to get another job. So he was scared to do broadcasting again for another year. So he went to college.
Yep, that's it. I mean, and he took the job, around Thanksgiving-ish, right early December. The Cowboys were, I don't think at that point remotely in a position to even talk about their offseason yet. I mean, because they still in their mind had a chance to make the playoffs. They'd won a couple of games, yada, yada, yada. The Vrabel thing is the one that you could really point to because that would have been, I think, somebody that
December 12th, Belichick was introduced.
He was hired on, the 9th, 10th?
But the Cowboys were done.
I mean, they hadn't been eliminated, but they were
finished.
Done. Yeah, they were.
Let's stop acting like the National Football League and the Dallas Cowboys all of a sudden adhere to the tampering rules. Let's stop acting. This isn't Jason Garrett running things to where you can't run pick plays, right? Let's stop acting like
it's illegal.
Let's stop acting like they don't. Everyone doesn't mess with this like the Brunsons in New York. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That we're not all of a sudden on the up and up,
right? And I don't know what tampering would have been with Bill anyway. Bill was a free agent,
right?
So I don't even think that would have been. Same with Vrabel. Vrabel didn't have a job. Well, I guess he did, but it wasn't like he would have been. It wasn't a head coach currently somewhere. And Bill obviously was out of the league. So I don't know what tampering would have been with Belichick.
What about prime time?
I mean, it's on brand.
Well, the skeptics, right? The Cowboy skeptics in all of us automatically say, Monday Night Football playoff game. This comes out during kickoff. Oh, Adam Schefter gets the confirmation during halftime. oh my gosh, here's the big splash that takes over Monday night, at least in the Metroplex. Rooney Rule. Can easily check that off.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to worry about it. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. You
got to interview 2 minority candidates. I don't know whether a phone conversation counts. Maybe it does. But Dion ruined Jerry's plan, or maybe it was Dion's plan. You know, Dion talking about the Raiders a little bit. Oh, I would coach my kids. Dion could very well be trying to get a raise out of Colorado. This is a win-win for both sides. Jerry gets the splash. Rooney Rule check. We're moving quickly. Dion not threatens Colorado, but gets some leverage against Colorado because Dion screwed Jerry over and didn't even let the morning talk shows get the full run out of this. He released a statement last night. He released a statement that Adam Schefter relayed. To hear from Jerry is truly delightful, and it's intriguing. I love Jerry and believe in Jerry. After you hang up and process it and think about it, it's intriguing, but I love Boulder and everything there is about our team, the coaches, our student body, and the community. And it just ended abruptly.
Very strange.
After that with the statement. I read that as, thanks, Jerry, but no thanks. I'm staying in college. That's how I read it.
I took it as kind of a no. You know, not really a no, but also...
A lot of Tolos said, I'm taking this as pay up.
Yeah, very vague. Very, very vague. He's got a buyout.
He said, but I love Boulder and everything there is about our team. The buyout's $8 million.
Yeah, that's not a tremendous buyout. It's not a Jimbo Fisher buyout.
Yeah.
Where or Lincoln Riley, where you've got tens of millions of dollars that you've got to buy out. $8 million is a very manageable buyout for somebody.
Well, but Shireen Williams points out, let's react to it. I want to get phone calls from Tolos. This is your day. Reaction to McCarthy leaving. Who you want next? What would you think of Dion? What do you think about the two sides talking? Kellen Moore, Belichick, Witten, another candidate. Hit us up right now. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Getting out to a fast start right here on The Fan. And what could make today even more exciting? You're looking forward to lunch. And you're going to have lunch over at the official barbecue of the morning show and the Texas Rangers. It is Hurtado.
It's true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
6 a.m. Club in full effect. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Pay firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Bobby Belt will be joining us over the Zoom at 7:20 this morning on your home for America's team. Mike McCarthy is no longer the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. We're talking about buyouts. Bill Belichick, $10 million. Dion Sanders would be $8 million at Colorado. Shereen Williams said, guys, Jerry Jones won't even eat the money on the final year of a coach's contract. You think that he's going to go ahead and pay a buyout cost? You think he's going to go ahead and pay that? It's not happening. She said, look close, look within. Kellen Moore, Jason Witten, some of the names that are out there. Let's hear from you on McCarthy leaving and what you want next at 877-881-1053 with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Colin and Aubrey, start us off. You are live on the Fan.
Morning, sirs.
Morning.
So, all right. I'm taking a nihilistic approach to this one because there's no way this team is ever going to be successful as long as the Jones is at the control of football operations. Those guys, they have shown time and again, they don't know how to manage an actual football team. They don't know how to manage a staff. No coach will ever be successful here because they will continuously be hamstrung by this organization. I'm going to hang up and listen. Have a wonderful day, guys.
Well, you do have to. They have won a decent amount. This is not Jacksonville. This is not Cleveland. I think sometimes we get caught up, and Choppy, you always kind of bring up the win totals, and we do need reminders of that. These are not totally incompetent, inept people. They may be incompetent in terms of winning the Super Bowl, but 36 wins over the last 3 years is a reason that Mike McCarthy thought he should have gotten a longer contract. Like, the Cowboys do a decent amount of winning. They do.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they've, every year, if you go back, every time they've had a losing record, they've lost their quarterback at some point for extended time in that year since Parcells took over. I mean, every time. It's never been, when they've had their quarterback, they've done okay. Now, I think philosophically, they don't approach the quarterback position the right way. They don't ever spend high capital on it. It's always, let's just find somebody. And I don't think that was their plan. Their plan wasn't when they drafted Dak that he was going to be a 10-year starter.
Yeah.
That wasn't their plan. They were drafted him to be a backup.
Well, I think Wolchuk, he brought this up yesterday on G-Bag. You have to hope that the Dallas Cowboys fall in to the right thing. They fell into Romo, lucky. They fell into Dak, lucky. Maybe getting frozen out of the initial hiring process and shooting themselves in the foot by starting a week late caused them to fall in to somebody. And they're not going to go ahead and make the right decision. They're just going to get lucky with it because that's the way it's gone with the quarterback position. Cody in Fort Worth, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Cody.
Yo, what's up, guys? Man, I got one. Really, it's just one thing, and I don't know if anybody's going to really take the crap that Jerry throws at them as a head coach.
Yeah,
and I don't know if there's going to be many people that want this job. It's kind of like Aikman said yesterday. I heard it from G-Bag.
Yeah,
Aikman was saying this isn't a coveted job anymore, which is very true because you have a GM that just doesn't like giving up power. So, honestly, I think the only head coach that the Cowboys are going to have next year is going to be Jerry himself. Appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
That was the most popular meme. Like, just go ahead, do it. Just go ahead, put on the headset. Why isn't he on the Vegas list of candidates? Jerry Jones just doing all of it.
Well, he would have no one to blame when they don't win the Super Bowl. He would have no one to blame because it would just be on him.
Drew and Hazlitt, you're up next. Drew, you are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, you guys got the best show on the Fan. First and foremost, shout out Peyton Russell. None of these candidates excite me except Dion or Ben Johnson. But let's be honest, if we get Dion, is he really going to be allowed to do it the way he wants to? Love your show, RJ. Come out to Champion Circle. Let's play golf.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, I drive by it all the time.
I will admit, last night I was in F-it mode. I was like, what is going to give me the rush? What's going to give me the adrenaline? Kellen Moore's not giving it to me. More on that at 7. I was like, if we're going to be about the madness, let's just get Dion and say F it, screw it. Let's just have content bonanza. I had people texting me from other markets saying, oh my God, congratulations. You're going to have an incredible offseason. And then when the Dion rumor came out from Jordan Schultz, my phone really blew up. Like, I had other talk show hosts throughout the country so jealous of what you would experience if Dion Sanders was the head coach with Jerry Jones. Are you freaking kidding me?
It'd be fun. How would it work on the field? That's the question, right? And that's the thing. A lot of times, fans fall into the trap because you hear the name and you're like, oh wow, like holy cow, and then you're like, all right, well, how would this actually work?
I think the majority of fans don't want Dion. There's you could feel the Sanders dislike, the Colorado hate that would happen and Dion, he brings a lot of it upon himself with the bravado, but I don't think that Dion is the number one selection from Tolos out there. Key in Dallas. Key, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning.
Oh, what a voice you have.
I'm with a lot of the rest. I'm with all the rest of the guys, man. I think as long as Jerry here, it's going to be pretty much the same thing because when we had Garrett, the result is the same as McCarthy, 2 playoff wins. So what are we getting excited for?
Well, my excitement is going to be for someone that gives you a true tactical advantage. I don't think that Jason Garrett certainly did not. And Mike McCarthy, I think, probably gave you more of one, but it still felt like we were really, really, really behind the times. As you said in your email last night, hey, can we at least push this thing forward with advancement from the offensive side of the ball? That's a possible excitement factor for me. Can you bring in someone who's a little bit more of a hard ass? That's something that I've been looking for. That's why, I was looking at Vrabel. You're looking at Aaron Glenn with some of the interviews that he's giving. And I'm just excited for change. I really am. I mean,
Jason Witten wouldn't be a hard ass.
Why?
I mean, the reports that were saying that the reason they would like him is because
Jason Witten
because he would be a player's coach.
Okay.
And Dion would certainly be kind of a player's coach. I don't
know. Dion, first off, with Witten, I view Jason Witten as look, I think that, and I'm not advocating for Jason Witten, number one. I believe that Jason Witten and Troy Aikman both possess the right types of things that winning organizations need. The problem with both is a total, complete lack of experience. People point to Dan Campbell and say, why can't Witten be that? Well, Dan Campbell coached in the league for a number of years.
He was an interim coach and did really well I think he was at Miami.
I'm a believer in some level of experience, but, I'll never forget Witten throwing that player off the field when we were out there, the whole secret in the dirt thing. He, to me, embodies what Jerry talks about with the whole John Wayne, cowboy up, hard ass. Dion, I think Dion would have a lack of patience for NFL players. So I wouldn't necessarily totally view. I think Dion is perfect in college. I really do. Would I take the excitement? Would I take the headlines? Would I take the Friday interview with Primetime? Hell yeah, I would. But I think Dion would have a lack of patience, which makes me think he wouldn't totally be a player's coach. Brandon in Wisconsin, you are up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Brandon.
Good morning, guys. First off, just wanted to start to say that I'm a longtime fan of the show. Enjoy listening to it every morning. My take is I think we need to make a splash hire. I think somebody like Dion is that splash hire versus a puppet like Kellen Moore could potentially be.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with Dion, I think he might be one of the only people that we could get in the building that tells Jerry Jones we're going to do it his way.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm going to hang up and listen to what you guys got to say.
Thanks for listening on the Odyssey app from Wisconsin. That is a hope that some have with Dion, that he would go upstairs and be like, yo, man, can we at least, let's hear from Marcus Spears. Marcus Spears, former Cowboy, was on ESPN yesterday. And Pepe, this is going to be cut 7. This is Marcus when the Dion rumors started to percolate
I'm super interested to see if Dion Sanders, primetime, is going to get some interest in this job as well. We know Jerry loves the flash. We know he loves to bring the attention, and no one would do that more than Prime. I wonder if Prime would leave Colorado and go take that on. And here's the caveat about Prime, Matt. As much as you and I have talked over the years about Jerry and him not relinquishing power or control, Prime may be one guy that can at least go up to the office and say, Jerry, let's try it my way, because of the respect that I think Jerry has for Deion Sanders. So it's going to be super interesting, but I think he should be a name.
So that is Marcus Spears. Derek in Plano, you are up next here on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Derek.
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, I'm just sick of the Jones family, man, for real. It's just old, man. I mean, that Dion coming there, Dion's too real to come to Dallas. He put Jerry in his place, and Jerry wants yes men. You know what I mean? So, you go think back to Jimmy Johnson, man. That's the whole reason he left. You go back to all the good coaches. No good coach is going to come to the Cowboys because Jerry wants yes men. Until they change that, I would love to see Dion there to get him in his place and get him out of the way so we can get a playoff win and head to the Super Bowl because we have the talent. They just got to get smart. They're just a dumb organization and egotistical jerks. That's all I got, man. I love you guys.
Thanks for the call, brother. And then it did really sink into me what you and Bobby said about Dion a long time ago. And I came around to believing it last night. Jerry is not going to bring in that type of star power to take away from himself.
The issue is that Dion becomes the face of the organization. And, that doesn't happen if it's Aaron Glenn. It doesn't happen if it's Jason Witten. It doesn't happen if it's Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Dion's personality is so massive. So massive. He would control everything. And I don't know that, Jerry would want that. So I when I saw this, my first reaction was like, "Ooh, that would be surprised if it happens." I have no doubt that I'm not surprised they talked.
Yeah,
right. I'd be surprised if he brought Dion in.
Fernando in Dallas, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So a couple of things, man. I don't care who the head coach is so much. I need new coordinators in here. I would love Al Harris to be DC. That would be amazing. But OC, man, we need something different on offense. McCarthy was a lot like Jason Garrett, man, where it was just stale. It was boring. I hated watching the offense. I need Dak to progress with a good coordinator. You're not going to get a guy that's going to come in here and change the culture because that's not what Jerry wants. He doesn't want somebody that's going to come in here and take over. He wants to be the head of the face of everything, like you said. So I don't think it really matters who the head coach is so much. You're going to get a yes man. Just get some coordinators in here. Let me get somebody that's going to change something up and get Dak to really progress.
It's a great call, Choppy. I think that was your initial 1A plan. Keep Mike around because he can kind of control things. He's liked. And then get your excitement and your newness from an OC.
That's what I wanted. I want to just Mike as a head coach. I don't think anybody has a problem with him as the CEO. It's the inner workings of the offense.
It's till 7:20.
Well, I don't care what Bobby has. Bobby's got his own biases he needs to overcome, but we'll get to that. But yeah, it's become a coordinators league, right? It's a quarterback league and a coordinators league. And Mike's a fine CEO. I don't want him to have necessarily his hands in the dirt. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily want that.
Let's continue with the Cowboy calls from you at 877-881-1053 and go through the rest of the coaching candidate list now that the Dallas Cowboys are in search. That's next, along with a Dallas Open ticket giveaway right here on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way, the best carpet cleaner in there.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
takes the snap, looking left, comes off that read, sidearm throw, to the 9, to the 5, to the end zone! Touchdown, Davis Allen! Touchdown, LA!
Rams radio with the call as they beat down the Minnesota Vikings in Arizona. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Schlereth and RJ Choppy all over the Dallas Cowboys head coaching search on DFW Sports Station. 9 sacks of Sam Darnold. He's throwing picks. He's losing fumbles. He's seeing ghosts. And the LA Rams use a defensive line to end the storybook season for Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings 27-9. Rams move on.
Fumble or not?
Fumble or not? That one?
No, the Stafford one. The shovel pass.
I think he was trying to pass it.
Yeah,
there was one view that they showed from the side where the arm really seemed to be going forward. I thought I would have leaned incomplete. You?
Yeah, so I was watching the Manning cast at the time, and Bill was like, immediately he goes, that's a forward pass. And then the manager like, that is a fumble. And then Bill was like, yeah, it's a fumble, but not in today's NFL. It's an offensive league. They're never going to give the defense anything. I mean, he did try to do that. I think they found a loophole. I think Stafford found a loophole right there because like that.
And I don't want to hear Belichick's definition of a fumble. Their first championship was robbed from the Raiders. I don't want to hear Bill Belichick talk about fumbles.
Yeah, this might be like, it might be the greatest loophole found since the Tuck rule when it comes to fumbling. I mean, it really might be because that, like, that you don't see guys like passing the ball like that.
Yeah,
all that often. But technically, his arm was pushing the ball forward. That's forward pass.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So it'll be the Rams visiting Filthy to take on the Eagles. Mike McCarthy reaction. Did he get up and walk out of Frisco and say enough is enough? All the reports say it was about contract length. Mike didn't want to put his family through it, did not want to put the assistants through all the uncertainty. Troy Aikman had his reaction last night on ESPN.
Well, I thought Mike McCarthy would be the head coach, so this is a bit of a surprise for me today that he's not going to be. And what went into those conversations that Schefter talked about, I'm not exactly sure, but it suggests that there's not a real plan. I mean, and the fact that they haven't had the opportunity to maybe interview a Ben Johnson and some of these others, Aaron Glenn. I think that what Schefter said as far as Kellen Moore being a candidate, that seems logical to me. A guy who has familiarity with the building. He's worked obviously with the Cowboys and with Jerry Jones, and they know each other very well. In fact, when Mike McCarthy got the job, it was told to Mike that Kellen Moore would be the offensive coordinator. So that's how much the Jones family thinks of him.
Kellen Moore is at the top of Nick Harris's coaching candidate list. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Kellen Moore tops. Jerry and Steven have remained big fans. While there would have to be a hatchet buried between Moore and the front office from the way his exit went down, it's not viewed as something that would be difficult to overcome. The timeline could be difficult to overcome because the Eagles are now in the middle of their playoff run, but they already know Kellen.
They already know Kellen. They don't need to do a whole lot of vetting with him.
Yeah.
You got to vet Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. I mean, you don't have to vet Dion, but, if you wanted to go and interview Matt Campbell, Marcus Freeman, Sark, you got to do a little bit more vetting with those guys.
The other names, number 2, John Gruden. While this is another complicated option, there's mutual respect between the Joneses and Gruden. This is a name that should not be thrown out, according to one source. Gruden would fulfill a desire of having a Super Bowl winning head coach by the Joneses. His influence and fiery coaching style has drawn interest from teams in years past. Mike Florio, buddy from ProFootballTalk.com, said it's long believed in league circles that Jerry has loved Gruden.
Of course he has. John Gruden. You want to talk about McCarthy having a complicated resume? John Gruden's got a complicated resume too. I don't want him anywhere near a personnel department.
Totally agree.
That guy couldn't find a quarterback if you put Peyton Manning and Tom Brady in the room.
He'll date them all, though. He'll bring them all in.
Yeah, he'll bring them all in.
He'll bring them all in.
Like, it was cool.
He loves too many quarterbacks.
He does. He loves them all. He loves them all. Like, he did a really cool thing on Barstool the other day where he was, trying to teach them how to do a play.
Yeah.
It's awesome, right?
It's awesome.
And, and he was talking about Andrew Luck and how Andrew Luck, when he first saw him in the in the draft room.
The QB camp he did.
Yeah, it was amazing, right? But I don't know, man. Like, Gruden, I think, is great on TV. I think he's far better on TV than I would want him on the sideline, I think.
Number 3, according to Nick Harris, your dark horse candidate is Jason Witten. There's a feeling with some around the Cowboys headquarters that Jerry could try to replicate the process of hiring a former player like Detroit did with Dan Campbell. And Jerry was asked on the KMC Masterpiece. My tweet about this somehow reappeared again yesterday and was going semi-viral. They asked Jerry, could Witten be an NFL coach?
Yes, without hesitation. Yes. He has something you can't draw up. Reminds me of a lot of our other tight end who's head coach up there at Detroit right now. And he's his own words when he talked his parting ways with the team. Boys, it's in the dirt. It's down in the dirt. That's where it is. But Jason is very sophisticated when it comes to understanding football and all the nuances. But more important than anything, he really does understand the physical and the mentality of being physical, that part of it. So without a question, he can become above high school. He can become a coach. He has extraordinary work ethic. And he is absolutely calls on his teammates, or would call on his players as a coach. So yeah, he can be a top coach.
God, with just a little bit of seasoning. I wish he had a little bit of experience, and I would say sign me up. Just too scared of.
You can't hire a high school coach. Not like, and not even.
Well, what's the difference between that and all these NBA hires?
Well, coaching the NBA doesn't matter. Like they'll be the first to tell you it really doesn't even matter. It's like NBA is about managing the personalities. NFL, the way the league has gone, like we said, it's becoming a coordinators type league. Now Dan Campbell, is a little different, but Dan Campbell coached in the NFL for a long time, and he surrounded himself with tremendous coaches.
Bobby Belt is going to rejoin the morning show in 10 minutes. That will be must look and must listen on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and Odyssey app. Let's get back to the Tolos on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Marcus and Oak Cliff, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love everything you guys are saying. Thank you for taking my call. It's we don't know who the coach is going to be, but it's 2 people that I think we absolutely need to take off the list. Jason Witten for sure, because I don't think he's been vetted properly. Like we love the saying, get it out the mud. But did we forget Stephen Jones said that every time we drafted a tight end, he would run up to the principal's office and the first thing he'll say was a wasted pick? Like, I don't think people are talking about the toxicity of Witten enough. And obviously he don't have enough season, and just take him off the list. The worst person is Kellen Moore, by far. Like, people forgot that Dak had the most interceptions in his career under his offense. Did we forget that? Did we forget that these receivers were saying his offensive system was too complicated? Did we forget that? Like, and then the fact that Amari Cooper only had 104 targets, which is equal to Schultz. Like, why would we want that system back? Like, we wanted him gone for a reason. So, like, I like that people bringing up the names as the most popular, but if you think about it, they're absolutely not logical. My last thing I'm going to say, Bobby Belt got the history wrong. He really did. So when he's saying that Mike McCarthy's system, Dak needed to get on them to change it, what really happened and what they talked about in the Jason Garrett interview was the fact that they was running a vertical offense in training camp. And they really was having a dumbed-down offense to get them used to the Texas coast. And what happened was they said, let's go back vertical like we was doing in training camp. So it was still Mike McCarthy's offense to make it seem as if Dak had to scrap Mike McCarthy's offense is not even telling us how it really happened.
Thanks for the call, Marcus. Jane Slater said something really weird yesterday on TV. She also hopped on KNC. She said that, and Jane, if you're listening, correct me with a text. She said that Mike McCarthy didn't even really get a chance to totally run his offense, that they kept a lot of Garrett stuff in here to keep Dak comfortable.
That makes sense. I think it makes sense. Like, you would want that. Like, from a continuity standpoint for the quarterback, like, you don't want to throw too much at him.
Yeah, but I don't want the next head coach, if it's a new offensive coordinator, like, just put. It's the Mike Zimmer thing. I'm hiring you for a reason. Now, maybe it's because Dan Quinn left, but like Zimmer regretted not just implementing his system. I don't want to hear that they're. So, do you think that they should carry over McCarthy's offense for the next offensive minding coach because it's familiar? I don't want that.
I'll tell you, I don't want Kellen. I don't want anything. If Don Coryell had his fingerprints on it, I don't want any part of it. Okay,
we totally have forgotten that Kellen was with the Chargers, by the way. And what's the number one question right now about the Philadelphia Eagles?
Their passing game.
Their passing game.
Yeah.
It's their passing game.
So now let me ask you this, because I don't necessarily disagree with what you just said there, right? With you want
the offense,
right? But we always talk about this with coaches, where coaches try to force their system on players instead of molding their system to those players.
Mm-hmm.
So if Dak is truly better or more comfortable with something, doesn't it make sense to keep some of those concepts around for him?
Yeah.
So I get that. But again, I don't like...
But I was hiring McCarthy because, he's supposed to be an offensive mind improvement over Garrett. And like, I'm supposed to be taking a step up from Jason. We'll get into it later. Glenn and Waxahachie, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Glenn.
Son, if Jerry was smart, he would make you the GM. I've been a Cowboy fan since I was born. I came out the womb a Cowboys fan. You know what I did? I got me a Washington Redskins jersey, the old one, and I'm going to wear that at the church when we do our Super Bowl Sunday at church. I'm not wearing a Cowboys jersey until Jerry Jones fire yourself, do something, because I am the most miserable Cowboy fan in Dallas right now.
But Glenn, today's a happy day, brother. Today is a happy day, no?
Yeah, you're right. And I would be happy if Jerry Jones wouldn't have his hands all over the team and not let the guy coach. Bring in somebody that can coach. Let's change the culture. Let's try to win a Super Bowl. The last Super Bowl they won, I was 23 years old. I'm 51 now.
Dang.
Come on, Jerry.
Good call, Glenn. All right. It is the moment that many have been waiting and asking for. He is on vacation, but not for the Expressway. The return of the number one Mike McCarthy lover in DFW, Bobby Roberto Belt, on all the major news. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But fellas, Sean Sharif here for the Low T Center. It's a new year and time to keep that promise of getting your testosterone levels checked. Don't put it off. Get tested. If you're lacking energy...
Always has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Convention Center. For tickets, go to Rangers.com/awards dinner.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby. He is on vacation technically, but all that had to be pushed to the side with the news that Mike McCarthy is no longer the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex. The moment that many of you were asking for here on Sean and RJ. We are commercial free. We got tickets to the Dallas Open for you turning it on, leaving it on, and Ask Reddit at 7:40. Maybe we'll have to make Bobby stick around for that as well. Here on DFW Sports Station, but he's been dancing for 5 minutes in the commercial break. And on the radio, on the Odyssey app, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube is our Cowboys insider and member of Sean and RJ, Bobby Roberto Belt. Good morning, sir.
What's up? How's it going?
Are you standing?
I am standing, and I'm not wearing pants either.
All right.
I want you to paint the scene for us and all the listeners of where you were, what were you doing, and how did you react when you heard the breaking McCarthy news?
So I was actually driving in Frisco. I was coming from the Star. I was on the phone with you, and we were just talking about some of the buzz that was starting to trickle out that, hey, this might be the direction it's heading. I was actually leaving the Star coming from the draft show, where I've also recently gotten my way over personnel. So this is just a great run for me. But I think that, we were in the car, we're talking. You had mentioned it earlier. I was listening earlier. You had to flash over to get Spittle, and as you did that, I was getting a text of the same thing Spittle was telling you about, and I was like, oh, he's out, he's done. I was driving to Plano to go see players work out at Exos, and when I got there, Nick Harris had been there too, and so we spent a lot of time just talking, working through things, calling different people, and so it was a surprise. I didn't think, I thought even if they were going to move on, I didn't think we were going to get just some announcement like that. I thought they were going to milk it out completely until things were over and we were going to move on. But my first impression from this, and the one that I still have, I know everybody's talking about this, is like he walked away from the Joneses, and I think that's part of it. But this also felt very much like, let's make him want to quit. Let's make him want to quit. We're not going to fire him, but we'll make him want to quit, and we'll just move forward like that. But Now begins what I think will be
Which
a
seems
fairly
really,
long
really,
search.
that seems really unnecessary, small, and petty, even while at the same time costing yourself the opportunity to talk to other candidates.
Competitive too. I mean, like honestly, whether it's classy or not, the Joneses probably view it as like it's the same mentality that says I'm not going to pay you to do nothing. I'm also not going to let somebody else have access to you. This is my contract that I have with you. You're my employee, and so until you're not my employee, nobody gets to talk to you. I don't care if you're not going to be here. It feels like a very territorial thing. It's something they've done in the past with they did it to Matt Eberflus years ago. Kyle Shanahan wanted to bring him on staff in San Francisco. Cowboys blocked it, and Eberflus kind of put in his head, okay, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to run out my contract here, and then we'll say goodbye.
How many years do you think Mike was asking for at a minimum? Do you think 2 years, a 2 year extension is insulting?
I get why he wouldn't want it, especially, look, they didn't even get to the terms of the deal. So, I mean, it could have been that Jerry was saying, we want a 2 year deal, but essentially it's a 1 year with an option or something along those lines. Or when he talked about these escalators he had to hit, maybe it was like, well, your contract triggers for the second year if you do this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're back in the same spot. I would imagine Mike was probably asking for 4. Here was talking to people. I would not be surprised if the thought process here was, and this is where, as a human, as a person, you have sympathy for Mike McCarthy. I would imagine he was probably wanting to structure things to where he was here through his kids getting through school, is what I imagined a lot of this was. So that's probably 4 years. I think he was probably thinking along the lines of 4 years, and he wanted that kind of security because that is jarring. Look, he when we asked him about reflecting on his time in Dallas the last time we interviewed him, that was the first thing he mentioned was PCA. With Prestonwood. It was basically the first thing he jumped into is how much his kids and his family felt really tied to that community. And so, yeah, uprooting your family, uprooting your kids while they're in the middle school, that's tough. We make decisions here all the time. Kristen and I were talking the other day about something, and she essentially was just saying like, well, we can't move out of this area, period, until Laura's out of school because we're not going to another school district. We're not going to move out of here. And so it's jarring, I'm sure, for them, and you have sympathy for that. But I think that's probably what he was looking at. Like, let me get my kids through school, and then we can take another look at things.
Yeah, I know you said that, maybe they were trying to push him out or get him to quit. Regardless, do you think, that if he really was the one that said, I'm out, I'm walking away, do you think they were taken aback by that? Like that somebody said no to them?
This late in the process, probably. Like, I think if they were trying to push him out the door and make him fed up, they may have expected him to kind of, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore last week. Once you let this process go on longer and more jobs go off the board, a New England goes off the board or these coaching searches get deeper, the Jets interview their 40th person or whatever the hell they're doing. Like, the further you get along in that process, the further behind you are. And they may have felt like, okay, why didn't you tell us to, jump in a lake last week? Why would it be now? But overall, I mean, I think they got ultimately what they want. I think they talked last week. I mean, Monday they had their wrap up stuff last week. Tuesday, I know he spent like 10 hours in Jerry's office. Like he was there all day. And I think they continue to have that. And it does feel a little bit, just imagine that. I want you to think you guys are out of contract. And Spittle's pulling you into his office for the entire workday that Spittle's there. And he's just talking to you generally about how do you feel about the show? How do you guys feel about this segment? And you're like, are we going to actually establish at all what I'm doing here? Are we going to be here for the future? Or are you just going to look back at like, how did the show go last week? This is weird.
Yeah.
And so I think Mike McCarthy got to that point. And as much as it was, I'm fed up, I think it was also, oh, okay, I see. I see what this is. All right, we're not going to come to an agreement here.
Cowboys insider Bobby Belt joining us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Did the Cowboys butcher this from a timing standpoint in terms of missing out on other interview opportunities?
No, I don't think so. Not based on who they probably want to talk to. So if they want to talk to Jason Witten, if they want to talk to Dion Sanders, if they want to talk to Kellen Moore, if they want to talk to John Gruden, they're really not beholden to any of this. Kellen Moore kind of, but Kellen Moore's in the middle of a playoff run. And so to them, they probably think there's no huge rush there. They're going to wait through, see what happens with Kellen, but they know Kellen, and they've got some relationship repair to do there from how he departed. And I think that they feel like a lot of the candidates that they want to target, they don't need permission to interview. And that's probably why Jerry said to Alec and Corey in his last interview, he said, look, the candidate pool really doesn't affect my decision on this one. It has relevance usually, not on this one, because I think he knew generally who he was going to narrow it down to.
So Vrabel, Belichick, I shouldn't be bitter that they did not, set themselves up earlier to talk to them.
Right. So I don't know if Belichick was going to happen here the more you talk to people. So Belichick couldn't. I heard you guys earlier talking about why didn't you back channel things with Bill? Seth Wickersham talked about this a little bit, and I had asked around on it. So the lawsuit involving Brian Flores that Belichick and the Patriot group is kind of tied to, that makes it really difficult for them legally, outside of just league rules. Legally puts them in compromising positions in the courts, potentially, if you have certain contact with them. It's just they can't have communication with them right now. And so it was really tough to back channel anything. And you got to think, who was in that little group with him? It was Michael Lombardi, who we enjoy having him on when he came on. He pissed off a lot of people in the league. It's one of the reasons Jacksonville was off the tables, because he pissed off Tony Khan. Matt Patricia, who had been driven out of the league. Josh McDaniels driven out of the league. It's guys who don't have a lot of relationships right now and have burned a lot of bridges.
Yeah.
And so it was probably tough to back channel some of that. Am I surprised that maybe Belichick didn't say, hey, Schefter, can you float a couple things to me? Then yeah, I'm kind of surprised that didn't happen. But again, I think they also want, culture is going to be big to them. I think they also want an offensive guy, because I think they look at it and say, that's where all our money's tied up. I'm not going to have all our money tied up in the offensive side of the ball and then hire somebody to coach, linebackers on rookie deals that then we're going to turn them out.
Was Dion Sanders a publicity stunt last night?
I think probably. You can't say with certainty that anything is. I just think if they're talking to him, that matters. I think
does it matter for the
Jerry,
Rooney Rule?
It definitely matters for that. And they've checked that box in the past with Marvin Lewis, where that was not a real interview. And sorry if that offends anybody over there who's listening right now, but that was not a real interview. And Dion, I think, it's mutually beneficial. Dion's trying to build a very bright, shiny, loud, prominent program, and tying his name to the Dallas Cowboys does not hurt. Yeah. Especially when he can say, oh, the Dallas Cowboys? Guys, I chose Bolter over the Dallas Cowboys. That tells you. Meanwhile, Jerry gets one of the Rooney Rule interviews checked off of his list, and he also gets a chance to keep his name going and generating. And they tease it at halftime of the game last night. Their lead tease was Joe Buck saying more on the Cowboys coming up, and it's like, which is what he wants and what he likes, and it's generated more buzz than anything that they did this year. It's.
By the way, do you know that phone call, Bobby, counts as an interview?
I don't believe so. You can reach out, but I don't think that counts as an interview or one of the ones that you've taken. You would have to set up something official, because I think that involves notification with the league too, of just like, hey, this is something that we did. We made sure that we followed this rule and we're good.
Bobby, if they go down the Witten rabbit hole, how is that received around the league?
Better than Jeff Saturday. But I mean,
why?
Josh McCown
Why would it be better than Saturday?
Because Saturday it wasn't just coming off the football field. It was also coming out of the studio booth. It was very Mike Mayock, like the Mike Mayock thing. And with the Raiders, when he was hired out of the NFL Network studios to be a GM, pissed off a ton of people around the league when he was brought in to do that. There were a lot of people offended in the personnel community that are like, you grind for 15, 20 years in this job so that you can get one of these opportunities. And Mike Mayock's just been doing it from a bus or whatever, like looking at his players and doing things from, the road tripping around the league. No, that's not going to fly. And so I think a lot of people were offended by that. Saturday, same sort of thing. You're coming out of the studio. There's never been any inclination of you tied to continue to coach or anything on this pathway. People thought Jason Witten was going to be a coach eventually. Maybe not at the NFL level, but people knew he was going to get into that. And he's like the grandson of a coach who's basically raised by his high school football coach grandfather. He's got the, coaching that he's continued to do in Frisco. He's talked about how this is what I want to do. This is the path I want to be on. And I think that so much of it, when Jeff Saturday was going to be hired, Jeff Saturday was not hired as, it's not like Indy was looking for exclusively, walk around head coach. We want this person to oversee things. They were going to hire somebody in there to be involved in the nuts and bolts. I think that Jason Witten, if he was hired here, would be brought in as you're the guy just kind of overseeing our culture. That's what you are. You're in charge of making sure 53 guys stay focused and are on brand and on message. And as wild as that sounds, and as much as people keep trying to push back against it, I think there's a solid case to be made that Jason Witten is more prepared to do that role specifically than most coaches that you could bring in here and hire. There's more that would surprise Bill Belichick about this job than would surprise Jason Witten. Jason Witten has an understanding of how to navigate some of this stuff. There's Mike McCarthy spent 30 years in the league. There's not much he hasn't seen really in the NFL. And after 5 years, he still didn't totally understand what this job was about. And I think that that's an advantage that Witten has over a lot of other coaches.
Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back on Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. You and many others, you've been talking about Kellen Moore for a while now, and now everyone seems to put him as the favorite in the clubhouse. Why would I believe that Kellen Moore can run the Dallas Cowboys?
So it's dependent, I guess, on what you want the head coaching position to look like. So do you want him to be the rah-rah CEO type and to just kind of oversee things and delegate? He may not be. That may not be the guy. If you want him to be a little bit more involved in the offense and getting Dak back to a certain comfort level and being involved with the offense the same way that Mike McCarthy was, then there's a better argument to be made of he knows the coach. I got a pretty good idea, I think, of what kind of coaching staff it would look like around here if Kellen Moore came on. And I think there's a lot of familiarity for a lot of players. There's a lot of familiarity for coaching staff and their interactions with each other. And so to me, I look at it and I just say that I think that Kellen would be more involved in the offense, more directly involved with Dak. And then you're probably bringing in some sort of strong personality DC like Eberflus or somebody like that, again, who has familiarity. And you kind of just divide up the sides of the ball. Okay, Kellen, you're the head coach, but you're kind of the head coach of the offense. And then Eberflus is kind of the head coach of the defense. And we just focus on building a culture more centered around player leadership and the guy we paid $160 million to or whatever.
Do you believe that Kellen Moore fixes the issues you had with Mike McCarthy?
I think Kellen Moore's just a better offensive coach than Mike McCarthy. I don't think it's particularly close.
But you and I talk about a lot of the same things that we agree on. The details, the toughness, the discipline. Are those things getting addressed with Kellen?
Details were better. If you go look at some of the offensive procedural penalties and stuff like that, the details were better under Kellen when he was kind of in control of the offense. If you want to talk about toughness, Philly's tough, but Philly's also built a different way in the trenches already, and they do different things. So I don't know if that's a real world application. Were they finesse under Kellen? Yeah, they were. And so that's something where I don't know if they're a tough football team. They're a grinded out football team. There's a lot of people who will tell you Kellen wanted to run the football here more frequently. He just didn't feel like they had the resources to do it. That if he has the resources to do it, he wants to play a tougher brand of football and to make it complement the pass game a little bit more. He seems clearly comfortable doing it in Philadelphia right now. And so I think that in large part, he is a finesse football coach with a finesse football style. And so maybe you're not getting a toughness thing, but you're the greatest show on turf, the Rams in '99, not that they would be that, but the Rams in '99 were not a tough football team necessarily. They weren't a physical football team on offense. They ran past you. A lot of offenses that have had success over the years run past you. The Chiefs have had years where they're that way. So I think as long as you're putting up points consistently and your defense has that toughness, I think you're just looking at a different kind of discussion and a different makeup of your overall football team.
Is he going to run that Garrett, Coryell, Linehan, just run some curl routes out there kind of offense?
So I think Garrett, he's definitely more single back Linehan thought process typically. When Kellen and Dak were together, whenever they were on the field together, that 2019 to 2022, there was no better offense in the NFL from scoring. They put up more points than Kansas City did during those stretches. Now, there were times, obviously, where Dak went out, long stretch in 2020. But if you just take, all right, give me the 2019 season, the first 5 weeks of 2020, give me 21, 22, and you combine those years up, during those stretches where Dak was actively playing with Kellen Moore, nobody scored more points than Dallas. And so they've shown that they know how to work together. They went back to a lot of those concepts last year. I did listen at 7 o'clock. I did hear whoever called in and said, no, that's not the case at all. Well, it's great. Show me the evidence of that, because that's not what happened. In fact, Thursday when I'm back, I don't know when you want to do this, Sean, but we'll get into timeline of everything. So we'll get into McCarthy's awful relationship with Dak for most of his time here in Dallas. We'll get into Mike being the driving force pushing Amari Cooper out and how much that upset players here in the locker room. We'll get into his paranoia about Dan Quinn being on staff for 3 years. But I look at it and I say that the success they've had on offense and what they're able to do, I trust Dak, Kellen, potentially Doug Nussmeier coming in here if that's the case. I trust the three of them working together. And those are guys that Dak's really comfortable with and feels like he's in sync with.
Bobby Belt right here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, commercial-free expressway on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's talk about other candidates, Bob. Who else you think could be in play, who you're quickly eliminated, and who else you think should be considered?
I would not be surprised if Cliff Kingsbury got an interview here. I think there's a decent shot of that. Gruden is somebody that I think makes sense. Again, it's Choppy said it earlier today. You look at experience or familiarity. Anybody that doesn't have head coaching experience, they better be familiar with him. Anybody that they're not totally familiar with better have head coaching experience. There's not going to be a Ben Johnson brought in here. So I think Cliff makes sense, former head coaching experience. I would not be surprised if they throw an interview to Doug Peterson. I don't know that they will. I feel pretty confident that Cliff's name will start coming up in this cycle, but I don't know that they'll interview Doug Peterson. Makes sense, though. That sounds like the type of coach they would interview. Gruden, I think, could get an interview here. Gruden is the game Gruden is playing behind the scenes a little bit with teams around the league is interesting when you talk to people, that he's definitely a name that's being tossed around. And I think people around the league still think highly of and still think offensive coach, Super Bowl winner, culture guy. And I know a lot of people would mock and laugh at the whole culture thing, given what happened with the emails. You got to remember, even in the heat of that immediate aftermath of those emails, there were a lot of Raiders players that went to bat for him publicly, that it was not a comfortable position to be in, but they still believed in him. And I think you watch the videos of him talking football and stuff like that. He is clearly super passionate about the game of football. He's super passionate about team building, the way to attack it, somebody else. And so I think GMs, owners, they love that about him. And they think, all right, this is a guy that we can really connect with. So I think that Gruden could be in play here. Witten could get. I think it's much more likely. I think the likeliest scenario right now is Kellen Moore's your head coach and Jason Witten's on staff somewhere, which is still, as somebody on the beat pointed out to me recently, it's a little odd if your head coach is walking in with one of his assistant coaches and he's like, this giant mural that overlooks us as we walk to practice every day of one of my assistant coaches. That feels like naturally maybe a little undermining, but I think Kellen gets along really well with Jason Witten. I think Jason Witten believes in Kellen. I think that's an easy matchup to potentially make. It's similar to when you hire Wade and Garrett at the same time, where you just say, hey, this is going to be a breeding ground for this guy, but our head guy right now is Kellen. But yeah, if things go sideways, we've got Jason Witten here. I also think if that would have been any sort of a stipulation for Mike McCarthy being here, they would have said, hey, you're sticking around, we got your contract length, whatever else, but Jason Witten has to be on your staff next year. I think McCarthy says no. I don't think there's any chance of that.
Of Jason Witten on the staff?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Mike doesn't want to look over his shoulder, and I think he's looking over his shoulder if Jason Witten's there. Mike spent enough time looking over his shoulder during this job, and he didn't want to do it anymore.
Have you changed your mind about the legit possibility of someone else hiring McCarthy?
No. I don't think McCarthy's getting a job this cycle. He's somebody whose resume makes sense to put in your hopper and talk to him. And again, we sat here and talked to him. I didn't like Mike McCarthy. It's very easy to sit there and talk to him and do an interview and go, what a likable guy. And even when you feel the same animosity, it's easy for that to melt away or for something else to occur. And so I think that a lot of teams will sit down with him in the interview and like him more than they anticipated. I think Dallas targeted Mike McCarthy several years ago. I think they liked him more in the interview process than they were anticipating they were going to. I think other teams were like, oh, he's saying all the right things and he clearly cares about his players and look at his resume. And, it sounds really effective at the end of the season when Mike's talking about, I'm a champion, I'm a Super Bowl champion, I'm a winner, this is what I do. I think he's a good interview. He's a very good interview, and that matters in the process for a lot of these teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if he is a finalist in some of these things. I'd be surprised if he got one of these head coaching jobs, because I just think New Orleans is the one that I might look a little sideways at and say they might be the one that would be the wild card that could do it. But otherwise, I don't see him getting any of these other jobs.
And the morning news reporting that Mike McCarthy will interview with the Chicago Bears tomorrow. So just to reset, you think Kellen Moore is the heavy favorite. You don't think Dion's a real thing. And any other wild card that's in there? Like Nick Harris threw in Lane Kiffin. And I think
on my list.
He said his ideal head coach, or maybe most reasonable, is Pete Carroll.
I think Lane Kiffin wants this job. Lane Kiffin, you got to remember, Monty Kiffin was here for 2 years. It didn't end well here in 2014. That went pretty poorly, and there were some hurt feelings here. But Lane Kiffin is very idealistic. Lane Kiffin is very brand aware himself. I'm sure he'd love to tie himself to this job, whether in the interview process or to actually get it. Lane Kiffin,
that would give us some content.
Lane would be great. My only hang up with him, he's an advisor guy. That's it.
I might be crying for the days of Mike McCarthy if they hired Lane Kiffin. That might be one that gets me hung up a little bit. But no, I think Lane Kiffin actually absolutely wants this job.
What about I don't know if I'm supposed to convey this, but I am, because I don't think he's listening. But I texted Florio yesterday and I was like, who are you hearing or thinking? And he just wrote back Sark.
So Daniel Jeremiah said this yesterday, I think, to Rich Eisen. They brought up, he said, they were like, what are your takeaways about the Dallas thing? He's like, I'll tell you what my takeaway is. The biggest overwhelming thought I've had in some of the conversations I've had. I've heard Sark's name come up a lot from people suggesting it. And universally, everybody in the league is texting me and going, why? Why would Sark, and not why would the Cowboys hire Sark? Why would Sark leave? Because he said that universally, everybody in the NFL looks at the University of Texas job right now as a better job than the Dallas Cowboys. And so it's one of those things where Sark's got a pretty good setup. Sark's probably making more money than Dallas would pay him here. Sark's got a buyout. That's all stuff that I would think would be unlikely. I would personally love it because I think Sark has dealt with a lot of different stuff in Austin and kept that team focused and playing well for the most part. I don't want him calling plays.
Toss left? You don't want toss left?
I want that.
No, I don't. And by the way, I'd like to point out how right I was picking Ohio State. And for everybody who wants to troll me about the Longhorns, just know that
everyone picked Ohio State. Whoopty freaking did.
You know what, though? Being right is my drug, and that's what I care about more than my own happiness. And so Texas losing actually made me happier.
Sark's making about 10 and a half a year.
It.
He's making about 10 and a half a year, Sark.
10 and a half?
And his buyout's what, 30?
Well, I mean, he just signed it, right? So he's signed through 2030. I don't have his buyout in front of me right here.
His buyout, I'm guessing, would be potentially bigger than the total sum of his contract in Dallas. And so, look, I think that Sark could handle a lot of the different things. If you want to talk about what's the closest parallel in college football to the Dallas Cowboys and just kind of the wackiness they operate, University of Texas is close.
Looks like it's $54 million this year.
For the buyout?
For the buyout for Sark.
And Dion's is 8?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
new contract.
Sark, yes, like I said, Sark just signed this extension last year. Dion, I don't know. I think Dion probably negotiated obviously a lower buyout for himself, but I also don't think he was paid as highly as Sark is.
Bob, anything else you think?
You also don't know if some of the BYU coaching staff could end up in the NFL, and then Dion wouldn't be able to beat any of them, and so it's a lower buyout because you never know.
Anything else you think you need to add?
No, I'd say definitely tune in Thursday. And we'll go over a lot of different things. And look, I think it was more than past time for Mike McCarthy to be out. I like I said, I feel bad for him from the perspective of a family man who is comfortable in the North Texas area and has kids in school and everything else. That's a tough situation for somebody to navigate. I do think that it was far past time for football reasons. And as much as we talk about the things that make it difficult to be the head coach in Dallas with Jerry Jones, the things that were in Mike McCarthy's control, he frequently over 5 years, publicly and privately butchered. And I think that now that Mike's out and he's going to be getting another job, and I know I already saw some of it yesterday on social media, some people saying, well, this is just what you're doing here is this is the smear campaign. This is the smear campaign. No. This is stuff that 5 years has been around here and that the Cowboys have dealt with, and that Mike McCarthy's trying to navigate different things like that, that it's not productive to talk about while it's his job. It's stuff that occurred over time, but there's plenty to unpack that I think makes more sense of, oh, okay, well, this actually probably lasted 2 years too long, what they did here. Because I think particularly the last 2 years says a lot about why this went off the rails.
Did they do him dirty, though? Was this unnecessary with the way it was handled? The Chicago non-interview, whatever low ball, was it a low ball? What was it mishandled? Was he done dirty?
Mike McCarthy has a trail of careers of players and coaches during his time in Dallas behind him who feel like they were done dirty, that I don't think that anybody feels like. I think it's a turnabout's fair play if it is.
Thank you, Roberto. We appreciate it, and we'll see you and can't wait for Thursday.
See ya.
Bobby, Roberto Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Fan Camp Twitch. Bobby putting up big numbers with about 1,750 people. That's more than a Cowboy game day on a lot of different Mondays. So thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And it is tough, especially in our position with having Mike on for 5 years every Friday, to balance emptying all the dirt versus the decency. Mike was very good with us. Mike was good to us. Dealing with Bobby, I've been very, very critical as well. Dealing with all the crap that you have to hear around here, you never detected it. You rarely ever detected it from Mike on Fridays at 6:30, and I will always appreciate that about him. Like, what a treat compared to interviewing Jason Garrett for 10 years every single Monday. And for that, I do appreciate Mike's approach with it.
I liked Mike. I was no secret. I was the opposite of Bobby. I liked Mike. I thought he was fine. I thought he was he was great with us.
Yeah.
How do you say it? I would have wanted them to bring in, some other, let's just try to make this thing younger. And that's why I don't really want Kellen Moore here. I don't.
He's younger.
Yeah, well, he's younger. First of all, I can't imagine him.
I don't want Kellen Moore either, by the way. You and I are in sync on that. I've seen zero evidence of that's the head coach of my franchise.
Right.
I haven't picked up anything personality-wise, and Bobby didn't sell me in on either.
Kid. He's a kid, right? He looks like a high school kid.
Yeah.
And
I went last night like a dork while this game was a beatdown, and I found Kellen Moore mic'd up clips because I wanted to see how he was at practice with the Chargers. And it's just, extremely nice, extremely pleasant. Like, I feel like the likability of a Dan Quinn. Not as rah-rah, and hat backwards and stuff, but I wasn't looking at it being like, that's the CEO and head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, it's like, so just watch last night, McVay in the locker room after the game. I don't love Sean McVay. I think he's kind of like a weasel, but he's a fiery guy.
Yeah.
And, is he going to give a pregame pep talk? Kellen Moore can give a pregame pep talk? I just don't, I don't know. And plus, I don't want anyone who's had any relationship with Linehan, Callahan, Garrett. None of that. If you're gonna make a change from Mike McCarthy, then make a change, make a real change.
Yeah.
Don't go to Kellen Moore. Don't go to somebody who has any fingerprints anywhere close to this. Nobody who's got fingerprints with Dak. Just go completely different.
Troy Aikman viral for absolutely destroying what type of job this actually is. Was Aikman right? That's next on 105 through the Fan after we hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Dallas Open on February 3rd and 4th at the Star in Frisco. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
But first, let me go ahead and get you fed. Today, it is still too cold to be running in and out. And in and out or sitting by a grill, especially if you're working with that wood fire. Let Brandon Hurtado and the official... Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Darnold against the rush. Blitz coming. He's hit. Ball down. Scooped up. Jervers has it down the right sideline with blockers. 10-5. A leap in the end zone. The defensive rookie of the year with a scoop and score.
And that is a wrap for Wild Card Weekend. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean, Schlereth, and RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks to all of you who are watching on a show that I've been waiting 20 hours to do after the news came out that Mike McCarthy is out. That was a call from Rams Radio. And, of course, you have the absolute domination from the LA defense as they end the season of the Minnesota Vikings. On the TV call for this was a very raspy Troy Aikman.
Yeah, I watched the second half on the main channel. I watched Bill on the Manning cast, the first one. I was seeing if he was going to give. They didn't say anything.
Nothing?
Not a thing. Not a thing. Although he did, disappointingly enough, repeat over and over again that Eli should get in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. And that they're voting today. The Zoom call is today. They don't do it in person anymore. It's a Zoom call. And they're voting today.
This is it.
This is they're going to pick it today. They won't. I don't think they announce it. If I remember right, they usually announce it Super Bowl week. But they're voting today.
Yo, this is a tough list. I think this is a great class to have to pick and choose from.
Yeah, and I was listening to a podcast with a voter, Ira Kaufman, who's a voter.
Yep.
And he said the Eli conversation is going to be about 2 hours. And he said the one thing is that Gary Myers is the one that's presenting him. And he said Gary is like the GOAT of he gets guys in that you don't think should get in.
Really?
And he is so good at presenting that he gets them in.
Eli, Luke Kuechly, Terrell Suggs, Antonio Gates amongst the finalists. That's a list.
It's a good list. It's a good class. It's an interesting class. It's not like an all-time great class where you've got just goats everywhere, but
Adam Vinatieri, Marshall Yanda, these are finalists as well.
Yeah, these are good, solid names that are tough decisions.
Yeah.
So it should be interesting.
Since NBC5 is coming in here to film our Dallas Cowboy coaching coverage today, may as well read the tweet from the great Newey Scruggs, who said Eli Manning led the NFL in interceptions 3 times. He was never all-pro. He was never an MVP, had a 500 record as a starting quarterback. That is not a first-ballot Hall of Fame resume. So that's the new dog coming in with some anti-Eli Hall of Fame stuff, which I always support.
And, I think the prevailing thought is going to be, what's the rush with Eli? He'll get in eventually. He will get in eventually. But it's a what's the rush? You could boil his career down to about 5 games. The 2 road playoff games at Green Bay, the one I think it's San Francisco, and the Super Bowls. And that's his career. It's boiled down to about 5 games. I guess even the one here, too, in 07.
Yeah.
It's 5 or 6 games you boil his whole career down to.
All right, back to Troy Aikman. Yesterday, he was sitting down before the game on the ESPN crew with Kelsey and Ryan Clark and Scott Van Pelt. And Scott Van Pelt was recapping what happened with McCarthy. And he's basically saying, a very coveted job in opening. And Troy said, whoa. Hang on just a second.
As far as a coveted job, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, really? I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covered or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms.
That's fair.
That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well. But to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
Woo!
Yeah, and this is why, we talked about a couple weeks ago, like, What's a better job, the Patriots job or the Cowboys job? I mean, I thought it was the Patriots job was a better job. Like, and that's
and Broadus confirmed yesterday what Bobby's been saying. He's like, I know 100% fact that Mike Vrabel would have considered taking the Cowboy job.
Yeah, he would have considered it, but I don't think he would have ever taken it over New England. New England was his obvious first choice. And, like, he was fired from Tennessee because of his love for New England. The whole talk with the he went back to Tennessee for the Hall of Fame ceremony or whatever, and he was just so gracious and glorifying the Patriots, and it really ticked off Amy Adams. But it's I think the Patriots job is a better job. Like, you don't have to deal with Jerry Jones. You know, you can probably wrestle more control. If you want control, you got to go to New England.
I mean, Robert Kraft seemed really hands off with Bill. Yeah, he let Bill do his thing.
Mm-hmm. He did.
And the more I think about it, like, the Cowboys never going to hire Bill Belichick here. They're not going to just step aside and step back and let Bill run his program. I just don't believe that was going to happen. I don't believe it.
I agree. I don't think he was really in play. From his standpoint or theirs.
But I agree with a lot of what Aikman said there. Mm-hmm. Is it a coveted job from, as Broadus has said many times, they know your name in different countries when you're the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Is it a coveted job in that you're the biggest rock star in the room? Yeah. From a popularity standpoint, the reason that Troy Aikman, I believe, has his skin crawl when talking about this football team, he just doesn't believe. Troy strikes me as a deadly serious dude. You know what I mean? Like, I've been in a room. Yeah. I've been in a room here and there with Aikman, and it's like intimidating thinking about going up to him, not because he's Troy Aikman. It's like, man, Troy's serious. I don't, you know how you have some friends, they're not going to joke around the way that we do with our text messages. Like, that brand of humor is beneath them. Like, Troy strikes me as that dude. He's not going to laugh at the silly memes and stupid jokes. He's going to give a little half chuckle, but he's too serious for that. And the Dallas Cowboys are not serious enough for him to absolutely love.
They're friends that you get rid of. Right?
You're saying get rid of the ones who won't laugh at the jokes?
Yeah, you get rid of the non-serious ones. You got to get rid of the serious.
Or the ones that like sit around and you know that they're not in love with the gossip.
Right.
You're gossiping and you got the tea and the dirt, and that friend's like, I don't really want to talk about this. I don't, and I'm like, I hate you. You got to let's get in the gossip. Let's go ahead.
You got to get into it.
And Troy strikes me as like above that. You know.
Yeah, the Cowboys job is coveted from the standpoint that there's 32 of them.
Yep.
But this is the same thing with athletes. Like, you know, if you were to say like, well, he stinks. No, like, he's still the best of the best.
Yeah.
But in the context of these are uncommon men, you want the most uncommon of the uncommon. And the same thing here. Like, all these NFL jobs are good jobs. They're the 32 best football jobs in the world. But there are tiers within that. And this is a better job.
Well, some would say they're better college jobs than, like, the Jets.
Yeah. But, like, you know, if your goal is to be in the NFL, your goal is to be in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, are there jobs in the NFL that are better? Yeah, like the Jets job stinks. It's just terrible. And you know, the Jaguars job probably stinks.
Or Tepper, maybe. Carolina.
Sure, Carolina. But is this job as good as some of the others? I don't know. I mean, I think Green Bay sounds like a better job. I'd rather work for Green Bay.
Yeah.
Or the Rams or any number. Steelers. Like, there are levels to this.
It's not as coveted as it should be.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, if you go work for the Lakers, you have to deal with the buses and Kurt Rambis's wife.
Mm-hmm.
And if you come here, you gotta deal with all the stuff that I'm sure McCarthy hated. I can't wait for the book one day, or I can't wait for the leaks on the stuff that Mike detested and didn't like dealing with working around here.
And you know what? I think unfortunately we'll never hear it. He never said a bad word about Rodgers. Rodgers said he was lazy sitting on a massage table. Mike never clapped back. I don't know that it's in Mike to I don't know that we'll ever get the true story of what happened here. All the dirt. I wish we did.
So that is Troy Aikman saying, I don't know if it's that coveted a job. And he mentioned Dan Campbell in that. Jerry Jones was on, is this from KNC?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. This was a KNC. And Bassick asked him, Hey, did you know that Dan Campbell would be a good NFL head coach one day?
You obviously know the coach on the other side for the Lions, Dan Campbell, former Dallas Cowboy. They're having a great year. You can take this in different places, but did you know that Dan Campbell was going to be a future head coach in the NFL when he was a tight end for the Cowboys?
Well, I don't know that I would think that head coach. I will say, I don't know that I wouldn't think head coach either, because he has very similar aura and very similar way that he approaches the game as Jason Witten. And, of course, when I think of Jason Witten, I see someone that could potentially be a great head coach at any level. And, of course, he is at the high school level right now. Those guys, their body language speaks to football. And they don't know the easy way. There's an old adage in football. It's called running around the block. And the idea is that if somebody's trying to block you, don't run around it, because that means that's where the ball carrier will go if you run around. You take the path of resistance, the path of the most resistance, not the least resistance. That's Dan Campbell. To me, I hate to usually get in trouble comparing people, but Jason Witten never, one time, and Dan didn't either, take the path of least resistance. That's the most important quality in my mind mentally that a football coach or a football player can have.
Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, who was all over the McCarthy news, said yesterday, you could have some different types of candidates, names we haven't seen elsewhere that are in the mix in Dallas. And Wilczek came out and said, Witten, he hasn't been anywhere else. Lincoln Riley. And Gruden. Gruden has been floated in some other circles. But that was Tom Pelissero, and I was like, what does that mean? Some other names, and I think your mind instantly goes to Jason Witten.
Yeah, I mean, Witten does, and if you wanted to go other routes, I mean, there's a ton of college coaches, from Matt Campbell to PJ to Lane Kiffin. And then, there's I still think that Jerry is always, he said with us when they were doing the McCarthy hiring process, he wanted a head coach that wasn't going to learn the job.
Yeah. So
that means you're a former head coach in the National Football League. That brings in Pete Carroll and Bill O'Brien. Those guys.
Back to the coveted Aikman point, and this is what I tried to ask Florio the other day. And Ian Rappaport was like, yeah, it's a coveted job. Are you kidding me? But then everyone likes to tiptoe around Jerry and Steven. Like, everyone says it's coveted, but then they're like, but you got things to deal with. And I'm like, can you have both the same? Can it be coveted, but you're trying to say you cannot win a championship with Jerry Jones as the owner and general manager? That's what it feels like these insiders and people are trying to say. Like, no one will just come out and say, they will. I think Shannon Sharp will. You will never, ever win a Super Bowl. Fans will say it. I'm just talking about people in the media. You'll never, ever win one with the guys in charge. But it's still a really, really coveted job, and I think that speaks to the popularity.
The popularity makes it coveted. It's really hard to win if you refuse to ever rebuild. Steelers are finding that out. Right? They never rebuild. Like, you're never bad enough to get good enough.
Speaking of the Steelers, this is what they're feeling in Pittsburgh about Mike Tomlin. This is from the Barstool Call-In Shred line with John Gruden, and they seem to want to change.
What the are the Steelers doing? What the 300 yards of offense in the first half? This is the guys that are ready to go to Cancun. Mike Tomlin needs to go. Get him out. I don't even know what to say. The Rams can run the ball every play if they wanted to. I don't want a single person on this team next year. Get Tomlin out. Get him out.
Is that Sam Kinison?
If you want to coach this team, go ahead. I'll give you the keys.
We haven't had that call about Mike McCarthy yet.
No, we have not. We've had people that want him out, but not like that.
The Rangers were told no. The Caitlin Clark stalker was from Denton, and the Eagle Philly fan piece of trash just got his. We'll get to all of it while continuing to keep an eye on Cowboys coaching. Watch next on The Fan.
that?
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg.
And And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at karsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-481-7333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How are we going to remember Mike McCarthy's time as the Cowboys head coach? We did this with Quinn Ewers yesterday, and we will do it at 8:40 and below the belt here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on, but got him. Did you see the Eagles-Packers fan video that went viral yesterday?
Oh, yeah. I reposted that, and that guy, I have a feeling he's not too popular with the ladies. I think he might be a bit of a jerk.
Describe the video.
Well, my first inclination now, everything is fake. That's my first thing. First thing I think of is this isn't real. This is staged. But then you get this Eagle fan.
Elon's going to clean that up when he buys TikTok.
That's right.
I thought Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary was buying TikTok, and then yesterday I saw maybe Elon getting it.
I didn't see that about Elon. I didn't see that about Elon buying TikTok.
Yeah.
I knew.
Can you imagine this dude buying Twitter and TikTok? The amount of control that you have.
Oh, for sure. That's a ton of control.
And didn't Zuckerberg make some Facebook changes?
He put community notes on. They got rid of fact checking, and they put community notes on.
What the hell are community notes?
That's what Twitter has. At the bottom of all the these posts, it's a community note where like you have the users come. They're the ones that do it. It started to be pretty good. It's but I guess it's the same thing as fact checking. It's just not called that. So Zuck is doing that. But yeah, the TikTok is the ban is a week, 5 days, January 19th. That is the TikTok ban. Now it can be reinstated.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ban of TikTok. They're banning TikTok on the 19th.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the ban. Now that's why they're trying to find a divestment from the companies in China that own it. That's where Paul Orndorff, Mr. Wonderful.
Okay, I think we need to go back to the Eagle video.
So this guy is, he's sitting a row behind a Packer fan, and this girl, and I guess her husband, boyfriend, whatever. And he starts going in on her like there was a penalty was called, and he starts clapping, like doing this in the face clap, which that part is like we've all been there with the fan behind you, doing the fake clap. And then he starts going in on her, like really laying into her.
Using the C word.
With some vile language. And the guy's like, please don't call this girl that. And he goes, well, she is. And she's ugly. And he throws that. And this poor girl, like, she took it really, really well.
Yeah.
Took it completely in stride. And this guy went completely viral yesterday to the point where, like, apparently they found out who he was.
Ryan Caldwell, project manager with BCT Partners in East Brunswick, New Jersey.
Oh, okay. Right by that's where Rutgers is. That's where Rutgers is, the college.
And I think the company put out a statement on their website.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
It's like, we're familiar with this. This stuff will not be tolerated. It's under investigation. Caldwell, again, Ryan Caldwell.
Project manager's like a good job. Like that. This is a professional. That's like a professional guy.
Social media profiles have been removed since the incident, apparently.
Yeah. You're a loser. Like you're going out. This is like, you're sitting there at a stadium, and obviously everything is going well if you're an Eagles fan. Like this was not a situation where they were getting beat.
Yeah.
Everything was going pretty well if you're an Eagles fan. I don't care how drunk you are. That is completely uncalled for.
I got some Tolos saying he's been fired. I don't know. I haven't seen articles confirming it, but the most important thing, they identified him, just like that Raven fan. Did you see like that 6'4" Raven fan who was walking the streets and randomly like drop kicking people and just like punching people like he was a UFC fighter? And they got that piece of crap too. So I'm glad both pieces of garbage dealt with, and hopefully never forgotten about or not let off the hook for a long, long time. So good job, Filthy. Well done. Well done. They got the Eagle fan, identified him, and hopefully he loses his job. Speaking of other legal matters, The Caitlin Clark stalker? Where was Bobby yesterday?
He was not in Indianapolis.
He was not in Indianapolis?
No.
This is someone from Denton?
Yeah, someone from Denton, guy by the name of Michael Lewis. He was charged with a level 5 felony, arrested. So he had traveled to Indianapolis.
Oh, my.
And he is scheduled to appear in court today. He's in court right now, 8 a.m. He was in there at 8 a.m. He faced up to 6 years in jail and a $10,000 fine, arrested with felony stalking, allegedly repeatedly sent threats and sexually violent messages to Caitlin Clark on social media.
55 years old, and he wrote to her on X, been driving around your house 3 times a day, but don't call the law just yet. The public is allowed to drive by Gamebridge, a.k.a. Caitlin's Fieldhouse. I'm getting tickets. I'm sitting behind the bench. They said I was sending threatening texts, but the only thought on my mind was, Caitlin. Other messages, apparently sexually violent, according to the documents. FBI tracked this psycho and went and tracked him down at the hotel in Indianapolis. He's out.
Yeah, it's joking around.
It's just joking around. It's an imagination.
Fantasy.
Quote.
He said it was a fantasy.
It's a fantasy type thing, and it's a joke. Nothing to do with threatening. Holy crap.
Oh, and then so
is there a scarier word than stalking?
Stalking is the one. Stalking is the word that, like, murder is like murder, right?
Yeah.
Stalking, like, it actually, like, I think murder fits. The word murder fits the crime. Like, stalking is like just such a harsh word. It's just so powerful.
Well, it leaves so much to the imagination too. It leaves so much of the scary imagination.
I think of like horror films about stalking are like, I mean, obviously you have the ones that are like super gory that just don't appeal to me. The ones about stalking, like, creep you out so much more.
Yeah. And murder, like, someone's dead. The stalking, like, makes your mind race.
Oh yeah, you're mentally just traumatized for years after that.
Yeah.
Maybe your rest of your life.
So I hope they put this guy away for a while.
6 years. That's the penalty.
Yeah. 6 years.
Only a $10,000 fine. That seems low.
Psych center. Get this person in the psych center very quickly.
You see the photo of him?
No.
Oh yeah. I mean,
does he look like it?
He looks kind of like
like a South Park basement dude.
No, he's got a big bushy beard, kind of Unabomber-y. Kind of like that.
I guess we shouldn't be talking about him this much since he's in Denton.
Yeah, probably not. It's my county.
What's his name?
Michael Lewis.
Michael Lewis.
Not the guy. I don't think it's the guy who wrote the Moneyball book.
Yeah. Images. Let's see. Okay. It kind of looks like Robin Williams a tiny bit. A little bit Robin Williams with the big old beard.
Scruffy.
The Texas Rangers. We are your home of Rangers baseball as well. In case you're new to the station, they were told no.
They were told no. They joined the San Francisco Giants and the New York Yankees as teams that were informed on Monday that they are out of the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes. Now, his international bonus pool, it was basically going to be really, really affordable for everybody, like under $10 million, $7.5 million.
Now, reset who this guy is.
He's like the next young Japanese phenom pitcher. And there was a video circulating yesterday that he was at Petco Park in San Diego throwing a bullpen session, and all signs point to Dodgers, Padres, Blue Jays as the final 3 for Roki. And he's supposed to be this, very, very young, super, high ceiling type pitcher. We'll see. I've seen, David Schoenfield, who we've had on the show before, says with his fastball splitter combo, he reminds him very much of Roger and Curt Schilling. So Clemens and Curt Schilling. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty high.
Yeah.
Others are saying Logan Gilbert of Seattle. So all signs point to this guy's being a really good pitcher, but he's going to stay either LA, San Diego, or go to Toronto. Got
an update on the Cali Fires. Of course, yesterday they moved the Rams win over the Vikings to Arizona because of what's happening. And the networks are going all in with the support. Jason Kelsey's wearing the fire department hats. You were telling us about some of these rich people hiring $2,000 an hour firefighters to try to go ahead and fight the flames. Is it 10% contained? Is it 20% contained? What's going on?
Now it's close to 15 to 20% contained. The Palisades one. There's 5 fires out there. You got one. You have like the one at Palisades, but then you have like 3 or 4 others like on the north and the east side. Palisades one, there's the Santa Ana winds that's 70 miles an hour. They're concerned that it could like go to Santa Monica and go further down south. They believe it was caused by humans in a hiking area popular with teenagers. There was a fireworks situation on New Year's Eve. They said that got put out. But this one, they believe, was started that had human origins to it.
Whoa.
So there's the death toll is about 25 as of last night. So I don't know if it went up. But, I mean, people are just... I've had a few friends out in L.A. They all are fine. Their houses are fine, but they've been told to evacuate. So they're like staying in hotels. There are people who are price gouging the heck out of Airbnbs. Hotels aren't, right? Hotels are I looked, the hotels are normal price. But the Airbnbs, these are just regular customers say, I'll just boost the price. $10,000 a month, $20,000 a month. So you can get what you can get there. But it's crazy, man. Like the amount of people that have lost their home. They lost everything. They lost generations of items and work they put into their houses.
Dallas police are now prohibited from arresting you for possession of 4 or less ounces of marijuana.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
So you can
Babe
have
Loveberg's super happy right now.
Who?
Babe.
He's coming in studio with one of the shows today. 4 or less ounces of marijuana on your person, can't get arrested. That's a lot.
That's a good amount.
That's basically legalizing it.
Essentially, yeah. You've decriminalized it to the point where 4 ounces. Anything about 4 ounces is they call.
Like, how much is an ounce of weed?
I don't really know how to describe that. Just an ounce.
Show me.
Okay. It's. I mean.
That okay. I was expecting even more than that.
Maybe not even a foot by a foot.
Now, if I have gummies and I have candies or whatever, how do they measure that with the liquid in terms of the weight?
Oh gosh,
Because
that's different.
How many gummies would I have to travel with in an airport to equal an ounce of weed?
That's a great question.
Okay, watch the fan text light up. It'll be more weed responses than McCarthy Dion responses.
I think gummies might still be illegal because it's like
I know they're illegal. I'm just wondering the weight difference.
Yeah, I don't know if they look at it the same way. I have no idea. That's interesting. The fantastic styles just said
877-881-1053 in order to answer all of our legal or illegal drug questions here on DFW Sports Station. There is another question to answer before we find his replacement. How are you going to remember former Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy? That's next in Below the Belt, 105 through the Fan.
After.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do. Good morning, Metroplex. Below the belt without Roberto, but he joined us for a long time in the Expressway, and the anticipation is now building for Bobby spilling all the Mike McCarthy beans. He promised it during his return Thursday morning off vacation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get some calls in here at 877-881-1053. How are you going to remember Mike McCarthy's tenure and your reaction to him leaving? Bobby kind of turned it a little bit. It made it sound like the Cowboys maybe forced him to quit, forced him to walk away. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, McCarthy's guy, on how and why this happened.
The length of the contract important here because last year, as we know from Mike McCarthy's own words, going into the final week of the season was really hard on a lot of people. It is about when you have everybody in the building, the entire coaching staff on one-year deals. That's hard and puts a lot of stress on the coaches. It puts a lot of stress on the staff. It puts a lot of stress on the families. That's a lot to deal with, particularly when you have things like injuries and other challenges that mount. Jerry Jones, quite plainly, was not willing to make the type of commitment that Mike McCarthy was going to want to return to Dallas.
The only way I'll defend Mike in this with the length argument is if it was 1 year and incentive for year 2. I'll defend Mike on that. If Mike was saying 4 years, 5 years, no. Hell no. That's not happening. 3 years, a middle ground, that still would have felt like a little bit too long for me. I get Mike asking for that, but if this was something like 1 year, incentives for 2, and Jerry really gave that away, well, hopefully we find out one day what the offer actually was. But in that post game, and I'll never forget Jane Slater tweeting about it, and I was like, why are you tweeting about incentives? Why are you talking about Jerry Jones talking about incentives for a coach's contract? That's what fans really want. I love how Jerry decides that is what he wants to listen to, what fans' requests are, and not anything else that we've been talking about here for a long, long time. But that's the only way I'll defend Mike over the years, is if it was like 1 and an extra, because that's ridiculous. I mean, you can't stand on that.
You can't, because it's, and a lot of this and coaches, I know fans kind of scoff at it, but it really matters to coaches about what their assistants.
Yep.
They have these guys' lives in their hands, and the assistants aren't making generational money.
Mike made that a huge deal, I think. Mike has mentioned his family multiple times too. He mentioned the family aspect, tough on them, listening to all the hate, listening to all the criticism, and then did not want the uncertainty for the assistants. And that's a valiant thing to stand on.
Yeah, and college coaches really fight They will tell you, like, the salary they make is one thing, but they fight for the assistant salaries because that is like you keep your staff around.
And the assistant salary pool was apparently a factor in here. As they were on NFL Network, it was Slater, Pelissero, Ian Rappaport saying the assistant salary pool was something of a factor. And now you were asking the question, how are we going to remember Coach?
So that is the one thing I want to know. We talked about this with Quinn yesterday. But his era will be remembered as what?
Start with your answer. I think it's a pretty good one.
I think it was I would call it a successful failure. You can't overlook the 36 wins in 3 years. You can't overlook 3 straight 12-5 seasons. I value the regular season. If I had my way, I would change all sports leagues to just do a round robin, regular season, there's your title. Like, that's how I would do. 6 months to me is more important than 6 weeks. Detroit, no matter what happens in the playoffs, Detroit had the best season. They're the best team this year. They just wouldn't have been the best team in the playoffs if they don't win it.
Okay.
Like Oregon in football. Oregon was the best team.
The only problem with that is the Cowboys beating up on the NFC East for a lot of their 12-win seasons.
Yep, it happened. That happens.
So you got to balance the schedule for that.
You do have to balance the schedule. But I understand that American sports fans aren't like that. It's more of a European thing. As unfair as it may be to say 12-5 times 3 isn't good enough, it wasn't good enough. It was good, but it wasn't good enough. So that is a successful failure. I mean, he failed what he was brought in here to do, but he succeeded in that the team was better than it previously was. Successful failure.
Let's hear from the Tolos. Jeff in... Is this Lions, Jeff? You just brought up Detroit. Jeff, you are live on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, boss.
Well, boys. So, I got my assessment on what McCarthy's legacy was or his time here. Then I want to say something. Number one, he was an unemployed, desperate man that lied about watching all the game film, was willing to take assistant coaches and coordinators that were assigned for him because he wanted the job. He was desperate. He was unemployed. Jerry knew it. Was he the best man at the job? No, he wasn't. He really wanted that job and was probably willing to do whatever, and it was clear. And you brought up a great point. When those 12-win seasons, 4 of them are the Jets, or the Giants, and the Redskins.
Yeah.
So he was definitely, Jerry got the better end of that deal. But I want to say something. It's more of a rhetorical question, and I don't want you guys to answer because you guys have to live here and work with these people. But if you and RJ were sitting in Detroit, Michigan, Chicago, Illinois, New Jersey doing sports talk, which you guys should be anyways. You guys should be national. Anyway, I digress from that.
Love you.
But would the Cowboy job really be the most coveted? Really? You got a $60 million a year, decent quarterback, not $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
You got cap problems.
Yep.
You got ownership and GM problems. So that's just something out there that, you guys can't always say it. I don't want.
We addressed it at 8. No, none of that falls under the word coveted.
No, I'm not saying that you guys bring it more than anybody, but I don't want to have my statement cause you problems later. But if you guys were sitting anywhere else, this would not be the most coveted job.
Yeah. You're right. Hey, let me ask you let me ask you a question real quick because you're Lions, Jeff. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn as candidates. Give us your take real quick.
Ben Johnson will not succeed as an NFL head coach.
Whoa.
He is a brilliant do you remember that TV show back in the day, Dexter's Laboratory?
Sure, yeah. Dexter?
That's who he is. He is brilliant at the X's and O's. He will not be a Dan Campbell. He will not. He will be an amazing coordinator. He'll go somewhere, flounder, and come back and be a great offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Aaron Glenn is a true leader of men. But I don't know that if you guys were lucky enough and Aaron Glenn was high enough to take this job, you guys would be set. He is a true if he was he's a true guy. I'm not saying that about Ben Johnson because I want to keep him.
Yeah.
Guess what? We got Scotty Montgomery or Brunell to take over as OC. I just don't see it. I don't see the players. The players voted Aaron Glenn throughout the whole league last year. Favorite assistant coach to play for, favorite coordinator. Ben Johnson didn't even get a vote. What does that tell you?
Wow. Jeff bringing it strong as always here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Over to Melvin in Fort Worth. Melvin, you're up next here on Sean and RJ.
Hey, I'm not mad about the Mike McCarthy hire or fire because we had a good team to go 12-5, and like you said, we beat the Giants and the Redskins, so that's not a bad fire. But I want to go to what I was talking about, a buyout. Man, buy Tony Romo out his contract with CBS, give him 3 years, and I guarantee you he'll do something for us.
Oh.
His enthusiasm and everything he have for calling games, he'll do good for us.
Melvin, you should be thankful that Bobby Belt is not here.
He'll be sitting in the meeting room with Jerry on a Monday. Go, Jerry!
First off,
play!
That'd be a pay cut for Romo.
Is he making $18 million a year?
Yeah, that'd be a pay cut. And
Tony!
If you haven't listened to the Romo locker room stuff throughout the years, just go look up Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe, who doesn't say anything negative about anyone.
He eviscerated
Tony
God.
Tony Romo in the locker room. Heck no.
I haven't even heard Tony respond to that.
Tony doesn't talk outside of his little CBS obligations. Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, how are you going to remember Mike McCarthy or anything else you want to comment on Cowboy coaching-wise? Go ahead, boss. Mike?
Michael.
Did we lose him?
I find the Cowboys made the right decision.
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead. Start over. We had phone problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Cowboys made the right decision for 2 years. If McCarthy thought if he was that delusional, think he's going to get another 4 or 5 year deal.
Yeah.
For what happened this year, he's crazy. Now 2 years, I'm fine with that. But it wasn't all his fault. Dak got hurt.
Yep.
They probably would have went on a winning streak. They lost. Mike wasn't there at first. They had a new defensive coordinator. We see how important Dan Quinn was. We didn't know he would. That really was Mike McCarthy's downfall when they lost their defensive coordinator. So you can't blame it all on. And then they got a new guy, but it was only 1 year. So, but you know that's life in the NFL. Now, who I think they should bring in? Maybe bring in Steve Sarkisian or. Dion, I wouldn't bring in Dion. Dion is a good motivator, a good recruiter in college, but he's not a coordinator. He doesn't know. I mean, he called a little few plays in high school for his high school team, but no, you'd have to. If you bring in Dion, if you bring in Jason Witten, then you put a lot of importance on your coordinators. These guys aren't coordinators; they're just good motivators.
Thanks for the call, Mikey. Appreciate you, Gary in New Mexico, listening on the Odyssey app. Go ahead, Gary.
Hey guys, McCarthy to me, good but not good enough.
Yeah.
And I think the shame of it, if you go back 2 years ago to 2022, I think that was his best job. He got him to the playoffs 12-5, won that playoff game. He was missing Dak the first 5 weeks of the season. He overcame that. And you got to consider, too, he had a little bit of bad luck. You know, in that San Francisco game, they could have won that game, but Tony Pollard got hurt just before halftime. And they had a field goal kicker that completely went off the rails that affected the play calling. So a little bit of bad, a little bit of bad luck in there. I think 2022 was the best shot, but the bottom line was he got him in position, but he couldn't close the deal. But back to Jerry, the Cowboys can do a lot better than Mike McCarthy, but they won't because of Jerry. And I agree with what Troy Aikman said last night. This is not as coveted his job as people think it is.
Yeah.
And it's because of Jerry Jones. Until he gets out of the way, he can be the GM. But he's got to empower his coach. And the biggest thing about that, with the Ezekiel Elliott thing this year, he should have been cut.
Yep.
And the fact that he was still there, it's little things like that that keep this team from going over the top, and that is all on Jerry Jones.
Great call, Gary. Thanks for being a Tolo. You are appreciated. Appreciated. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and you. We'll take more calls at 9:20. 9:20, more Tolos, because we have to get to Nick Harris, who is fast up-and-comer, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He had the Zeke behind-the-scenes story. He has the leader in the clubhouse, the dark horse, and the surprising name who could take over for Mike McCarthy. What is next, and what type of beans can he spill about Coach McCarthy's tenure? Remember, The McCarthy-Nick Harris incident at the press conference. Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram, joins us next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Sean Schlereth, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back Thursday. We got Peyton, we got Carter in the back. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. In case you're moving around that radio dial, some radio changes in your usual lineup. Hopefully you give us a chance and you stick around. Hopefully you showed up to the building yesterday. I heard the Rangers Marcus Semien Whataburger line was out the building through the parking garage. So the Ranger fans representing, and you know we're trying to represent for you, the Cowboy and NFL fan nonstop like we've been doing for 15 years. Mike McCarthy is out. What's next? Let's talk about all of it with a man who has his own unique connection to Mike McCarthy. If you'll recall a press conference that happened earlier this year between McCarthy and Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I know you said you guys don't have a ton of time for corrections this week, but with Jordan Lewis talking about details, Michael Parsons last night talking about accountability, how do you kind of work those conversations in this?
Pretty dramatic there, Nick. I tell you must practice that one. Jeez, I mean, well, hey, Thursday schedule. I mean, that's where we're on. I mean, it's we didn't win the game, so I think that's part of where we are. I mean, so yeah, I think they do a good job of answering your questions. It's emotional after the game, so I'm not ever going to referee emotion on the field or after a game.
And that created an all-time drop for us with pretty dramatic there, Nick. With Nick Harris on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
No drama queen antics today, but I'm doing pretty good. How are y'all?
Your thoughts on the McCarthy news? What were some of the first thoughts that you had when you heard and found out?
Yeah, it was definitely a back and forth type week as far as how I felt things would end up going. You hear about them having conversations and long conversations, but you don't necessarily hear that negotiations are a huge part of it. And then yesterday's news comes down. I think the timing probably surprised me a little bit. I expected them to at least go through today, through the exclusive negotiating window. But nevertheless, it happens when it happens, and here we are. So I think the overall result isn't terribly surprising, just kind of given the, how the season went down at certain times. And I think you look, whenever this team was 3-7, I think a lot of people pretty much assumed he was gone. And then once they put together 4 wins in 5 weeks, looked good down the stretch. And that's when the momentum really started to kick around about his return. But I think overall, the result for me isn't terribly surprising.
Do you think this entire situation with Mike was mishandled by the Cowboys, that it was either just sloppy or unprofessional?
This is business at the end of the day. They had an exclusive negotiating window. And if as a business, you take advantage of that. I think if you look at, how other businesses operate outside of football, they would be operating under the same pretense. That's in the contract. If they didn't want that a part of the contract, then they would have said that in the very beginning. Now, granted, I think this really hurts the assistants more than anybody. McCarthy's going to be all right. He's going to go get an interview with the Bears. He's going to get interest from the Saints. It wouldn't surprise me if the Jaguars maybe reach out as well. He's going to get his interest and be just fine. But it's mainly the assistants. You think about how like the Patriots are starting to put a staff together. Maybe if they had reached out to an assistant or two, and that assistant had to be like, well, let me see what happens in Dallas, and then the Patriots move on. But if anything, I think the holding period just kind of messed with the assistants more than anybody. But McCarthy will be okay at the end of the day.
Does their, I guess because like it is their right to maintain his employment until the end date, but I'm sure the contracts are like that for all the other coaches that were fired too. Just the timeline of that whole thing they just dragged their feet, right?
Yeah, and absolutely. I think this is definitely a conclusion they could have came to, Thursday or Friday last week, and it would have made things a little bit easier on the back end as far as trying to figure out, what happens with those guys individually moving forward. Making it drag through the weekend and through the wild card playoff weekend, that it's not ideal by any means. And it didn't necessarily sound like it took like a certain amount of time to really get through contract negotiations, quote unquote. It felt like those discussions happened rather quickly. And whenever they figure out that they were on two different sides of the spectrum as far as contract length, that's when they decided to go separate ways. So if they had just started that conversation maybe Wednesday, Thursday, maybe this conclusion happens a little bit quicker.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram here on the Fan Cowboys Insider. Do you think Cowboy fans should be upset over this timeline and the perceived missing of interview opportunities with teams that are still in it? Or do you not think that the possible names out there were serious Cowboy thoughts anyway?
Yeah, I'm under that latter thinking. Shereen Williams had put out yesterday. It was like, they missed out with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and Spagnuolo. But these are guys that they probably would not have interviewed anyway, given their past about Jerry Jones not wanting first-time head coaches unless he has a deep understanding of who they are. That's where I think Kellen Moore is a little bit of an outlier in that sense. But the Ben Johnsons and the Aaron Glenns, I don't think they necessarily had a huge shot. I mean, Aaron Glenn, yes, played in Dallas. But I don't think the experience there from Jerry's perspective is deep enough to say that they missed out on a window. I think that was definitely calculated last week as well. I don't see either of those guys being huge contenders here.
Why was Dion Sanders not on your list of candidates yesterday?
Yeah, I'm not a huge believer in him being a top candidate. I was kind of monitoring the Deion pulse just from an NFL standpoint, going back to late December, and still have a lot of contacts in the college realm where I came from before covering the Cowboys. And talking to those guys, he seems very comfortable in Boulder, and he wants to continue to coach at the college level. He says he feels like he gets the most out of guys when he can pull them out of high school and mold them at the college level and turn them into men. So I think it's not a surprise that his name is starting to garner some interest. I think it's a surprise that he was the first name that popped up. I think I didn't expect that to happen, right off the bat. But I'm not expecting him to be a top candidate at any point. Will they talk? Sure, maybe, but I don't think he's going to end up being a head coach here. That's why I didn't put him on that candidates list.
Okay, let's run through your list then. At the very top is Kellen Moore. Why?
Yeah, the interest from the Joneses in Kellen Moore has continued to stay even after his departure in 2022. There's still a lot of respect there from the Joneses. Now, how the exit exactly went down a couple of years ago, they would need to talk through that. But I from what I understand, it's not something that's so difficult that they can't overcome. But I think this is going to be a situation where they wait out for Kellen Moore at the very least to see when he can talk, when that happens. They want to talk to Kellen Moore. It would surprise me if they move on something before the Eagles either are out of the playoffs or if they make a Super Bowl run.
Nick, would Kellen Moore just be more of the same? Like it's just another comfortable hire that they know that isn't anything exciting or unique and runs that same Jason Garrett-y offense?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think the one caveat I think you could throw in is that, Kellen Moore, while still young and he's had a couple of years out of the building, him and Dak had a great relationship. And if you're trying to maximize what you can get out of Dak and CD moving forward, then I think that marriage could work out in a couple of years away for both sides. Maybe them coming back together, they're able to add some new wrinkles within that. I think that Kellen's offensive style is a little bit more creative than I think what we maybe would have seen over the course of the last couple of years under McCarthy. Even in 2023, whenever the offense was moving at its times, I loved the creativity from Kellen a lot more than I did from McCarthy. That's just me personally. I feel like that's only been, explored at his time with the Chargers last year. Granted, they dealt with a lot of injury, and then Philadelphia this year. I think the one concern I would have, though, is, okay, yeah, he's looked good in Philadelphia this year, but he's got this all-world offensive line. He's got a running back that was contending for the rushing record, and he's got a quarterback that can be a tank at times. So, how much is personnel also helping Kellen Moore out in Philly?
But Nick, what about running the organization? Like, I don't even care as much about the offensive mind stuff. Like, how is Kellen Moore going to stand in front of the entire room, command them, have them be different, tighter, more disciplined, better coach than Mike McCarthy with whatever type of stick he can carry?
Yeah, and I think that's very valid too. He would need a DC that can really kind of, wield that power around and be able to, lay the law down at times. I think that's what the goal was with Mike Zimmer. And sure, yes, Mike Zimmer did bring that. But I think they would definitely need a DC that could kind of wield that power around and command respect for the entire room. I'm with you there.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram at 105.3 The Fan. The second name in your column is Jon Gruden.
Yeah, Jon Gruden's a fascinating one. Now, I don't necessarily see a reality where this lawsuit between Gruden and the NFL can be navigated, but it's not one to throw out, according to someone I talked to yesterday, just because of that one reason. Now, Gruden, talk about a guy that can command respect. He's certainly that. He's got this fiery coaching style, fiery personality. It just makes sense on the surface between the Joneses and Gruden. But I think this lawsuit would definitely have to be navigated.
Witten.
Yeah, Witten. This is I am under the impression that he's going to be on the staff in some capacity. Jerry is obviously he loves what Witten brings to the table. Whenever Dan Campbell has been brought up on you guys' airwaves over the course of the last couple of years, he always finds a way to pivot to Witten, and I think Witten is going to be a name that gets kicked up. It would be a surprise to me if he does not end up on the staff. Also, a couple of former players, I think, to monitor as far as a staff moving forward. This is not head coach-wise, but Tashard Choice from Texas, running backs coach, and DeMarco Murray, running backs coach at Oklahoma.
Are Witten's kids still in school? Like, would he leave coaching them?
And that's the question he would have to answer because Cooper Witten, yes, he's still got 2 more years. He's trending to be a 5-star prospect. He's probably going to be either a safety or a tight end himself. He's already getting big-time offers over at Argyle Liberty Christian, so that would have to be a question he has to answer for sure.
Doug Peterson.
Yeah, now this is one that I think if this search becomes extensive and they get tired of waiting around for Kellen Moore or they decide they don't want to move on Kellen Moore, I think this is probably a quote-unquote safe option. Now, I don't think this necessarily excites, but it's a guy who has a ton of experience in the NFC East with the Philadelphia Eagles. I believe it's 9 seasons he's had total coaching with the Eagles. He obviously had those years as head coach where he won a Super Bowl. It just kind of checks all the boxes as far as what Jerry Jones likes. Super Bowl winning head coach, experience in the division. Things did not go down in Jacksonville this last year, obviously, in a great way. 4-13 this past year, but had a couple of winning seasons in Jacksonville, which is tough to do too.
Kingsbury.
Yeah, this is one that would not surprise me if we hear noise on early on, even with Washington continuing their playoff run. Obviously, that they can't interview him until that they are out. But I think Kingsbury makes some sense on the surface. He's a New Braunfels native. He'd potentially be looking to come back to Texas. I am not a huge fan of a potential Kingsbury hire just because his extensive head coaching career, not only in the NFL, but in the NCAA ranks, has never proven to be, contending for titles or anything of the sort. He has a losing record in the NCAA at Texas Tech and at Arizona. Sure, he had a couple of winning seasons, but no playoff wins. He would really have to sell playoff success. Jerry would have to sell playoff success and how that could be attainable under a Kingsbury-type hire.
I love that you put out your ideal staff that consisted of defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, offensive coordinator Josh McCown, and head coach Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I think that's the one for me, Pete Carroll. If that were to happen, you talk about a guy that can build a staff and knows how to build a staff. He knows how to win. Yeah, sure. He's going to be 74 years old when this season kicks off, but he's still moving around. You think back to that last season he had in Seattle where he was, punching guys on their helmet and throwing balls around. I mean, he's still very active. Yeah. He still runs every day. I'm not under the impression that Carroll is, one of these old guys out here that's barely getting out of bed every morning. I think it would be an interesting marriage between the two sides. They would definitely have to figure out a power structure and stick to it. But I think Carroll could do a really good job building a staff. I mean, his last 12 seasons in Seattle, he only had 1 losing season. He had 11 winning seasons. I think this is a guy that if you want to win, you bring in Pete Carroll. He'll build you a hell of a staff, and then he'll leave you in a good spot to where whenever he does need to retire 4 or 5 years from now,
and
somebody could take over.
Where the heck did your final name come from in Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, you talk about his experience with his father Monty back in 2013, and the Joneses kind of throwing Monty onto the Jason Garrett staff, and obviously a lot of respect between the Kiffin family and the Jones family. This one would not surprise me if some interest kicks up out of thin air. The buyout at Ole Miss is only $4 million. It's a lot lower than other college guys we would be talking about, like Steve Sarkisian. I believe his is at 6. Lincoln Riley, Bill Belichick's is at 10. It just would not surprise me if this one starts to buzz a little bit at a certain point. I'm not necessarily sure that this would be the best marriage as a head coach, but it wouldn't surprise me if maybe some interest kicks up between both sides.
Nick, what is something you could not say about McCarthy while he was here that you can say now? Whether it was an opinion, a report, just something, that we're all going to get stuff off our chest here over the next few days and weeks. Is there something that jumps to mind?
Yeah, no, not necessarily. I honestly commend McCarthy because whenever that moment happened back in week 2 or week 3 of the season last year, he apologized almost right off the bat for it. So I felt like I had a good working relationship with Mike. I think that moment definitely took off and painted our relationship a little bit specifically. But I wish Mike the best. I really do. I hope it works out for him. But I do believe this is the right move for the Cowboys. I think a fresh start for both sides could end up being a really good thing. I think it'd be really funny, though, if we look up next year and this team's heading to Soldier Field and Mike McCarthy's on the other sideline.
And they are going to Chicago. Keep up the great work, man. Thank you for the time. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
We have it.
You must practice that one.
AEW ticket giveaway. Dion Sanders and why it's not going to happen here, and your phone calls on McCarthy and what should happen next at 877-881-1053. Tolo tickets and your Cowboy calls after this.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No
I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring it down a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas. All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see AEW on July 12th at Globe Life Field. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Pepe. Crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40. I'm Sean Treif alongside RJ Choppy here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. The Vegas favorites, at least what I got sent to me from Bet Online, to replace Mike McCarthy are as follows. Kellen Moore, 5-2. Deion, 3-1. Kingsbury, 5-1. Joe Brady, 7-1.
I saw him as the favorite in, I think, one or two places.
Really?
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley, 9-1. Ben Johnson and Belichick, 10-1. Brian Flores and Lane Kiffin, 14-1. Bobby Slowick, Liam Cohen, Todd Monken, John Gruden, 22-1. Matt Nagy, Kirby Smart, Saban Spagnuolo. Aaron Glenn, 40-1. Jim Schwartz, 40-1.
Boy, they're just finding any name. I didn't. There was one that I didn't hear on that. Oh, I didn't see Pete Carroll's name on there. Was he on there? Did you say Carroll?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I think that he would be my favorite.
Betting favorite or RJ Choppy favorite?
Might be the RJ Choppy favorite. He fits everything that Jerry wants.
No. Hang on a second. There's two differences here. I'm asking who you would bet on, and I'm asking who you would want. Because I know you're not saying you want Pete Carroll.
I mean, I would. Pete Carroll beats a hell of a lot of the alternatives. Like a hell of a lot of the alternatives. He fits everything that I want in a coach. I don't want an X's and O's guy.
Did you black out from your email last night? Did you forget what you wrote?
No, I understand. Like
you wrote no to Pete Carroll. No, you've said no because of the Stone Age offense.
He's Stone Age. He's old. He's too old, and he's Stone Age. But like, if you just step back and just take away all that, and I wouldn't necessarily want him because of R2P2 stays with him probably.
And that is who?
Brian Schottenheimer. Run, pass, punt. But like, would I rather Pete Carroll than Kellen Moore? Yeah,
I would too.
Yeah, I would rather him than Kellen.
I think so.
I'd rather him than.
I wouldn't mind Pete Carroll.
No, I'd rather him than,
Dion?
Yeah. Yes, I'd rather him than Dion. I'd rather him than Ben. Not Ben Johnson. I like Ben Johnson, but I think Lions Jeff is right. Ben Johnson's. He's got the personality of a thumbtack. So there's a lot of guys. But Pete Carroll you could do a lot worse.
I agree.
They can do a lot worse than Pete. I would not he would be my first choice.
But you have said young, new, fresh.
Well, he's fresh and new in the world of the Joneses. He is. I want no link, none, to the Dallas Cowboys. I want no link to the 90s. I want no link to the 2000s. I want no link to the 2010s or the 2020s. I want no link.
Adam Schefter, last night, halftime. Was this all choreographed? Was this a publicity stunt? He confirmed the bombshell story from NFL insider Jordan Schultz.
I have spoken with, amongst other candidates, Dion Sanders. There is a mutual interest there. And I go back to about a year and a half ago when I had a former general manager say to me, watch Deion Sanders. There's a real possibility he may be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Well, there is mutual interest. We'll see if that amps up. But the two sides have talked, they have touched base, and we'll see if it goes anywhere. Meanwhile, Mike McCarthy is scheduled to interview this week with the Chicago Bears at some point. They can't schedule it yet due to rules, but he can talk to them as soon as Wednesday, and he will be talking with the Bears.
I think the interesting point that was made on Countdown was that 4-day window they missed, right, to make this decision. That really puts them behind other candidates that have interviewed with other teams, and now they're playing catch-up, aren't they?
Well, maybe. If Deion Sanders is the guy that they wanted all along, it doesn't matter that they haven't spoken to Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson or Matt Nagy or Steve Spagnuolo, the coordinators they can. But clearly, Deion Sanders is somebody that Jerry Jones knows. There's great respect and admiration between the two men, and we'll see if those talks materialize into anything further.
Deion Sanders immediately sucks the fun out of this story by releasing a statement to ESPN in response to this story. To hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful, and it's intriguing. I love Jerry and believe in Jerry. After you hang up and process it and think about it, it's intriguing. But I love Boulder, and everything there is about our team, the coaches, our student body, and the community. That reads to me, thanks but no thanks. Jerry gets the Monday Night Football playoff splash. He probably would have loved it even more this morning without Deion seemingly turning it down. Deion gets a little bit more leverage against Colorado for the next deal, and he is able to tell recruits, I'm here over the Dallas freaking Cowboys. Are you kidding me? Shereen Williams, longtime insider, basically laughing at all this. Deion is an $8 million buyout. Belichick, 10. By the way, Belichick's starting reportedly to concern UNC officials and ACC officials. He's not forming his staff quick enough. He'd been slow to put together his staff. It's like Freddie Kitchens and like 5 others.
I wonder if he's waiting for like some of his guys that might want NFL jobs first.
Yeah.
And use them as backups.
But no Patricia, no McDaniels. McDaniels going with Vrabel to New England.
Yeah.
But Belichick's got a $10 million buyout, and Sark's is 6.
Which goes, by the way, Belichick's buyout drops to $1 million in June.
Yeah.
Or the Cowboys wait till June 1st to be a post June 1 coach.
Post June 1,
Yeah.
not a cut, but a coach.
Yeah, it's this is gonna be a circus. Like I wonder how long this process lasts. I really do.
Until the Eagles are eliminated.
I mean, maybe.
Alan and Parker, you're live on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I'm thinking promote Mike Zimmer, keep the continuity on the defense so that you're not essentially changing the defense 3 times in 3 seasons. Promote Al Harris to defensive coordinator, and then bring in an OC, maybe Mark Brunell as an OC, since he's done a good job with Goff as a quarterbacks coach.
Well, look, it sounds like Zimmer has one butt cheek in the recliner.
Yeah.
I do like that people last night said, don't forget about the Deion and Zimmer relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They ended up loving each other. It sounds like Zim is halfway out the door. So I would not count on that. Andreas in Dallas. Andreas, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother. Hello? Andreas? All right, we lost Andreas. One more thing about Deion. I thought Deion only wanted to coach the Raiders or in the pros if he can coach his kids.
Right.
The Dallas Cowboys are not getting Shedeur Sanders. So that could be a non-starter right there. It's not happening.
I agree.
Now I have Psycho Cleveland. This gives you a sense of Sports Talking Cleveland, as my buddy hit me up and said, here's what they're throwing out here this morning. The Fan in Cleveland talking crazy. The Cowboys with Deion trade the Cowboys number 12 pick, Dak, and next year's first for the Browns number 2 pick. And I was like, you want the number 12, Dak, and next year's one? I'm like, first off, why do you want Dak after the Watson thing? He could be broken physically, and he makes $60 million.
How much money in quarterbacks are they? Because they're on the hook for now, unless they get to avoid Deshaun's. But they'd be on the hook for so much money.
As he re-ruptured the Achilles, and then that's overpaying for the Cowboys. I'm not giving you 12 Dak and next year's first for number 2. But the Cowboys pick at 12. I don't think Shedeur is making it down there.
No.
So
he's not making it there. It's now, unless Deion puts every other team on his no draft list, and he just says, look, don't draft them. Don't now teams will obey or not obey, and then you got to run that risk.
Brad in Mansfield, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, man, I'm going to just let y'all know straight off the bat. I'm scared, man. I'm scared for the future, bro. I was like, bro, if we suck this past year, we really about to suck. Because we had the perfect opportunity to get a new coach and a new quarterback.
Yep.
But crazy old Jerry went ahead and paid a 4th round, just Jimmy Jam dude, $60 million, bro, and now we just stuck.
Yep.
And it's sad. Like, it's about to be sad and ugly. People finna have a real reason to talk bad about the Cowboys. And as far as a new coach that's going to come in and do what? What coach is going to come in and make Dak better? Like, I know that's Bobby Boyd, but it's like, bro, the fact of the matter is, bro, Dak is trash. And the year that you sign him and give him all that money, he gets hurt again. He gonna come back to what? Like the weapons that he gonna come back to, the line that he gonna come back to. What kind of hope is that gonna give you that Dak is gonna be better, bro? None. We got no running game. This 12th pick, that's scary too. Like, boy, don't get a guard from Nebraska. Please get it like a playmaker that's just like something that a coach will come in and just be hopeful. If I'm a good coach, I don't want to come here. If I'm Joe Brady, I'm not coming here. If I'm Ben, I'm not coming here. We're going to get an old, rundown coach that make you go, man, didn't he used to coach with such and such? Like, bro, I'm about sick of the Cowboys, but, hey, I'm a Cowboys fan, and this is just what I'm used to. I have never seen the Cowboys good. Never. I'm 33. I have never seen the Cowboys good, but I'm always with them, though. I'm right here with them every year, but it is what it is, man.
Hey, great call, Brad. It's funny. You must have eavesdropped in our commercial break. Choppy has a segment tomorrow called Excited or Terrified over the next Cowboys coach. Does this one excite you, or terrify you. You know, one other thing, Aikman went viral yesterday for saying, I don't know that this is a coveted job. He was kind of speaking to the culture and the control. He didn't even bring up the third C, the cap situation.
They got $11 million next year, and they still got to pay Micah, and they still got to replace Zach Martin.
And the Dak real money hasn't really come into effect.
And like it's a bad spot. Like if I'm McCarthy, I'm looking at like, yeah, I mean, New Orleans is not in a very good spot right now, and you know neither are the Bears have got a young quarterback, and you know Jacksonville. Maybe I can make something. Shad Khan's he'll spend. So if you're McCarthy, it's like this roster's getting old, and Dak ain't getting younger. I trust it here.
All right, let's bring in the fellas. The news broke during their show. More Cowboy crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Stafford, cool as can be, takes the snap, looking left, comes off that read, side on throw, to the 9, to the 5, to the end zone! Touchdown, Davis Allen! Touchdown, LA!
Beatdown last night in Arizona. The Rams advance and the Vikings go home. Sam Darnold, pocket presence of Quinn Ewers out there, revisiting the J.J. McCarthy discussion for the offseason.
Is this too much to ask the Tolo that loves the Vikings?
Is there one?
Get so mad at us every single day that we didn't represent the Vikings as the biggest threat in the NFC. Would they possibly text in, I'm sorry, today? Be like, hey, my team was not good.
Are they nice people? Minnesotans?
Very. They're obscenely nice.
I think there's a chance then.
Okay.
Yes.
That would be lovely.
Yes. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, at 11:40 today, Dallas Cowboys broadcaster Babe Laufenberg will join the show. He'll hop in studio and talk a little bit about...
In studio?
Yeah, coaching changes and stuff like that.
Do you think he'll trash the Cowboys job like Aikman did?
And then at 12:20 today, our friend Trey Wingo will hop on with us as well, and we'll talk a little bit about the whole national scene with the Cowboys.
Did you guys feel the adrenaline rush yesterday when the news broke? Like I was feeling the excitement.
I did. I knew it was a big deal when Bobby called us before we could even call him.
Bobby called in?
Yeah, on vacation. He called in before we could even reach out to get a hold of him, which was amazing.
Yeah.
I appreciate the focus from Bobby Belt. It felt like it made his vacation better.
Did you guys, I already know the answer. Did you get excited or roll your eyes while the Deion stuff was playing out last night?
Personally, I got excited.
Whoa!
Because we just figured out a way to make it all work in the prep room. But also because Mike predicted this, I don't know, like 6 months ago.
In August.
Yeah, before it became a national talking point, he goes, you know what's the most Cowboys thing to do, right? And
It might be.
It might be.
Dion?
Oh, yeah. And Shador.
Might be the most Cowboy thing to do. Not the most likely, but the most Cowboy thing.
Exactly. I definitely don't think it's likely, but it'd be the most Cowboys thing to do. Here's what I threw out there. I know it wouldn't happen like this timeline-wise, but I'm seriously asking, like, national discussion point. Somehow, the Cowboys hire Dion Sanders, and you find out they've brokered a deal to move up to number 2 to draft Shador, and it all happens over the weekend. On Monday, are people talking about the much-anticipated Ravens-Bills playoff showdown, or are they talking all about the Cowboys stuff?
How good is the game?
It's very good.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Are you sure?
Well, divide the pie.
Yeah,
they're going to talk about both. What's the pie?
They'll talk about both. Yeah, they'll talk if there's like a controversial fourth down decision, that'll get 75%, 60%. 60 to 75%.
60 I could see. 75, I don't think there's any way. I think it should, but I don't think there's any way.
It should be 95%.
Agreed.
I'll have a little Cleveland fun. I'll be your Huckleberry.
Name the movie.
Tombstone. I can't. You can't name the quote without knowing the movie.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
That feels like an RG.
Who's the character?
Absolutely.
It was Val Kilmer.
I
don't know his name.
Say that. That's what I was thinking.
Doc Holliday.
Doc Holliday. Yes.
Who was a real doctor. He's actually a dentist.
Dang it.
Like Dwight Gooden.
Shut up. Dentist.
He was a dentist. Before
He was yanking people's tooth out. If the Browns will play around with giving us Myles Garrett, let's have some fun with it.
Oh.
Now, I had this wacko Browns fan say it at the Fan in Cleveland this morning, they were trying to get Dak next year's first and number 12 for the number 2 pick.
That's what it will take.
And I'm like, you want Dak after going through the Watson stuff? Okay.
That is the exact deal it will take.
Dak's different than Watson. Okay, personality-wise.
Yeah.
Physically, they might kind of be in the same boat right now.
One can walk.
Yeah.
But
one can not. He can walk, but not really run.
You know what? I can't even play around with this. You can't trade Dak. Therefore, no Dion.
Why not?
Dion.
Trade Dak.
No trade. There's no trade.
Okay,
get him to
that's
waive it.
great. You're right about that. I think he would waive his no trade clause. Thank you. In certain instances.
What about the buyout?
It's $10 million. Who cares?
Do you know who you're talking about?
Cheap ass Jerry Jones. Is that what you're saying?
But let me also point this out to defend Jerry a little bit, because I think all of us have gotten this wrong for 5 years. Todd Archer said that Mike was actually making $8 a year.
Okay.
We all stuck with 5. Some threw out 4, some threw out 6. $8 a year. That makes me change. That should change things a little bit about the whole frugal Jerry thing.
Okay.
5 for 40.
But yesterday, we had Jane on, and she goes, it's not a theory. It's a fact across the NFL that people think Jerry is cheap, and that's why he was trying to do the option contract. So it could be a little bit of both. I'm just saying, this is Jerry's dream come true, where nothing else in the NFL could conceivably matter except for the fact that Dion and Shador are coming to the Cowboys.
Do you believe in Bobby's theory that they weren't really trying to bring McCarthy back, that they were kind of trying to force him to quit?
Yeah.
I do not.
Oh, hold on. Go revisit this, because I think this started in this offseason, the before the season started.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I feel like they were like, all right, we made our plan we got you Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks. We made our push. It didn't happen. All right, we're gonna take everything away, strip everything from you. Good luck with that. We got to start preparing for the next group. So I do believe that happened then. But is there another area that you're discussing?
No,
here?
Bobby was just, we're like, why did this all happen, right? Why did Mike leave? And because I think what's being painted right now is Mike kind of told the Joneses.
That's what I think.
I'm out. Screw you guys. I'm not putting up with this crap. And Bobby thinks it was more like the Joneses kind of forcing Mike. Like, this was their intent.
By giving him a crap offer?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
And dragging it. And I'm like, really? Does that make sense?
See, but I don't think that part is wrong. But I still think they thought he was going to take it.
Yeah.
Like, and so
the crappy offer in my mind would be like, okay, we're giving you one more year, and then if you hit incentives, there's year 2.
Yeah.
That I would defend.
What coach agrees to that?
Right.
That's what he's saying. Any coaches around here? Is there coaches union in the NFL, by the way? Are any of the other coaches accepting something like that? You're trying to start something new right now?
That would be insulting.
Not with me.
And I think that is what they did. So I think Bobby's right. But I still think the Cowboys thought he would take it because they thought they had broken Mike McCarthy.
But Mike became, over the last week, he had a glow up. He became a 5 in high school that went to college. Now it's like an 8.
Yeah,
because he's like, oh, the Bears want to interview me, and the Saints want to interview me, and he got like
the Saints are going to hire him.
That's smart.
They probably are. So yeah, and he got a little bit of confidence. Like, I don't need this. Like, somebody. Like, at the end of the day, he's like, oh, I did win a Super Bowl. I could do this. Like, somebody will hire me.
So he took off his glasses, let his hair down. People were like, oh, well.
You can't hardly. Was it?
So I actually think both of those things are
not
true.
another team movie.
Yeah.
Has
all that.
Has everyone come up with, and if not, I'm forcing you to right now, your top name that you want, the replacement?
I mean,
Mike, you can't say it's not going to matter. I just want your name.
It was before. It is still now. It is Ben Johnson. Come on down.
Okay.
For entertainment purposes, I would like it to be John Stephen Jones, the former quarterback of Highland Park.
Yeah.
And so we have an all Jones family tree where it's controlled by everything.
Would you like Witten, though?
I think that would be cool. I think that if you kind of the Troy Aikman thing last night, if you let Jason Witten be Jason Witten, I think he could help things. I do think that this person's job is going to be fired after 3 years. I think this is a really bad situation. You have a hurt, broke down quarterback under a huge contract. You have no free agent spending money for 3 years to change a lot. You don't have a plethora of draft picks, and Jerry doesn't trade current players for future picks. So I don't think you can be successful. In a way, I think it's better than this. I think it's when, like, the Rangers hired Chris Woodward. And you are hiring a rebuilding manager. And when you hire, and I know the Cowboys are not going through a rebuilding period, but it was like Chris was here, Woody was here to almost, all right, when we get good again, we're probably going to need to hire a new head coach / manager. And I'm thinking that this job, not that this is what Jerry's thinking, but I think that these next 3 years, it's going to be tough to be an over 500 team.
Well, Dawson was throwing out maybe an Al Harris, maybe a Mike Zimmer for a year, like a bridge, and then you make your real hire next year. Who would be your serious one? Would it be Witten or someone above him?
I'll lean towards Witten, but I like Ben Johnson. I think there's a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, I think there's some people who could make a difference. You know, the reason I'm a big Rams believer in these playoffs and at the end of the season is I'm a big Sean McVay guy. I think he's arguably the best head coach in football. I get that he's only won one championship. There's years he doesn't make the playoffs, but I think he's kind of that genius guy. And maybe Ben Johnson is more of like a Sean McVay possibility, and Jason Witten is more of a Dan Campbell possibility.
I got 3.
Okay.
And if he gets to run it the way he wants, it's Saban. Saban would be the perfect coach to run it the way he wants. If I want to have my druthers about me, I want Joe Brady. I love his play calling. It's exciting. It's fun. He's good. Everybody eats. I love it. For you guys, I want John Gruden.
Oh, yeah. Or Dion.
Dion would be
Fridays.
Listen, man, Dion's a fun story that I'm ready to get into more. Yeah, I'm absolutely.
All right.
I see your tone has changed.
Let's continue stupid hypotheticals.
That's an actual thing, Dion.
When we were filling in for you guys one morning, called Dion up to have a conversation about his school that he was doing.
Yeah.
And Kevin was getting furious in the interview. Kevin was just getting furious, and he asked him a question, and Dion goes, I see your tone has changed. And I was like, yeah. So I'd love to revisit those.
Would you rather give up your first-round pick for Sean McVay? His contract runs to, I think, the end of 2026. Or would you rather give up your first-round pick to try to get Shador?
Shador.
Okay.
Well, or Cam Ward, but
No, it has to be for Shador.
It has to be for Shador.
Yeah. Because that's factoring in what you think of Shador.
See, if I'm getting McVay, I also want Snead, the GM.
Well,
because that dude's gambling like crazy. Like that dude's, and look at him right now. Look at all the moves they've made. Look at all the picks they've traded away. And where are they right now? Back in the playoffs, making a little bit of a run here. That's right. So I would probably go with Shador too. Then.
For Shador, because if he hits, you've got something.
So none of us are naming Kellen Moore. All 5 of us.
No.
The inevitable selection for Max Howard.
The inevitable selection.
I'm sure that
I'd rather have.
Dak's going to beg and plead for Kellen Moore. I know I've heard, Dak's not going to do that, but Dak's going to just say, bring in Kellen Moore. Sounds like they're like almost best friends.
I mean, with all due respect.
I'd rather Dan Mullen than Kellen Moore.
Oh. Yeah, but I know where you're going.
Joe
but
McGuire.
You paid the dude.
Yeah, but he wanted McCarthy here still. So, I mean, who cares what Dak thinks? Like,
they're going to ask him.
I don't care.
Right?
They can ask.
They'll use his input.
I don't know if they'll use it. I don't think they'll use it. I think they'll ask him.
By the way, the Rams, because they go all in all the time, guess where they're at financially in this offseason, what they're going to have to do to their team. They're going to have to add $50 million worth of players because they're $50 million under the cap.
Oh, my God.
They did have a really good, because they finally got a first-round draft pick back a year ago.
They just took their major hits, right? They're like, we won. Let's screw. Our cap is screwed. Let's screw it as much as possible in 1 year. So if we do get good again under Matthew Stafford, if there's a possibility, and it's probably not a huge one because he's close to the end of his career, what if we could reset our cap and then have money to do it one more time? And they actually have done it. They're in a position to maybe make the Super Bowl again this year, and then in this offseason, their team does have a first-round pick, and they do have $50 million to try to add to that team.
We're back tomorrow with more madness. Next up, it's the KMC Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. You have the famous Mike Bassick. You have the even more famous Alec Medford. Welcome to the program, gentlemen.
Two things I noticed. One, Kevin decided not to go with the tiny headphones this morning. He decided to jump in straight to the regular size headphones. And you yawned right before the segment started, Kevin.
Wow.
What is going on, dude? Do you need some caffeine? What's happening here?
I think, I don't know if this impacts anybody else, but when I have something to do like immediately after work that is not fun.
It wears you out.
Yeah, it kind of does. So I have an ENT appointment right after this.
Oh, they're going to shove all sorts of things inside
and
of
I'm
you.
like, oh, great.
Your nose.
More fun things.
Yeah?
Yay.
Sorry about that, man.
That's okay.
I just thought, like, the Dion news last night, like, really, like, you couldn't sleep. You were so excited. I can't wait to get on air tomorrow.
I wouldn't say that, but that actually does lead into our first topic of a conversation. The candidates, both realistic and nonsensical, to be the Cowboys' next head coach. Obviously, the headline last night was, hey, the Cowboys talked to Dion about this. And then Dion's like, hey, I appreciate they called, but I love Colorado, without specifically saying, so I'm not going to leave, which I thought was very smart on his part. Do you look at, I'm serious.
It's very smart on any college coach's part to not acknowledge it as much because of why?
The recruiting.
Yes. Like, that's very smart to just, because otherwise you're like, hey, man, you were leaving?
So I'm asking y'all, I'm asking our Tolos, Franklin injury attorney text line 877-881-1053, or the Twitch or the YouTube. Do you view, I'm not doing a bit, do you view Dion Sanders as an actual candidate for this job? Or do you think it's a fun thing that Jerry is doing to get people, and maybe Dion's doing, to get people riled up?
It's the first name that we heard, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not taking it as seriously, because it's the first one. Was McCarthy the first name we heard? Was whenever, I don't think so.
I don't remember.
But it was the first one that we heard of real interest. But it also was the one that every time you brought it up during the season, or when Mike brought it up initially, it created the most controversy. And that's why I think right now it's the distraction from the other story, and that is Mike McCarthy leaving. Let's move on from that story as quickly as we can and get people involved in another story. Government does this all the time. Media does this all the time.
True.
Move away from it. Give them something else so that they're not talking about that. And whether or not it's real, hell, Dion knows how to play the game, too. Jerry can call Dion up and say, hey, man, we're going to throw this out into the mix. You do your thing, I do my thing. Both of us get some pub out of this. And Dion goes, thumbs up. But I don't think it's a reality. There are a lot of hurdles to overcome. Yesterday, Mike, we had the discussion. I told Kevin he's right. That's why I'm not arguing with that. I don't think Dion's playing coach. Whenever he's on the field, whenever he's talking to his men in the room, in the video room, he is talking to them as a real coach. But I think Mike is dead on when he says, but he's only coached his kids. That's where his passion is. And there's another thing that comes along with that. You have to get his kid in order to continue having him around.
What do you think about this? Like, I get all the hoopla for it, but do you think this is a real thing or not?
Yes, but not a large possibility. Like, on the probability of 10 being, dude, I think he's going to be the next coach. 1 being, this is just a publicity stunt and nothing else, I would give it a 3.
Okay.
So if that's the probability scale, I would say not highly probable, but not impossible. And like there's nothing to it. I do think this, like to Corey's point, to add on to it, is Dion is the biggest name available. If Bill Belichick was available, I do think maybe the Cowboys would be floating that out a hair here too. But because he's at North Carolina, that's kind of not being floated out, if that makes sense. Because whether it's Gruden, whether it's Ben Johnson, whether it's Kellen Moore, those don't really do anything nationally or publicly to have the Dion stuff right now on ESPN. The Dion stuff right now to begin our show is Dion creates the major headline to push you away, like you guys said from Mike McCarthy. Belichick would do that too, but he signed with North Carolina.
Do you think Belichick is, I mean, because you're in a position where you could just buy him out. Same thing with Dion Sanders. Do you think Belichick is just in a position where he's like, hey, guys, I got to at least coach some? Because I talk so much about how much I'm excited to go to North Carolina. I can't bail before a season would even start. Like,
No.
If the Cowboys were interested.
No, I don't think he's like that, Kevin, because I've seen him do it before.
Okay.
He did it with the Jets.
With the Jets. Yeah, that's true.
Press conference, and he's like, see you later. Like, so no, he did a press conference with him and left. But it really does kind of, would the fit with the Cowboys be the right fit? And, the more conversation, Belichick said, I am more interested in letting somebody else do the GM role than I was when I was with the Patriots.
Yeah.
And he's shown that by what he did at UNC. But the discussion that we hear from other people is, hey, man, Steven, Will, they wouldn't like Bill Belichick coming in and trying to take all that control from them.
So the breakdown I see immediately is there are a lot of people who think it's for show, but there's a lot of people who think it's for show on both sides.
Yes.
And then there are other people, which this is actually a really good point, saying that it's the Cowboys satisfying the Rooney Rule, or at least half
about that
half
yesterday.
of the, half of the Rooney Rule.
In the biggest way possible.
Yeah.
Like that's the biggest way possible is be like Dion Sanders, guys.
Yeah.
He played in the league. I mean, all these things that go along with it. He was a credible guy that we called, too.
And look, I would love for this to be a situation where they're like, oh, that's right. We're talking to Dion Sanders, Marcus Freeman. We're talking to every candidate imaginable.
Yes.
But I think, I'll just tell you what I think. I'm not going to I'll just tell you what I think, and you can agree, disagree. In my heart of hearts, I know that it's Mike Zimmer or Kellen Moore or somebody who's convenient or right there. Like, we can search through ever. What I think is going to happen is that. And that's why it feels kind of like a maddening smash your head up against the wall task of like, I would love this guy. Oh yeah, what about this guy? What about this guy? And you're like, well, Kellen Moore was here before. We'll bring him back.
Yeah, makes. Oh man, we know this guy. We're comfortable with him. Dak's comfortable with him. The offense knows him pretty well too. Like we can work along with something like that.
This is already my favorite text of the day, talking about Belichick from the 214. Dude got a 23-year-old girlfriend. Anything is on the table. That's a good point. That's a very good point.
You said the thing though is that's where I sit is if you're going to do this coaching search, if you're going to do it, if you're really going to do it, do it the way that Chris Young did it. Go get the best. Go find who's the best one. And then win that championship, then you can go give the middle finger to everybody. Like, the way you've done it so far has been, we're going to give everybody the middle finger with no purpose behind it other than we're the richest franchise in the entire world. But if you're going to do it, go get the best that you possibly can because they know what they're doing. Bochy knew what he was doing. We won a damn World Series.
So,
and do the right thing. Really look into it.
It was just a few days ago. And I know we've made reference to this several times. I just view Chris Young and Jerry Jones so different.
Yes.
When Chris Young was on Foul Territory and he goes, yeah, that's on me.
When Jerry does that, it's because we pushed him to do it.
Yeah. And I feel like Chris Young was like, no, I'm going to get ahead at this. We failed because of me. We failed because I didn't take into account all the fatigue left over from the 2023 World Series run. And I didn't manage the roster appropriately. That's on me. That's my fault. And that right there.
That's a lesson he learned, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you Chris Young goes, you know what? I probably won't do that again. If we win the World Series, I'll be making some different additions to this roster.
And so I think Chris Young is like, I'll take fault for that and do something about it. I think Jerry sits back and says, we're the Cowboys. We're the best. The best will come to us.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's just not the way it works. It's just not the way it works.
And that's, Kevin, that's why
anymore.
I said, you asked me, and I said, if I'm going to do this. Because I believe that if you're going to do it with the best.
And I was sad by your answer. It's a good answer, but I was sad because I immediately was like, he's not going to do that.
How many times will Jerry Jones bring up the Henry Ford analogy?
Sure.
I may not know all the answers, but I'll pick up the phone because I pay the best people at what they do to do their jobs.
See, but doesn't it seem like he's like, but make sure you still give me the credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But that's what also I don't necessarily always believe that he did hire the best people for it whenever you're bringing in Jason Garrett and giving him that time to grow under your watch. Whenever you're getting, Dave Campo under the process.
It's tough because comparing both of them, when Corey asked the question about being embarrassed, Jerry just jumped down your throat.
Yep.
Nobody asked Chris Young last year in September. He said, this is embarrassing. Embarrassing for me.
Yes.
Embarrassing for our staff. Embarrassing for our players. We are embarrassed about the championship we failed to even come close to defending. And then you see in the offseason so far, I'm begging them to get Kirby Yates back or get a closer. But they're like, we have a fastball issue, and they're trying to fix that by adding 2 premium fastball hitting guys to their everyday lineup. I like Nate Lowe, but they kind of pushed him out. They're like, if we're going to do this, we also have to get rid of guys that struggle against fastballs. And so he said, I'm going to try my best to fix this problem. And you can look at this offseason, and a lot of people around baseball say, hey, it looks like the Rangers fixed a lot of their problems. They have one left that they need to fix. Jerry then lies to the public and says we're all in and does absolutely nothing. Yep. And so we see him as a liar. Whether you like it or not, most Cowboy fans see Jerry Jones as a fake salesman. He's unbelievable at selling tickets. He's the greatest owner in sports history when it comes to making money. But I think most Cowboy fans see him as a liar now. And he's trying to beat that. He's trying to maybe change that. I don't even know if he's really trying. But I think most people now, we took the phone calls. We saw what happened publicly last night, media-wise.
Yes.
Everybody sees Jerry Jones as a joke at this point, and I don't know how he changes that.
And that's the frustrating thing about this right now. This should be exciting for Cowboys fans. All right, it wasn't good enough. We're going to go get better, right? This should be an exciting time for you as a Cowboys fan.
That's true.
Whenever Chris Young took over, I got excited because, Mike, you were like, this dude's a genius. He knows baseball. He's connected. He should have been the commissioner, or was it the commissioner of the league?
There was an article in USA Today that he could be the future commissioner of baseball.
That was exciting because I thought this is going to go in a new direction. John Daniels had this thing built the way it was, and he had a lot of power in that room, and he had a lot to say, but it wasn't going back to the World Series. This is exciting. Then what does he do? I'm bringing in Bruce Bochy. Holy S. This is even more exciting. Can this man that retired come back and do the same magical thing that he did with his teams before? It looks like every other year he might be able to. And so, this should be an exciting time for Cowboys fans. And that's frustrating that Cowboys fans are more timid and scared about this situation, or apathetic, which was the word that we kept using all offseason last year, rolling into it. 2 years ago, Kevin, the Cowboys team was exciting, but it was very much, but what are they going to do in the playoffs? That they bombed. And the rest of the offseason, the season, it was frustrating. I wish Cowboys fans could be excited right now. And if you are excited, text in. If you're excited about this coaching search and this next part of it and this next phase of it.
I want to know that too, for sure.
Because there's probably a large group out there that's like, you know what, I am excited, but everybody else is down on this right now, and I got to feel that way too. There are probably a bunch of them that way too, but there are a lot of fans that are just like, I just don't know if they're going to make the right choice. And that's up to Jerry and Steven and Will and that group to make that happen.
And if you needed more sadness, if you missed the news yesterday, the Rangers aren't getting Roki Sasaki. So
I'm okay with that.
I'm sorry about that.
I'm okay with that. I understand that would have been a very fun thing. That was Roki's decision. I don't think it was anything.
I can't believe the Dodgers are one of the final three.
Can you believe that, Mike?
So
it's
shocking.
wild.
We'll
wild.
see. I'm
so shocked.
I wonder
feel
why.
The Blue Jays are always the Blue Jays to me have kind of become. Remember the Rangers of the 90s and early 2000s. The Rangers are in the final for Randy Johnson, for Roger Clemens, for all of these guys, and then they never chose the Rangers.
Yep.
I feel like the Blue Jays are the team that's always in the finalist, but never close the deal.
Always the bridesmaid, never.
So, I don't know. I'm just going to guess the Dodgers, but I'm sure it's a long shot.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike will ask all the football questions.
Like, scale of 1 to 10, how much does Jerry care about winning? Next.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters.
Basil Bakers.
Saffron Squad.
Nutmeg Maidens.
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Donald against the rush. Blitz coming. He's hit. Ball down. Scooped up. Jervers has it. Down the right sideline with blockers. 10, 5. A leap in the end zone. The defensive rookie of the year with a scoop and score.
The Rams throttled the Vikings last night in the final wild card playoff game, 27-9. And if that Vikings fan is out there and wants to apologize, we are here and we are listening. We'll try to make you feel better as well. But right now, it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right, so the first one, obviously, the first three or so will be Dallas Cowboy questions. When I look at Jerry Jones, I'm not going to answer this question, but the question is here for you, Tolos, and you can text in, you can get on YouTube and just put your number down. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being maybe kind of the Michael Jordan or Patrick Mahomes of I know they're players or were players. Winning is everything and losing. I want to kill myself.
Sure.
I wanted to kill myself when it came to losing. And did I ever strongly consider doing it? No, but I couldn't sleep at night. It kept me up. It was more motivating in a loss, as in I have to figure this out, or why not? Why should I even be living? That's a 10 on winning is everything. And then winning means absolutely nothing. I don't care at all about winning. Kind of maybe in a way the old LA Clippers owner who was doing a lot of women.
Donald
and stuff.
Sterling.
Yeah, Donald Sterling. Where is Jerry on a scale of how much winning matters to him? 10 being it means everything. 1 being it doesn't matter at all to him.
I think he's a 3.5. I think it's great. And he would love for that to happen if it fits in with his agenda. But if it doesn't and they keep making money, then either way.
By the way, yes, I'm here. Never apologize for believing in my team. Y'all been doing the same thing for 30 years. Skull, love the show. We love you too.
I get it. Our team is not good either.
By the way, YouTube so far, the highest number is 4.
I'll put him at 5.
We didn't even make the
5 is
middle of the pack,
right in the middle, just where the Cowboys are, middle of the pack on everything. He will say I want it, but to do the actual work to get it, to take the big bites you need to do, don't think he's willing to do it. So I say around a 5.
The highest number is 4.
So far, the highest number is 4 on YouTube. 1 3 4 2 3 2 2 2 1. Oh. Larry just came in with an 8.
Okay.
So there is a person who thinks it's very high. Let me ask you guys this based off of that before I get into more Cowboys questions.
But I know you have more questions.
Yeah.
That's really depressing.
Yeah, so far we just got a 6. So 2 people have been over 4 on the YouTube page right now.
And people are down right now on the Cowboys. They're down on them right now.
And publicly, not just us, but nationally, if you're watching kind of Monday Night Football, ESPN, and you're just watching them pregame discuss this situation, or you go to YouTube and you watch all these different people from around the country that maybe have more of a national show than a public show, a show that we're in DFW. Nobody's really talking very highly about Jerry Jones. In fact, it seems like a lot of people are just feeling sorry for Mike McCarthy that he had to do this for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess that's where you're at now.
I'm not saying you're wrong at all. That's just really bumming me out that because you said it on the other side. I'm sorry if I'm throwing this off, Mike. You said it on the other side. Everybody is laughing at Jerry, and somebody compared Jerry to Vince McMahon. And the thing I thought about Vince McMahon was like, that's fine. If everyone is laughing at me and they're still buying tickets, we're in the entertainment business. My concern is that Jerry's like, that's fine if everyone's laughing at me. We're in the entertainment business. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're in the winning business. But he's like, well, come take a look at my bank account and tell me I don't know what business I'm in.
Yeah, and he's figured out how to make money without winning, and it's pretty awesome. Now, let me ask you guys this about our Metroplex. Do you think there's an owner in DFW that wants to win more than Jerry?
Tom Giglardi.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Adelson.
Because I'm not sure how different Jerry is. I think that Ray Davis wants to win, but is it on a scale of 10 out of 10?
Ray Davis wanted to win the World Series 10 out of 10. Then he got the World Series because he was tired of getting his ass kicked. All right? He'd seen this enough. He wanted that trophy to go along with it to give his franchise credibility, to give the people something they could hang their hats on because we never had it. He did want it. I think he's probably maybe he's about a 7 right now.
Yeah.
And based on this offseason, it feels like he's still saying, hey, let's keep trying to win. But I'm not going over the top with anything. So I think he's around a 7. And I would say Gagliardi's probably an 8. Yeah, he's done everything
8
he
or
can.
9. Yeah.
He's done everything he can to get this team everything
He went
they
out
need.
and said, I'm going to go try to hire my Bruce Bochy, my Chris Young. And I know they haven't won the cup yet, but you can see the moves they're making. By the way, on the fan text, the highest number I've seen so far is a 5.
Do you think Jerry understands that? Look, when I say this, it's just reality. I'm 47. I'm probably not living 47 more years. I'm more than halfway done with my life, most likely. Right around the halfway point, I hope, as long as I stay healthy and God blesses me to live kind of a longer life. Like Jerry, who's 82. Do I have his age
Something
right?
like that.
Like he's close to death. Like he's living at most 20 more years and probably not. Do you think he understands? I guess this is my next question. I was going to go somewhere else, but do you think he understands that most people now don't think he really cares about football? That he's going to die and most people are going to go, I think the Cowboys might have a better chance. We don't know, but do you think he gets that most of the Cowboy fans and the public believe where we're at with Jerry Jones? And his ability to care about this?
I think he hears it, and then he says to himself and people around him, they don't know what I've been through in the 30 years that I've done this thing. You know, like they think that this 1 year is what I feel like he feels that way. And so he's just like, they don't have a clue what they're talking about compared to what I've been able to accomplish over this time.
Yeah.
So this is going to sound weird, but I'm really glad because I don't watch the show. I heard it's good. Corey, I'm really glad that you played that Landman clip for me because here's the perspective I'm going to throw out that I'm guessing from Jerry. And it's, I got to own the Dallas Cowboys right now for 35 years. We won 3 Super Bowls. I'm in the NFL Hall of Fame, and I got to spend all of this time working with my family. What's better than that?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm afraid that he can be like, I don't care what anybody else thinks. My family loves me. I got to work my entire adult life, or a lot of my adult life, with my family. And that's what I think.
Yeah. And honestly, good for Jerry.
Sure.
It doesn't Cowboy fans, I get it. 99.9% of us don't know Jerry Jones at all. We're lucky enough to get to talk to him on a weekly basis, but we don't really know Jerry. We don't hang out with Jerry. We don't love Jerry. Jerry doesn't love us.
We don't know the grandpa Jerry that opens the door for his grandkids when they show up.
They'll be hurt when Jerry passes, obviously, and pass on his legacy. So now I go to passing on his legacy. Steven's maybe more in charge of the Cowboys than Jerry is at this point, or at least it's 50-50 shared. Same question. How much does Stephen Jones care about winning on a scale of 1 to 10? You can now text in. Stop texting in about Jerry. Start texting in on YouTube and on our text thing. The number that Stephen Jones...
Franco Injury Attorney text line.
Thank you. That Stephen Jones cares about winning, 1 to 10 scale.
And I agree with this person from the 817. The idea that professional sports is about winning and not about entertainment is idealistic. 100%. And that's...
I think most owners fall under, I'm just hiring people to try to win, but my goal is to make as much money.
Yeah.
They're all super smart. They're billionaires or close to billionaires, and they're sharing a team with other multimillionaires or billionaires. Their goal is to make money off of the product first and then to win second. Most owners.
I'm still sad that's the case, though, for the teams I love.
Right.
I would put him at a 4.5. I think it's higher, but I don't think Steven cares about all the headlines as much. I'm not saying doesn't care, but not as much.
I want to believe it's a 7. And here's why. Can you imagine being the son going to all these meetings, these other owners' meetings, and everybody kind of looks at you as like, you're here because you're Jerry's kid. And I want to believe that there's some sort of like motivating factor in, I want to go ahead and put my code of honor on at some point.
That's a fact, by the way.
But for now, it's still Dad's. And I got to get him his. And then whenever it's my turn, I might do it a little differently. I want to believe that's the case because that's what Jerry wanted when he first bought the team. I got to make my mark.
Right.
I just don't know if it's any more than a 6. I don't know if it's any more than a 6.
The numbers are a lot different on this. I'm just looking at the text on this one, and I know you got the YouTube covered.
YouTube's not participating in the Stephen Jones question.
There's plenty of 1s, 2s, and 3s, but I also see a 9. He does care. He just hasn't figured out the formula yet. A 6, 6.5, 8, a 10. So
that's optimism.
There's plenty of lower numbers to go with that too, but there are way more higher numbers than I saw for Jerry. I hardly saw any high numbers for Jerry.
All right, you guys opened my eyes on this a little bit yesterday because I'm not saying you guys aren't big fans of Will McClay, but you kind of said maybe Will McClay might be more of that Jones lifestyle than maybe Mike you want to think. How much does Will McClay care about winning? A scale of 1 to 10.
I will give. I'll give him a 7 because I think that's he is not in the same boat as them. I think
he doesn't have a lifetime job. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he realizes
don't have a lifetime pass down job.
At any point, what was it? Did you ever see?
We're actually now getting a lot of 10s. We're getting 8 to 10 for Will McClay.
Did you ever see Saltburn? I know there's some weird stuff in that movie, but what happens? That family, very rich family, and everybody else is kind of a toy that whenever they're done with them, they can just move on.
You can think you're in the family, but you'll be astonished how quickly you'll find out you are not.
And so I do kind of feel like he sees there could be other opportunities. He has a lot of respect. I know this for a fact. He has a lot of respect for the Jones family. He cares about them deeply. But I think that he wants to. Maybe it's an 8 or 9 because he wants it for the Joneses. He wants to be able to get them that thing. I really do think he wants it that bad. I think there are a lot of things that have interfered with him trying to get his job done.
I don't disagree with that. I think it's a 7. All right. I wish it was higher, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think at some point, almost every person gets broken down to a certain degree about Club Cowboys. And you're like, damn it, I do want to win, but all this other stuff is pretty sweet too. And that's why you stay in that environment.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm going to say it's a 7, which a 7 is still high, but I don't think it's like I will cut somebody, metaphorically, someone's throat to win this game. I will do whatever it takes. I don't think it's that.
Now you know what Kevin would do.
And I do think, and I know he's not an owner. Ray Davis is not a 10 out of 10. No, I don't know if there is an owner that's a 10 out of 10 in winning is just everything. Maybe right now Cohen in New York, because he is spending a crap ton of money on a yearly basis to try to get there. I think Jerry Jones was a 10 out of 10. In 1989, Jerry Jones was a 10 out of 10 because he felt like, and maybe he was right.
I got to make
There's 20,000 empty seats on a game-to-game basis here. Yeah. We are barely getting 60% attendance to Dallas Cowboy games. I'm buying this team, and the only way that I think we can get them back in the building is by winning.
Yep.
So that was such a motivating factor to his start of his ownership of the Dallas Cowboys. But now he doesn't have to win. It's been proven you don't even have to come close to winning a Super Bowl to get the 10 out of 10 participation of the fan base.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to switch it up. The Tuesday tailgate. Did we already see the national championship game, or do you still believe in Notre Dame and the best of the bowl season? We'll do that next right on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday show, and brought us Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Tell you everything he's hearing.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it SpongeBob?
Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Pressure comes. Sawyer knocked it out and picks it up. Jack Sawyer headed down the sidelines. Ohio State scoop and score and dagger from 82 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Tuesday tailgate, so we bring in Carter Freeman. He has a very busy schedule. He said 1:20, can't make it work, guys. So we have moved it here.
Can we say happy birthday to Cora Jade real quick? Are you better?
What are you hoping to accomplish there?
Are you better? That was it. That was all. Happy birthday, Cora Jade. Alec was the first one to notify me of this.
Mm-hmm.
Alec Medford is a stand-up
awesome
individual.
Yes.
Thanks, Corey.
All right. So a lot of people were saying going in to Texas, Ohio State, that this was the de facto national championship. Think like 1990s NFC championship games. Carter, I want to know, just to start with, and then I want to talk more about the game itself. Is that the way you felt going in, or are you looking at Notre Dame, Ohio State being like, no, I think these are the teams?
Can it be both? Because I did
Sure.
think the Texas and Ohio State were the two best teams left in the playoff at that point, but I am continually impressed by Notre Dame and what they've done. The way they physically just shut Georgia down. I know Georgia was down their starting quarterback, but the way they physically matched up with Georgia that entire game, and then to fall down to Penn State by double digits and claw your way back and win with your defense at the end of that game, you can say Penn State's play calling might have been problematic at the end of the Orange Bowl. I thought Notre Dame's was too. They were both throwing the ball way too much at the end of that game for my liking.
Yeah.
But Notre Dame was the one that made the play at the end. And I am, like I said, I've just been continually impressed with what they've done, how they've beaten the teams they've beaten. And they're an 8.5-point underdog last I saw. I think that's appropriate, but I might pick them to cover. I actually think this is going to be a closer game than people realize, especially when you look at the Cotton Bowl, where Ohio State's offense was shut down for a lot of that game by a very good Texas secondary. And what does Notre Dame have? A very good secondary.
By the way, maybe because of that spread is down to 8. So it's gone from 9.5 to 8 because it opened at 9.5, which was historically high. And the last two times, it was the only two ones in the college football playoff era that were higher than that. Both ended in just annihilations, including Georgia
TCU and Georgia,
TCU,
and
yeah.
then I'm trying to think of what the
Alabama
other one
and
would be.
Ohio State
In 2020. Yeah.
was the other one.
I have my quick question based off of the UT game where it's first and goal on the 1, I guess, after the penalty. It might have been on the 2, but
It was on the 1.
and they run the ball up the middle, nothing. And then the pitch play obviously just ruined them to get, I think he was tackled at the 6 or 7 yard line.
Yeah.
I get it. You live or die with the guy who brought you there, Quinn Ewers. Do you think on first and goal, if you bring in Arch Manning, there's another threat there that could help you out? Or I don't know. Like after you see, it's
That's a fair question.
It's hindsight, right? Because after the pitch play, you're like, oh my gosh. And then you're like, well, we know Quinn Ewers is like a 40-year-old man in a 21-year-old body. So
in terms of mobility, right?
God, he can't move to save his life.
Yeah.
Obviously, the last play that mattered, I get everybody was probably covered, but he can't provide 1 extra second of time because he just can't get away from any human being who's athletic.
No.
So do you think that, like, looking back at it, do you think that they go, gosh, Maybe we should have used Arch Manning on goal line situations just to add the threat of the quarterback moving.
Well, and then if I have it right, they used Arch once in this game, and that was on a 4th down play where Arch picked it up. And he got hit in the back of the head. I thought it was targeting on Arch on that. It looked like the crown of the Ohio State defender's helmet went straight into the back of Arch's helmet, and he could have been concussed on that, just watching it in real time. So I wonder if there's an injury thing there. But yeah, sure. In that scenario, we saw him do it against A&M, right? He had that long run, or the quick run for the touchdown, and UT just decided to not ever do that again. I think they could have even run a sneak with Ewers. They just, line a bunch of guys up behind him and just push. But yeah, the pitch play was very ill-advised. It gave me very Jason Garrett vibes, especially in the stadium that it was happening in. But yeah, they had 6 plays from the 1-yard line, and Ohio State scored on that. That is just insane to me.
Now, let's go to cut number 6, because this has been a big talking point all year. This player was the big talking point coming out of this game.
Ewers steps up down the middle. It's intercepted. Caleb Downs has got it, and he'll just take a seat at the 41, and Ohio State can start plotting for Notre Dame.
What to do with Quinn Ewers? I think everybody knows that it's now the Arch Manning show, and perhaps that's why it's reflected that Texas is the favorite to win next year's college football national championship. But does Quinn Ewers, and I know what he said, I'm probably just going to go to the draft. Do you think that's a wise move, or do you think for his own draft stock and to potentially put another $10 million in his pocket or whatever the number is, he should go to another college?
I would think he should stay in school. I don't think I think with Ewers, coming out of high school is the highest rated quarterback recruit ever.
Yeah.
He's always had this level of scrutiny given to him, and people just they've expected a lot more than what he's given. And it's amazing what he's given to Texas has been leagues better than anything they've gotten over the last 15 years. And he still gets torn apart. That's the crazy thing to me is I'm like,
feels like Texas fans hate him.
Do you want Sam Ehlinger back? Do you want Shane Buechele, Tyrone Swoops?
Hey!
It's Buechele.
Buechele, my bad. But do you want him playing quarterback again? I don't think you do. So watching what Ewers has done for Texas for 3 years is excellent. Like, he's going to go down as probably a top 5 quarterback in the program's history. But yeah, he just gets shredded. But just on terms of him with his NFL potential, I think he needs another year. You saw Carson Beck with Georgia declare for the draft after he, tore his UCL and couldn't play in the playoff, and then realized that, my grade is a 4th or 5th round grade, and I can go to Miami and make $4 million.
And there is word that it could be worth up to as much as $10 million, and that's why I use that specific number with Quinn Ewers, because I kind of think of them, they're not the same player, but I kind of lump them together.
And as Mike, the more teams you play with at a certain level, the more people you'll know at the pro level that'll support you. So he'll have more teammates. He's like, I played with that guy and that guy and that guy.
So you're viewing this from an actual job.
Yeah. Where do you think is the perfect fit for Quinn Ewers in college football next year?
Houston.
Oh, they just picked up Connor Wegman, so they already got their starter for next year.
They're gonna lose.
They lost this year. Any of the big schools, I think, make a lot of sense. Notre Dame is going to lose Riley Leonard. North Carolina, I know, has been bandied about. Alabama's losing Jalen Milroe. I'm not exactly sure who they have behind him.
Okay.
So I think any of the big schools would make sense.
And he is to your point, I need to make sure I make this point because I'm sure there's plenty of South Lake people who are like, I hate Bassick. And I get it. I think he is a good college quarterback. I think he's super limited in pro prospect status. So I do think
totally
all
agree.
the schools you're naming, they could benefit from a Quinn Ewers who is a good college quarterback.
Well, and just think, in the Cotton Bowl, he was the one that got them down to the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
He was the one that got them there. Then that's when something I've been saying all season, all of Sark's tenure at UT, is when he gets into the red zone, his play calling gets stupid with that little, toss to the side. Something like that'll set you back. And then obviously the, fumble return for the touchdown happens. So, but Ewers is the one, and he did it in the Peach Bowl too. He got them down to the 15-yard line like twice, and then the kicker missed 2 field goals. That's not Ewers' fault.
That's true. Man, it is interesting how that could change the perspective on a play that he had nothing to do with. Now, I know normally the Pop-Tart Bowl is the highlight of the non-playoff bowl season, but Carter, were we looking into the future when we saw the Cheez-It Bowl? Because there was a couple that got married on a trailer doing laps around the Camping World Stadium field with Ched Z, the Cheez-It, as its witness. Do you envision a scenario in which you get married with some sort of college mascot potentially as the witness to this marriage?
I feel like that's a business proposal that I don't need to talk about on air because I want to keep that to myself to just, have these mascots go to these things. I think my favorite thing about because it was the Citrus Bowl, right?
Yes,
it was the Cheez-It Citrus
correct.
Bowl. The Pop-Tarts Bowl used to be just the Cheez-It Bowl because then they had Prince Chedward, the mascot, running around there, who we haven't seen since they've changed mascots.
Corey, your thoughts?
That's all happening in Orlando. All these things are happening in Florida. It's so fitting. I love it. Where's Prince Chedward? I need to know. He's disappeared. It's been 2 years. Oh, you lost the last Cheez-It Bowl, and he's been gone ever since.
Yeah.
I need to know.
I will say, though, like, if you want to make fun of anybody for having a wedding like that, like, weddings are built the way you want them. You know, it's your wedding.
Oh, I think it's incredible.
Have a lightsaber fight at your wedding if you want to.
That is exactly what we did.
Have a donut wall during COVID.
Also what we did.
But that being said,
it was during the COVID part.
I like those ideas. If you're going to do something like that, that's fine. I can't believe you said Prince Chedward.
He's been
I want
missing.
you to type into your Google search, where is Prince Chedward?
I don't want to get red flagged.
He's a majestic looking block of cheese.
Yeah.
I love cheese.
Thank you very much, Carter. Obviously, we'll catch up with you again later in the week.
Sounds good.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's talk Rams-Vikings. Plus, should this playoff change be made? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Babe Laufenberg in studio at 11:40. So we're moving gridiron right now. So let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And if you can, Alec, will you give me cut number 2? Because let's talk about the Vikings just not doing too well against the Rams.
Stafford, cool as can be, takes the snap, looking left, comes off that read, sidearm throw, to the 9, to the 5, to the end zone! Touchdown, Davis Allen! Touchdown, LA!
Now, the question was asked after the fact, and I appreciate Sam Darnold's answer very much. He's like, hey, are you worried about how these last 2 games, because he was terrible against the Lions too, how this will affect your future? And he said, I'm not worried about that right now, which is, I think it's a great answer because you just lost. You were 4 wins away from being the champions of the NFL. And so that's got to be really, really tough. And I don't want him to answer that question, but Corey, if you want to share what you texted last night about Sam Darnold.
He turned back into the pumpkin? Is that what I said last
yes.
night? And I did tweet out, I was like, somebody needs to find that slipper he lost because he turned back into it last night. Granted, 9 sacks, not helpful whenever your offensive line can't block them.
Absolutely.
And give credit to the Rams pass rush because they are very good. And Shula was just like, hey, we're just going to keep coming after you. So credit to them. But Sam Darnold, he looked lost out on the field last night.
In a way, I know that this doesn't sound right. It was great that the Vikings lost the way they did. If you're going to lose, you lose so bad to the Lions and then so bad to the Rams, it makes it easy to go, J.J. McCarthy's our starting quarterback in 2025. Yeah. You know, you can now, you don't have to franchise tag Sam Darnold. You don't have to talk about a 3-year contract with Sam, unless Sam wants to sign a 3-year, $21 million contract.
Like, it feels unlikely, but right. I got you.
I mean, hey, you want to be our backup? We're going to sign you to and maybe I'm low on that backup number. Maybe a good backup is now $10 million a year. I don't know. But I think now it makes it very easy. As great as 14-3 was, as great as, tied for second best record in the NFC was, when you lose the last 2 games the way that the Vikings did, it makes it very easy to turn over the keys to the rookie quarterback.
And what happens to Sam Darnold's market then? I know he's focused on, hey, we lost.
It lowered. But not by a ton.
Okay.
But I'll say this. If he would have won the Detroit game and gotten the bye and then got to the NFC Championship game. I do think he's looking at, as crazy as it sounds, because I'm going to give you a very low number on the other side, I think he is looking at a $40 to $45 million a year contract on a 3 to 5 year deal.
Wow.
And I think because he didn't make it to the NFC Championship game, now I think you're looking at, because I think $60 million is now the going rate for a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
Dak set the market, and I mean, unfortunately for other general managers, they're going to be like, my guy's better than Dak, and they can't argue it.
Yeah.
Is that now I think he's probably looking at like a 2-year, $40 million deal where he's a bridge to somebody who doesn't get a quarterback in the draft, and they're just like, what are we going to do? And like, dude, Sam Darnold went 14-3. Let's sign him to a 2-year deal, give him pretty good money. He's our quarterback for 2 years, and hopefully we find a quarterback in that time.
Now, I want to go to something totally different here, and I thought we might use it somewhere else, but this right now is the main story on Pro Football Focus. Like, it's the spotlight story on Pro Football Talk. It all stems around a question that Mike Bassick asked Jerry Jones like 2 months ago. I think it was in November. Let's go to cut number 7. Can Jason Witten be an NFL coach? This was Jerry Jones and what he said.
Yes, without hesitation. Yes. He has something you can't draw up. Reminds me of a lot of our other tight end who's head coach up there at Detroit right now. And he's his own words when he talked his parting ways with the team. Boys, it's in the dirt. It's down in the dirt. That's where it is. But Jason is very sophisticated when it comes to understanding football and all the nuances. But more important than anything, he really does understand the physical and the mentality of being physical, that part of it. So without a question, he can become above high school. He can become a coach. He has extraordinary work ethic, and he is absolutely calls on his teammates, or would call on his players as a coach. So yeah, he can be a top coach.
I think that's proof right there too. If you are filling in as a host one day, you got opportunities for a big story to hit and land right in your lap, because we were out that day, I believe, and Mike was.
I was in that day.
I just saw a video of him and Reggie discussing something similar to that as well.
So I thought that was a great question to ask, and I just wanted to point out, now that there's more and more stuff building about that you foresaw this possibility months ago when I was like, I don't know about all that. But the way he goes, yes, without hesitation, and then gave the real part of his answer, it's really interesting.
I mean, I don't know if Jason Witten wants to be the Cowboys head coach today, or, starting whenever the Cowboys make the decision in the next, let's say, month or so. But I do think that Jerry's going to give him a call. And I do think Jason Witten has to make a decision. Am I ready to possibly leave coaching I think he's back-to-back state champ, as the head coach. And I'm ready to leave high school to pursue NFL.
Yeah.
I don't know his goals and dreams and what he wants to do in coaching, but what he's doing in high school, he's accomplishing it. And I do think what Dan Campbell is doing is helping out Jason Witten's case.
I do wonder, Mike, if you could do it, you probably would coach your kids better than any of the coaches they've had in high school.
Right, because I've known about them, for such a long time. I know what can work with them more and what doesn't work with them. It wouldn't be such a trial and error.
But it would also be, you could coach the rest of that team probably better than most of the other coaches, because you know the game well. Like, you played at that level. And I do wonder if Jason Witten was looking like around, he was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do now? And he's like, well, my kids are going to be in high school. I know football better than most of these coaches. I'll coach this. Like, it's got to be fun for him to be able to do that, but also be able to coach and be part of that game, because it kind of, most players, and I think you feel the same way, when they are done with the game, they still want to be connected to it somehow. We get out to spring training, Mike, you can see the smile on his face just being around the field. So I feel like that's probably another thing for Witten, is just being around the game is fun for him.
Obviously, we talked about how overall NFL regular season numbers were down by 2.1% in terms of viewing. However, looks like the playoffs are going to have started pretty well for the NFL. Eagles-Packers drew 35.9 million viewers. That's the most watched game of the wild card round for Fox since 2017, with a Packers-Giants game that drew 39 million. So off to a good start for them.
Was the Cowboys Packers last year 43.4 million?
That might not have been in the Fox broadcast,
right.
But yes.
That's a huge number.
Look, the Cowboys in the wild card round draw what divisional round games usually draw. And I have no doubt that Cowboys divisional round game probably drew about what a conference, or maybe a little less than a conference.
And just think, that was with Mike McCarthy as the head coach. What's it going to do with Dion?
Look, and that's why I say to everybody who's like, the NFL is rigged against the Cowboys. Look, I desperately want there to be a simple answer. There is nobody in the world that wants the Cowboys to win more than big NFL, because it would mean the highest rated NFC championship game in our lifetime, the highest rated Super Bowl ever, because they move the needle for better or worse. So the league is not rigged against the Cowboys. We're just not very good at this.
It's break glass in case of emergency, though. If they need the ratings,
Yes.
they will guarantee that the Cowboys do it.
Lord, I hope their ratings fall off a cliff then, and they're like, hey, we got to figure
We
this
got to
out.
do it, guys.
All right, what do you think about hearing that Bo Nix played with a transverse fracture in his back?
I had this in Mike Ask All the Football Questions, and my question is, do you think it's easier to play with these injuries than we think? Or do you think that these guys are in a way like superhuman, and I can't believe this, that most NFL players couldn't play through this?
See, so I think it is the second one, because I just think back, and I know this is, again, going back to the high school level. There was a wrestler at Allen named Oliver Pierce. He was also their quarterback for a while. He had won multiple state championships, and I think he finished third in the state championship, and he was really disappointed. And then his coach was like, yeah, he did it with a broken ankle. And I was like, what? How do you win a wrestling match with a broken ankle? And I asked him about it. He goes, no, it wasn't broken. Coach exaggerated. It was fractured. And I was like,
that's broken.
I was like, but still, that sounds horrifyingly difficult. And he was just like, whatever. So I do kind of think there are certain people that just have that level of toughness that is off the page.
A transverse process fracture is a break in the bony projection on either side of the vertebrae in the spine. The symptoms include severe pain, especially at the fracture site, difficulty moving, bending, or twisting, swelling, and bruising. I will say, because these athletes are the premier athletes of the world, their bodies have muscles that keep things a little bit tighter. You're still going to have the inflammation from the break. You're still going to have that, can you get through the pain? And those doctors will make you feel a lot better about it when they're like, no,
sure,
you can do this. It's just whether or not you can physically make it through, and that's the challenge to the person, right?
Did you hear what he said about about that injury? He goes, I mean, it was annoying, but we all play with something.
And that's true. Everybody on that team probably has a nick or a scratch somewhere.
Nix. His last name's Nix.
Yeah, something that's irritating them, and he's the quarterback and the leader, and he's like, I can't let those guys down.
All right, Mike, I think I'm going to take something that you want to talk about and roll it into a football story.
All right.
Do you know Zane Gonzalez?
No.
He's the kicker for the Commanders.
Oh, he got it in.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Barely.
Exactly. So people really caught what he was doing with his hair. So before he went out there, he was taking off his helmet, fixing his hair. Put his helmet back on, take his helmet back off, and then fix his hair. And I guess I had never heard this story before, but back in 2017, he told ESPN about his OCD. And that's obsessive compulsive disorder for people that are curious. So I'm going to tie this into
OCP would be Oak Cliff Pediatrics.
There you go.
That's my wife's
very,
practice.
very different.
Yeah.
Although we like Oak Cliff Pediatrics very much. So you saw me do something earlier that I figure is inevitably going to come up on the show. And it was chewing on a piece of napkin.
I was totally confused.
Okay.
I had no clue what you were chewing on.
So we get new listeners all of the time. And I've talked about it, and this is why I like talking with people all the time. I have depression as well as OCD. And so one of the things that used to be really bad for me is I used to have to touch everything 4 times. Like
Michael Keaton did that in Scrubs, right?
Yes. It is very real. I don't know why 4, but it had to be 4.
And if you don't, your family's going to die.
Exactly. There's still times when my wife will watch me fidget with the alarm clock, and I'll press it 4 times, and she'll just be like, "Did you need to do that?" And I was like, "Yeah, kind of." And so, like, I was eating some soup, and I didn't bring a toothbrush with me. I know you can get, like, disposable toothbrush and everything like that. And so I was kind of using the napkin to, like, wipe off part of my teeth just in case. But then it comes to another point where if I wipe off one part of my teeth and I don't wipe off the rest, it's like, it's just going to gnaw at me for the next segment in the commercial break. I'm like, your teeth are unbalanced.
I'm with you in this. There's plenty of times you can see me, like, if you're watching the show, that I'm sticking like this in my teeth to get out, like, whatever the crap that's in my teeth. And I sometimes will even have floss to do it. So it does drive me insane to have something in between my teeth.
And even if there's nothing there, I just need it to be balanced. Like, if you've ever lived in a house that was like part carpet and part tile, that's like the house I grew up in.
And what if part wood too?
That, oh my God,
parts.
That would really drive me crazy, because if I ever walked into our house and it had like tile in the front part and then the rest of the house was carpet, if I ever step
normal.
If I ever step our house is different than that now. That's what I think. If I ever step like my foot part on the carpet, part on the tile, I had to go back and touch my other foot like that, or else it would just.
Did you just start jumping so you could get both feet?
I would look and intentionally try to not step on it, because if I did, I would walk down the hall and be like, I need to go back. And then I would walk back and have to do it all over again. So I just wanted to point out, like, people have all kinds of things out there. And if for anybody it is OCD, when people were talking about Zane Gonzalez, when I saw that, I was like, I know what that is. I absolutely
If you wouldn't have done that, it would have hit the wrong side of the pole.
Exactly. And that's what you think. And you know it's not logical.
Of an inch this way.
Exactly. You know it's not logical, but that's just how it has to be.
Do you guys... I really, when he was lining up for that kick, I just felt like it's just going to be such a Washington thing. It looks like they're turning around everything, and they're going to be like a good franchise. They got rid of Daniel Snyder. It looks like they got the quarterback for the next decade. And then I thought, right before he lined up, I was like, this is going to be the most Washington thing to win the game. For the last 2 minutes, you feel like it's over, and this dude misses it, and then they're still the Washington Commandos.
And he almost did. That's the way I felt in the Arizona State game against Texas. I was like, Texas is clearly the better team. Are they going to lose this game because of field goal kicking? And then people will be like, is Texas back? I'd be like, they're still in the playoff. That's pretty darn good. But I'm with you on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, the power of AI, and athletes getting music deals next on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Fun Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Babe Laufenberg coming up with us in studio in about 20 minutes, and then about an hour, Trey Wingo will join the program. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. We will get to the question of the day here in just a second. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I want to know, because tomorrow is National Hat Day. What is your favorite hat in your collection? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well. Get those answers in. Start thinking about it as I set something up for you. Here in just a minute, we will get to the power of AI and music deals inside the world of pro sports. We'll get to that here in just a second. But first, Tom Pelissero NFL Network, has tweeted out, Cowboys defensive coordinator Mike Zimmer talked to him this morning and said, quote, all options are open on his future. After Dallas and Mike McCarthy parted ways yesterday, Zimmer and other assistants whose contracts expired are now allowed to interview elsewhere. Quote, I really enjoy coaching, Zimmer said. And end tweet.
They love him.
So,
how every time we brought up Zimmer's name at the end of the season, when the defense started playing better, it was just like, good, this guy right here. Oh my gosh, they love him.
Micah likes him too.
And Micah, yes, because he cracked Micah open a little more with the, hey, this is what you're good at, but how can you be better? I'm going to ask you to do some things you might not be comfortable with, but it might make you better because of it. So it makes complete sense that could be a candidate in that conversation. They should definitely sit down and ask him too.
All right.
And they work well with him, and he's worked here for a long time.
May I ask a question in your segment, sir?
Absolutely.
I give you Mike Zimmer, Kellen Moore, and Dion Sanders, or every other human being on the face of planet Earth. Which one do you pick for who will be the next Cowboys head coach?
Revisit that one more time.
Mike Zimmer, Kellen Moore, and Dion, or every human who exists on planet Earth. Which one do you want?
I'll lean towards every human on planet Earth. I've now have 8 billion people to choose from.
That's true.
If I have the number of people right on this earth besides 3.
I think that's correct.
Now, I do get it. I get that I think Kellen Moore is, I think, the leading candidate. I get Dion as a high profile.
Sure.
I don't.
That's a good way to put it.
I think that the fans, nothing against Mike Zimmer here, I think there will be a who gives a crap if they hire Mike Zimmer as the head coach.
Do you think that will be the same thing with Kellen Moore?
I think there'll be optimism that he will change the offense into the way that he always wants. I think there'll be optimism. I'm not saying there'll be huge optimism, but there'll be optimism. I don't think there'll be optimism on Zimmer, who is, I don't know, 65 years old,
right,
and was a coach in Minnesota who was decent. He was solid, but I just think people would be like, dude, we're going with Mike Zimmer.
Yeah, it would feel like more of the same because it's something that it was the same for you. I mean, it doesn't feel like fresh blood. It doesn't feel like fresh ideas. It doesn't feel like it's anything that advances other than it kind of gets you back to some tough old school football. But look at his record up in Minnesota and look at how they did up there for a long time. They were good. They never won it. They lost in the division, lost in the conference, lost in the wild card. That's about it with the playoffs for Minnesota while he was there. Tough division.
Yeah.
With Aaron Rodgers in the way and everything. I get it, but they did lose up there. So, but their defenses have always been pretty good. And this defense was good here later on.
Alec, are you taking those 3 people or every other person on planet Earth?
I think I'm taking every other person because
I'll take those 3.
I think
that's where I am too.
I have a weird feeling Jason Witten is going to be the head coach of this team.
Oh my goodness.
I really do. I know Nick Harris was on the morning show this morning and said he's going to be on the staff in some capacity is his belief, and I totally believe that too. But I feel like they're going to go through this thing, and it's going to be more of a who wows Jerry the most with their presentation rather than the X's and O's, which I'm not saying that Jason Witten isn't smart when it comes to the game of football. I absolutely think he is, but I think it's going to be who can give the best presentation and sell me on the future. I think that's going to be Jason Witten.
Would you give that presentation with fake hair or not fake hair?
Ooh.
He's a baldy now.
Yeah, I think I'd do the fake hair. Go full Joe Buck. Why not?
Is he a visor guy or a hat guy?
Witten?
Yeah.
I think he's a hat guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you don't go visor when you're bald.
You don't?
It doesn't help.
It'll
You're
just
going to
burn
get
your head.
sunburned.
Yeah.
You've never had sunburn on your head. It's horrible.
It sucks. Yeah.
One time when I shaved my head, everything but this oi right here on the front, I shaved it into a spike.
Is that what that's called?
I think
An
that's what my
oi.
buddy said. So I had this spike, I would put gel in it, and I had this spike, and it looked ridiculous for 1 weekend at a lake. Then I got home and I was like, I got to go back to work. I have to be serious. And I shaved it off. And then I had this white dot in the middle of my head because I had gotten a sunburn and a tan around it.
Amazing.
So that was a bad decision. So I wore a
That
hat
sounds
a
like
lot.
a great
Wore a hat, no visor.
That is amazing. I'm terrified whenever the day comes. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon whenever I cut my hair. And you're going to see the tan line that is developed from my hair being long for about 3 years now. That day is terrifying me, but it's not going to be anytime soon. So the question of the day is, what is your favorite hat that is in your collection for tomorrow's National Hat Day? And I'll start things off. I got a new one. I've talked about this on the show before. Every summer during the off season, the Mavericks do like a huge clearance sale at their store. And I found my new favorite hat during that big sale. And it's like the 90s throwback green logo on like an off-white cream.
Oh, cool.
Like kind of hat base. And then the brim is the navy blue. So I really love that hat. It's universal. It works with pretty much anything because of that cream white base. So I can wear it with pretty much anything and get away with it. And it just looks really nice with the throwback logo. I love like all the 90s Maverick stuff. So whenever I can find a deal on that stuff, I'm like, absolutely. That's my favorite in the rotation right now.
I have an extensive hat collection, and I imagine, Mike, you probably do too. I don't know how much you hold on to.
I have too many hats.
Yeah.
I've kind of gone like, I don't need any more hats the rest of my life.
Yeah, I actually have. I was thinking the other day, should I start getting rid of some? I love my Hurtado hats. I will say that they're fantastic. But as a kid, my dad played softball on a team called the Angels, and that was my first ever fitted baseball hat. Was the one that I stole from him, and it was the old school Angels logo with the halo on it, and I really liked it. Then in high school, you remember everybody did the white college hat that had the name of the college? I got an Alaska Nanooks hat, and I actually at one point
those have come back, by the way.
I've seen that
recently. A lot of kind of your early 90s, I forget the name of Game, Game Day, or that G little logo on the side. Like those are all coming back.
Yeah, and it was pretty cool at the time, but it was Alaska Nanooks, and I just thought it was weird and off the wall. I also got an Oregon State Beavers hat just because it was hilarious. But then that hat, I ended up taping the buttons, the snaps together because it just fell apart. I wore it so much. But right now, it is my daggum hat. My kids got it for me for Father's Day, and it just it's the one that I'm like, I'm going to go to that one and pop it on the head all the time.
So back in 93, 94, there was nobody who could tell me that I wasn't the coolest person in the world when I was wearing that brand new Florida Marlins hat, because I just thought that was the most awesome thing ever.
Man.
And so at the time, it was that. Right now, it's my gold emblemed Texas Rangers World Championship hat, just because I like the hat, but also you see the people that see your hat and they're like, oh yeah. I like your hat, and then you bond over that.
I like the hat I'm wearing right now. I don't know if it's
that
my
is a
favorite,
sweet
but
hat.
I do like the Rangers batting practice hat last year. I don't know if they're changing it this year. We should see here pretty soon the new spring training hat every team's gonna have, and then I'm going to assume it's just because of making money. They did create the perfect batting practice hat for the Rangers,
Yes,
the one I'm wearing right now.
I love that hat.
And you don't have to change it the rest of Rangers history. This should be it. You don't have to do anything else the rest of your life with that. But they are going to change it for money-making purposes.
I need to get that hat before it's gone because I love that hat. And we went, I just wasn't prepared to get. They ran out that day. That's right. They ran out of them. I need to get one of those, though.
Let's see your favorite hat, 877-881-1053. I like this from the 214. Any Bass Pro Shop hat. Those are so simple, so clean. They're trendy too.
One time my buddy left a leather Indiana Jones hat at the house.
Awesome.
And I wore that for about 2 months until he saw me wearing it and was like, hey, I'd like my hat back. And I was like, that's fine. You can have it back. You just left it here. Feeling like Indiana Jones for 2 months is pretty awesome. I have never gone with that style before or after, but it was pretty cool for about 2 months.
There's so many hats that I don't think I could pull off. Cowboy hat.
You wear bucket hats? You ever been a bucket hat guy?
My wife thinks I look stupid in them, and I probably do.
Hold on. I just want to know, is this a scenario where she's like, yeah, Mike, that might not be my favorite, and you've decided that means she thinks you look like an idiot in those hats?
I can tell by her body language.
Okay.
She's not as direct as I can be.
Okay.
I can be sometimes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like if we moved, you can then pull anything off. Nobody knows who you are. Does that make sense?
It feels very high school, middle school right here.
When people change their look completely, like all of a sudden they go to wearing Wranglers and pearl button-down shirts and a cowboy hat and cowboy boots, like, who are you?
Or the vest life. Remember, I wanted to be a vest life guy.
If I moved to Phoenix, Arizona, and I was just dressing like a cowboy all the time, people would be like, yeah, man, that guy dresses like a cowboy. He's done it his whole life, I assume.
And Corey, I'm going to forward this to your son because I saw he dropped another album. So this might be actually useful here. If you have a one-hit wonder like LiAngelo Ball, you've probably heard it all over social media. Shams Charania tweeted yesterday that he has now signed a record deal with Def Jam and Universal Music Group, worth up to $13 million, with $8 million guaranteed. But I will forward this by saying it's not like an NBA contract, not at all. Music deals in the record label industry are very, very weird. This is a licensing agreement, so it's an $8 million advance on future royalties. It's not a signing bonus. And he's probably not even getting all of that right now. The labels can kind of defer some of that money. So he's probably only getting a few million right now up front with the chance to make $13 million.
So it's like he signed with the Dodgers.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes, the Los Angeles Deferrals, gave him a record deal. And they are able to defer those payments, but also it's a max of $13 million. So if he were to exceed $13 million, where do you think that money goes? The record label's pocket.
Yeah.
So that's the weird world of music. But yeah, he tried the basketball thing, didn't work, made a kind of fun rap song. I'm not saying it's good. It's just fun. And there you have it, $13 million richer.
Excellent edition of AM on the FM. Coming up next, I've already seen him. He is in the building. Former Dallas Cowboys quarterback and Cowboys broadcaster Babe Laufenberg joins us in studio next on The Fan.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now, we bring in football knower extraordinaire, former Cowboys quarterback, Cowboys broadcaster. It is Babe Laufenberg. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
So I threw out the same hypothetical to you that I did everybody else, but we added Jason Witten to the first group. So the first group is Kellen Moore, Mike Zimmer, Jason Witten, and Dion Sanders, or every other human being on the face of planet Earth. Where do you think the Cowboys' next head coach comes from?
Should we point out, too, that Babe did walk in with a Colorado Buffaloes coat on?
I did.
So you need to point that out.
So he's a Dion guy.
We'll see.
Well, I need to point this out, that my son was actually a student assistant coach at Colorado, went to Boulder, and I stole the jacket from him. And I do like the jacket, but I do love when you walk around in something like that, and you guys have probably had this. Everybody, hey, go Buffs, go Buffs. Of course, you hear it a lot more now that Dion Sanders.
Yes, very, very, very
but
much.
Yes,
so.
I will take the other.
Okay.
The rest of the world.
Okay, all right, because a lot of people, and you can have whatever opinion you want on this, but a lot of people seem like.
I appreciate that, by the way.
Yes, that was a weird thing for me to say. A lot of people seem to be like disappointed about something that hasn't even happened yet.
Sure.
And they're like, it's going to be Zimmer, it's going to be Moore, it's going to be retread, whatever you think it is.
Right.
And people are already disappointed. Is that just like part of being a fan, that you're just conditioned to like, my team will let me down somehow?
Well, I think a bigger part of it is there's not that one guy out there where you said, man, if my team got this guy. I think when the Rangers, Mike can talk about this more eloquently than I can, when they got Bochy, I mean, it's like, wow, this is a big time guy. This is a winner.
Would Belichick have fit that bill then?
No.
That's how I felt about Parcells.
Oh, I did too.
Time.
I did too. And here's the interesting thing to me. They've run the gamut on head coaches after Jimmy left. I don't want to say I don't count Barry, but and this is not in any snarky way, but he inherited a whole staff. He brought no one. They just said, you're going to be the head coach, and here are your defensive court guys, and here are your offensive guys, and these are your players. And
sounds good.
And just go out there and show up on Sunday and coach them and
manage the group.
Now I will say this: Barry always said, they said, "Oh, well, you won with other people's players," and he said, "Yeah, we could have lost. And it's true. He did win a Super Bowl, but to the point of running the gamut with coaches. So they went. Hopefully, I get this order right. Now there's too many. At one point, it was easy to be a talk show radio host, wasn't it?
Jimmy,
29 years. You said Tom Landry.
I don't know, man. I think about the days where I couldn't just type something up on my computer, and I was like, I don't know, let's go run to the library and we'll get that information.
Barry.
Yeah, so you go Chan, bright young assistant, supposedly, right? At that time. Oh, this guy in Denver and John Elway, and he wasn't the guy. So then they said, well, let's go to that comfortability factor, people that are in the building, know the building, and it was
Dave Campo.
Okay. Then you said
the big tuna.
We got to go big. And part of that
name.
was obviously
trying
to sell the stadium.
Yeah.
And that, I think, it excited me. Let me say that. What was it, 20 years ago?
Yeah.
So, I don't know if it excited the fan base, but it sure excited me to say, wow, they got a guy that's going to come in here. But the part of the problem of that was the owner had no fun, because Parcells was a guy you needed to hear from. And so the owner had 4 years of probably the worst years of his life as an owner. So we get rid of that guy, and in comes Uncle Wade.
Yep.
Then they get rid of Uncle Wade and
Jason.
Guy familiar in the building, blah, 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 bright young assistant. And if you remember, I mean, he was this is what I've never asked him. He turned down the Baltimore job.
Turned it down.
Turned it down.
I remember that.
He's a hot name.
Turned down the Atlanta job. Turned it down to come back for another year as a coordinator. And I always wonder, and I've never asked him, do you regret? My guess is when you see what Baltimore's done and that organization and Ozzie Newsome and just the way that things run.
Probably.
I mean, I would sit there and go,
yeah.
Well, it's the path not taken.
Yeah.
Right? If he had great success here, I mean, let's face it, the Baltimore Ravens are not the Dallas Cowboys in terms of visibility and what it means and putting it on your resume. So that brings us to, and then, of course, Mike McCarthy. And there was some mixed, I think, I don't want to say feelings, but thoughts on McCarthy. He had two of the top 10 quarterbacks of all time. You can go 5, you can go 5, 20.
I got you.
mean,
yeah.
I think everybody would acknowledge that Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers are, they may not be on the Mount Rushmore of the 4 guys, but if you do a Mount Rushmore and there's 10 or 15, they're on it.
Yeah.
They went to one Super Bowl. So there were people saying, now he did go to 3 NFC championship games that they lost, but there are people saying, why didn't he win more? Why didn't he win bigger there? So there's all sorts of, and this next guy, again, to me, the only guy that's going to excite me, and I think it would excite the fan base, is Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator at Detroit.
That's who I want too.
So I don't know if he's going to be a great head coach. I don't know any of that, but that's the one guy where I'd say, okay, wow. Now, that's the guy.
In today's NFL, how much will Jerry Jones talk to Dak Prescott about this decision?
I honestly don't know. I would doubt a whole lot. I had somebody from Green Bay, very high-ranking official, tell me, Aaron Rodgers was a better quarterback than he was a GM. Okay, so when you start letting players get involved, and I understand if you have a relationship with a guy. Hey, I played with this guy in Detroit. He's great, all about it, hard worker. So if you have a relationship, then you go to the guy. But Dak Prescott has no relationship, let's say, with Ben Johnson.
Right.
He might have met him once. I don't know. So to sit there and go to your quarterback, but hey, it's hasn't worked out for the last 29 years. So maybe you do let Dak go ahead and pick the next guy.
And I know we're going to get to the Troy Aikman stuff. We might see how much time you have in your schedule if you want to hang out for a minute.
Yeah.
But what I want to know is, like, in the building, when that firing takes place, like, how does it affect the players and everything? Because I'm just concerned about it as a fan. Like, I care as a fan.
Are you using the wrong term, though, in this situation?
What do you mean?
Jerry didn't fire Mike McCarthy.
I'm sorry.
Mike walked.
When you change coaches.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Because I think I can tell you this,
a great point.
It's very different from a player's perspective if a coach kind of leaves and you're hearing it as the coach left, or your owner and general manager fired your coach.
And there seems to be some difference of opinion about whether they were like, hey, I'm going to be really mean so you don't break up with me and I have to break up with you, versus Mike's like, I'm not taking it anymore. So that's a great point.
Well, in my mind, he was fired. Now, they're going to say we mutually agreed and all that good stuff. And
why do you say that?
Because he wanted to be back. So if you want to be somewhere and you're not there,
you got fired.
You got fired.
Yeah.
You can put all the semantics you want onto it.
Yeah.
But he got fired. I understand his contract was up, so technically the contract lapsed and but
what's that trickle down into the team? Like whether they quit or got fired? Like what?
Very little.
Really?
Very little.
Oh,
nobody. When they start training camp, and I doing the game. Who was the last game against Washington? They all run together. You know how that goes. I said to Brad Sham, I asked a question of McCarthy during the week. Are you going to kind of take this game in, knowing it could be your last game? Certainly as a Cowboys coach, maybe of your NFL career. And but then I asked that question, and he said basically he's going to fight that urge. I'm paraphrasing here. But I said to Brad, there's 10 or 15 players on this field today who won't have a job next year.
Mm-hmm.
They won't be in the NFL. They don't know it. As players, I always say the phone just stops ringing, right? I managed to squeak out 8 years. And in year 9, the phone quit ringing. You keep waiting for somebody to call. They get a guy hurt, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And the phone stops ringing. Very few guys are like Roger Staubach and you get to retire. I always laugh. People ask me, hey, babe, when did you retire? When did you retire? And I always say, I did not retire. They retired me.
Right.
I said, I still want to play. And they said, yeah, well, guess what? We don't want you. So
And you kind of feel that way too, right, Mike?
Yeah, I feel like almost every player in the history of sports, this is how it ends.
Yeah.
There's very few John Elways.
Right. That say, you know what? I've won my 2 Super Bowls in the last 2 years. I'm going to go out and going to go out on top. And but again, there are 10, 15 guys on that field won't have jobs in the NFL next year.
All right. There's a lot of great stuff here.
My point being very quickly, you're more concerned about your job.
That makes sense.
I'm more concerned about, will I have a job, than who am I going to work for next year?
Could you stick around for another segment?
Whatever you tell me to do, I do.
Okay.
You say jump, I ask how high, well,
I
I'm in the
did
air,
say
baby.
he's allowed to have his own opinion, and that was really stupid. So I apologize for that. All right. So coming up next, and what I really love your thoughts on this, and Mike, I know you're interested in this as well. Fox Sports says one thing. Troy Aikman believes another. Are the Cowboys a desirable head coaching destination? We'll talk about it next with Babe Laufenberg right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola Fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, wait.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Babe Laufenberg in studio with us. So I want to get right to it. How desirable is the Cowboys head coaching job? Because on the one hand, Fox Sports is listing, the positions as they become open.
Jane said yesterday that around the league, this is still a desirable position.
Exactly. And Fox Sports listed them as number one. Leapfrog the Patriots with all their cap money, a young quarterback. Fox says the Cowboys are number one. And then we go to the cut that I know has gotten a lot of traction nationally, but especially here in Dallas. This is cut number 8. This is Troy Aikman last night on ESPN. Is the Cowboys head coaching job coveted?
As far as a coveted job, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, really? I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covering or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms.
That's fair.
That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well. But to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
So then you have somebody that we all know and love in Troy Aikman giving a very different answer than perhaps other places. Babe, I know you're friends with Troy, but what do you think about, because both feel like reasonable explanations.
I would agree with you. They're both reasonable explanations. And in fairness, Scott Van Pelt asked Troy, is this a coveted job?
Yeah.
So Troy didn't pull the word coveted out of his rear end.
Sure.
He was responding to coveted job. But I would agree with everything, honestly, that Troy said. But if you're looking at the job openings, I mean, I know Vrabel filled the job in New England, but you want to go to New England, you want the Dallas Cowboys. Do you want to go to Jacksonville, or do you want the Dallas Cowboys? Do you want the New Orleans Saints or the Cowboys? I agree with you. Obviously,
maybe
Bob
the
Kraft,
Bears. Maybe
pardon
the
me?
Bears.
The Bears would be the one where you might say, obviously you've got a quarterback that you can work with and develop, and that appears to be headed to what they hoped he would be, but we'll see what happens there too. As we all know, there's a lot of guys get drafted, and 4 years later, they're on the third team at quarterback. Yeah. But no, I like Caleb Williams, and there's a lot to be said for, I think, Chicago going there. But, hey, the Dallas Cowboys are still, there's about 5 professional sports teams, right? There's the New York Yankees, there's the Boston Celtics, the LA Lakers, the Dallas Cowboys,
maybe the Dodgers.
Dodgers, yes. Dodgers. I grew up in L.A., so
pretty much, they're in the top 10 easily.
Yeah, I mean, it's and obviously they're the highest rated team. They're the most popular team. They're worth the most money of any sports franchise. So there's a lot to be said for that. But if I'm a head coach and I'm going to stake my reputation on winning, they kind of haven't won big here for about 30 years, ever since really Jimmy Johnson left, because we all know Barry won with Jimmy's players. And not only with his players, but with the mindset. You know what I mean? The Troy Aikmans and the Daryl Johnstons and the Darren Woodsons, they were weaned on how to go about your business. So I think as time went on, that dissipated. And kind of guys got here and said, I'm a Dallas Cowboy. It's like, well, no, you're not really yet. It's like you go to training camp, you didn't get the star on your helmet, right? You don't get the star on your helmet until you make the team. So you're kind of earning your way. So I agree with everything that was said there. I'll never forget Chris Collinsworth. We were talking. He said, hey, we would take 17 Dallas Cowboy games on Sunday night.
I have no doubt about that.
So the ratings, and doesn't matter. I always say, and it's funny because I think a little apathy is starting to creep in for the first time. I've been here 35 years. And I think for the first time since, the Cowboys were winning Super Bowls the second time around in the 90s, apathy is starting to creep in. To your point, where you said, well, I don't care who they hire. What's going to change?
Yeah.
And that's never been the case. I've always said, and doing the broadcast and, having been a former Cowboy and living here in Dallas and being connected to things and blah, blah, blah. When the Cowboys are losing, I get calls from all around the country, talk radio stations. And they want to know why the Cowboys are losing. And when they're winning, they want to know why they're winning. We don't get a lot. I guarantee you, the guy in Jacksonville who does Jacksonville radio, I don't know who it is. He's not getting a lot of calls with people in New York and L.A. and Chicago saying, hey, we want to find out, why is Jacksonville not winning? They don't care. So here, there's always been that you care, whether you love them, you hate them, you this, you that. And for the first time, again, I sense a little bit of apathy creeping in of, well, what's going to change? And we'll see.
Real quick, Mike Tomlin to any team who may inquire about his availability in a potential trade, quote, I have no message, save your time. So
wow.
I want to, because Mike Tomlin specifically.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't want to try and talk for Troy. I think he's right when he says the high profile part. This is just like you said, absolutely. 17 games, they would take him in a heartbeat.
Yep.
But I also agree with Troy completely on the concept that if you're a coach, you know that there are things that you have to encounter. Ezekiel Elliott may not have been good for any other team. They were good for the Cowboys, and maybe the coach didn't want that player. And does he have the decision to say, I need to cut this guy?
Yeah, but
because I got to make a statement to a locker room.
Right.
And now you've taken my control of my locker room and my coaching staff away from me, and I have to deal with that. Troy, when you guys were there, everything was built on winning and excellence. And I think that's the standard Troy holds this to, is we built something because we kicked butt all the time, and we knew all the little details that it took to become great. And that's where I feel like he's coming from, is he feels a little let down that it's not the same.
Sure. I mean, and people think Troy hates the Cowboys. He doesn't hate the Cowboys. I think he hates the fact that of what they are today and what they were when he was a Dallas Cowboy.
Yes.
And I say hate, that's far too strong, but
he's hurt.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, I'm speaking for him, which I always say I can barely speak for myself, let alone speak for another person. But I think he'd love it to see the Cowboys come back to prominence. It's not like he's guarding his territory and he wants to be
they couldn't do it
the
without
72
me,
Dolphins that pop open the champagne because the last team has lost a football game. And no, I think he'd love to see the Cowboys do well. I know he loves Dak. I know he loves Dak, wants to see him do well, loves him as a person, thinks he's a great quarterback, all the above. But and let me backtrack one moment, if I may. I know a number of people, again, 35 years I've been here, right? I came here in 89 as a player and been doing something, either CBS 11, TV, and Cowboy games for the last 28 years. And anyway, when you look at, where was I going? I lost my so I know people that have been in the organization, right, in all levels. And they go to, and they will tell you, boy, what a S show this is. What a, and then they go somewhere else. They go to another NFL franchise, and then it's like, oh boy, I thought it was bad there, but you won't believe what's going on here. And I won't give you names, obviously, or franchises.
Feel free to if you want to.
I know, but it's not. The point is, there is no utopia.
Yeah.
Right? There is no utopia. There is no perfect organization or franchise. And, obviously the Steelers have tremendous stability. Let me say this. Mike McCarthy was working on the last year of his contract this year. Obviously, we know that. Mike Tomlin got an extension at the start of this year, got a 3-year extension. If I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm saying, wait a minute. He hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying Tomlin's not a good coach, so don't misconstrue that. But I'm just saying, I'm Mike McCarthy, and I'm saying, wait a minute, I just had 3 12-5 seasons. We've been to the playoffs each of the last 3 years. Won one playoff game. I understand that wasn't the goal to win one playoff game. But you're looking around saying, wait a minute, he just got a 3-year extension. And it was 6 years at the time. Now it's 7 years. Pittsburgh has not won a playoff game. Kevin Stefanski in the opener, Cleveland. He just got extended for 3 years at the start of the season. And Mike McCarthy is like, wait a minute, this guy? And then, of course, you go whip his team in the opener. But everybody ended up doing that. But I'm sure you'd be sitting there, right? And you're saying, wait a minute, I'm doing this over here. He's doing that over there. I'm fighting for my job. And this guy just got an extension. So I think by the end of it, and obviously I wasn't in the discussions. I wasn't privy to anything going on between the Cowboys owner and Mike McCarthy. But he's a Pittsburgh guy. And if you know Pittsburgh guys, I mean, they're a different breed. And Russ Grimm played with Russ Grimm at Washington, and Rich Malott from Coriopolis, Pennsylvania, right outside. These are steel mill tough guys. And I think Mike was emasculated by the end of this.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, again, I wasn't privy to any of it. So, but I think at some point you say, you know what? You know, if you don't want me, I don't want you.
Yeah.
And again, well, somewhere down the road, book will be written, or McCarthy will talk, but again, I think, and it's funny because the last couple of weeks, and you guys heard it, he almost got defiant in terms of defending. Before he'd have these subtle little jabs, and
I could see that.
But at the end of it, he was almost defiant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was just tired of what was going on.
You mentioned Ben Johnson earlier. If you kind of had maybe a person that you would just love to see get this, who would that be?
Well, it would be Ben Johnson. I don't know that that'll happen. I don't know what's going to happen. But, and I know people say, oh, you got to be kidding. But Pete Carroll.
Really?
Pete Carroll would be an intriguing guy to me, only because, again, who are you not hiring? So if you hire Pete Carroll, you say, wait a minute, you're going to pass up. Who is that guy that you're passing up? There's not that guy where you say, wait a minute, we had a chance to get Don Shula, or we had a chance to get Bill Walsh, or we had a chance to get fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Carroll would be interesting to me too. He's closer in age to the owner, but I think he still does relate to the younger players. I mean, he's won, right? Here's the other part. There are 3 coaches that have won a national championship and a Super Bowl. 2 of them have coached for the Cowboys. Now you got all 3.
Yeah, let's get the third one.
Jimmy Johnson, let's get that third guy in here.
Wow, that is bizarre.
Yeah, let's do it, Kevin. That's great. I love this. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
And Pete Carroll was in a situation in Seattle. He was not. John Schneider was in charge of personnel and ran the draft and all that. Now, obviously, you have input, but so it's not a situation like a Belichick where he's omnipresent in the organization. He handled everything. Signed contracts, blah, 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 and told them how much money to give players and who to draft. And so Pete Carroll doesn't come in saying, wait a minute, I can't work under these conditions with the owner being the GM. And I just think I would be kind of excited if Pete Carroll got here. Other than, again, if you're going to tell me we're not getting Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I keep hearing that name, by the way.
Ben Johnson?
No, Pete Carroll's name. Yes, Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
but Pete Carroll's name, I see it floating in a lot of different Twitter circles.
And again, I want to make it very clear, no inside information. But if you told me Pete Carroll was going to be the head coach here, I'd say, oh, that'll be cool. That'll be interesting. That'll be an interesting deal.
What's your, I don't know what the number or whatever it is, your likelihood that Dak Prescott next year can be Dak Prescott 2023?
It's a good question because you're a year older and you've got another major injury that you're dealing with. So, he's obviously going to be less mobile than he was. It's not the $6 million man. If you're old enough to remember the $6 million man, and we can rebuild you and make you better. And Lee Majors, that was always my favorite. You guys are too young. The open of the show where Lee Majors is running, and I was like, oh my God, how fast is that guy going? Not knowing that. Yeah. It's like when I listen to music, I was a big music fan and still am, but 93 KHJ, if we have any Los Angelinos out there listening, it was a kind of a rock and roll station on the AM dial, and everything was A&M, of course, at that point. But I always thought when they played Creedence Clearwater Revival. Up there, I thought the bands were sitting in a room, and then they would bring them into the room to play their song. And then they'd go back into the room and
Amazing.
John, Paul, Ringo, George. I thought they were just sitting there, and they said, well, let's listen to the Beatles. And those guys came out. And then I at like 24, I realized, hey, you know what? That's not really how that works. They've got these records.
Yeah.
Anyway, what else you got for me?
I think.
Come on.
I was going to say, I think that's.
But getting back to Dak,
probably it for now.
Dak's going to be, he's a pocket passer now, clearly. But can you win with him? Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
You got to get better around him, though.
I completely agree, yeah.
The receiver, they had one receiver. I like Brandon Cooks a lot. I usually don't get into the coaching aspect of things, but I thought they misused him. He should have been a 1,000-yard receiver. As a matter of fact, that's the only place that didn't make him a 1,000-yard receiver. He's been 5 stops, and every place he's 1,000 yards. And I can show you film. He's open. I'm like, throw him the ball. Jeez. But,
the new coach will have $11 million in a first-round pick. That probably is enough to fix
Hell yeah.
Mike,
we're going to fix it all. Thank you very much for jumping on with us, babe. Appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you guys for having me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move into the Expressway. We got some Mike Likes It, but also DraftKings pregame power-up host and Emmy Award winner Trey Wingo next right here on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Emmy Award winner and DraftKings pregame power-up host. It is Trey Wingo. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys, what's going on? How are things in Big D?
Well, you know, people are freaking out about Dion or Jason Witten while also accepting the fact that it's probably going to be Kellen Moore. It's been a busy 48 hours or so.
Yeah, the D in Dallas stands for dysfunction at times, and that certainly sort of underscores how we got to this process. I mean, let's just sort of recap. All season long, what did Jerry say? It wouldn't be crazy if we brought back Mike McCarthy. I think he's a great coach. So you go with that premise all along, which means you miss out on a window of opportunity to request interviews for the Aaron Glens of the world or the Ben Johnsons of the world, or even look at a guy like Mike Vrabel before the Patriots snatched him up. And then all of a sudden, we don't have Mike McCarthy anymore because of a length of a contract situation. And now we're just like, what the hell are we going to do now? Let's throw all this stuff up to the wall and see what sticks. And that's sort of how you can describe the coaching situation for the Cowboys.
Trey, I'm interested. Whenever the Cowboys did this 5 years ago, did you feel like hiring Mike McCarthy was a ridiculous plan at that time?
What I said at the time, and I remember this specifically, was I'll give Jerry credit for this. He had a specific idea of a coach he wanted, and he went out and got that specific coach. And when you guys remember when he did this 5 years ago, he said, I want someone who's an experienced head coach. I want someone who has been to a Super Bowl and has won a Super Bowl. That's the kind of person I want. And whether it was right or wrong, Mike McCarthy fit that criteria. And for the most part, outside of some playoff disasters, including last year's at home against the Packers, Mike delivered on a lot of levels, a lot of 12-win seasons, postseason appearances, a playoff win. But obviously with the decimation of the injuries this year for the Cowboys and everything else, it sort of all fell apart this year. I didn't hate the hire at the time, but at the time, Jerry had a plan. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest, guys. He doesn't have a plan right now. He doesn't have a plan.
If that's true,
I agree. I agree with that. From strictly a professional standpoint, how amazing would it be if his plan was Dion Sanders and that came to fruition?
Well, that would, I guess, depend on what your definition of amazing is.
Yeah, lots of content.
It would be the most Jerry Jones decision ever. Let's be honest about that. And I am not. And I have to say this very carefully. I think it would be wonderful if Deion Sanders was a really good NFL head coach, but I have serious questions about that because it is a totally different dynamic from going out and recruiting kids and getting them hyped up to play and all that kind of stuff than it is to be a professional football coach. And you can say, well, they're getting paid. It's professional in college. They're kids. And kids are easy to motivate them, scare them or whatever. Pros don't react that way. They need to know that you know what you're doing and that you have a plan and that plan is going to be successful. I'm not saying he can't do it, but I do find it interesting that everybody's just assuming that he's going to be this great NFL head coach, when if you look at the majority of college coaches that go from college to the NFL, most of the time, it does not work out. I mean, that's just a fact. Jimmy Johnson, Dick Vermeil, Harbaugh, although Harbaugh, I consider Harbaugh an NFL guy more than a college guy. Tom Coughlin, that's about it. And people say Pete Carroll, but before he went to USC, Pete Carroll was a two-time head coach in the NFL with the Browns and the Jets. So and the Patriots. I consider him more of an NFL guy than a college guy, although I thought he was awesome at USC. So, it's been great what Dion has done at Colorado. And, of course, it's interesting that if he decides to leave and Jerry decides to hire him, it's after his sons leave and Travis Hunter is leaving, right? So, it would be a content machine for you guys.
Yeah.
I've always said I wish the 90s Cowboys lived in the world of social media. They wouldn't have been able to field a team most weeks because of all the suspensions that would have come down. But, whether it would work or not, I think is really – for anybody to say, oh, I know this is going to work, that's crap. That's an opinion, and it may, but there's nothing that would guarantee that this is going to work. Be an interesting experiment, but then nobody can say with any certainty that they know it's going to work out here.
So I wanted to ask you about another Sanders then, and my co-host Mike had brought this up. For Shedeur, how big is the learning curve going to be having a coach that's not his dad when he gets into the NFL?
That's another great question. And I've heard people, the hot take machines out there like, well, they should draft Shedeur and then bring in Deion. Now, of all the things that I'm fairly certain of, the idea of bringing in a father-son quarterback head coach could not be more of a disaster. Like, I don't understand how people think that would be a good idea. And, Shedeur, there's going to be a learning curve for him. Certainly, there's a learning curve for everybody. Look, this year's draft class, outside of what we do or do not know about J.J. McCarthy at this point, has been okay. But historically, if you go from 2000 to 2019, roughly 50%, or under 50%, by the way, of quarterbacks taken in the first round were not given a second contract by the team that drafted them. Now, that doesn't mean they're all busts. For example, Baker Mayfield is on his fourth team, and he's finally found a home in Tampa Bay, and I think he's playing very well and proving he's a capable, competent, winning quarterback in the NFL. But he's on his fourth team. It took a while. So the idea that these guys will automatically be successful is just not based in reality. It's not based on historical data. This year, it looks like it's working out for the 5 that went in the first round, or 5 that played, rather, in the first round. We saw flashes from Penix, and obviously Bo Nix has done some good things. But this would be an outlier of outliers.
Around here, you're either so jaded that you're tired of it, or you're, a complete homer. And when Troy Aikman says it's not a coveted job, that argument exists. And I'm kind of curious nationally. Does Dallas? I know the brand is a coveted thing. Being part of the Cowboys brand is. But is the Dallas Cowboys head coaching job coveted nationally?
Well, there's ways I can answer that.
Yeah.
Number one, there's only 32 of them, right? So on some level, every job is coveted.
Yes.
And do you guys remember Buddy Nix, who was the GM of the Bills when they were not the Bills of today? They were the Bills of getting their brains beaten out every year by New England.
Yes.
The GM at the time had to tell people, it's a good job, with that Southern accent. Being the head coach of the Bills is a good job. I think that being the head coach of the Cowboys can be a very good job. But my good friend Mark Schlereth summed it up best years ago. He said, it's one thing to hire a coach. It's another thing to empower a coach. And in his tenure as the owner/general manager, Jerry Jones has empowered exactly 2 head coaches during his tenure. One was Jimmy Johnson until he couldn't take it anymore. And the other was Bill Parcells, because he knew that Bill Parcells knew what the hell he was doing. Every other coach that Jerry Jones has hired has not been empowered by Jerry Jones. He's the only owner that holds a press conference after every game. Everybody knows that the head coach isn't making the decisions. Jerry's making the decisions. And, the players and the coaches, whenever there's an issue, they'll run to Jerry as opposed to the head coach to figure this stuff out. I consider that to be a problematic business model if you're trying to win football games.
With all due respect to the rest of the divisional slate, which I'm sure is going to be great, I'm all about Buffalo and Baltimore. Are you amped up for this game as well?
Oh, absolutely. It is. There's a reason it's the Sunday night game, right? And I think there's a reason that the Texans are once again in that beautiful 3:30 Saturday afternoon slot. I think that there is going to be little resistance for Kansas City unless they completely crap the bed, which I just don't see happening, because Andy Reid's record as a head coach in the NFL with a bye is 29-5, including the postseason. And yes, that's the best record in the history of the NFL in those situations. They played their most complete game of the year when they sealed the number 1 seed and won in Pittsburgh by 19 points and could have really done whatever they wanted there. The game is Buffalo and the Baltimore, because one of those is going to be it's going to be an opportunity for one of those quarterbacks, either Lamar or Josh, to have a chance to go slay the dragon, which is obviously, I think Patrick and the Kansas City Chiefs, who are in that AFC Championship game, will be in Arrowhead. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Lamar, actually, in this
Yes.
game. The Bills are at home. They're really good in the division around. Josh Allen is playing maybe his best football ever. And, for people talk about, Josh's failures in the postseason, he's won 6 playoff games. Let's put that another way. That's double the number of playoff games that Lamar Jackson has won.
Mm-hmm.
That's his, and that was his 3rd playoff win as a starter. So, they look great, and I think Derrick Henry's a huge part of that. But, they played early this year. Was it week 8? And they absolutely destroyed Buffalo and Baltimore. I think Josh had his worst game of the season, or second worst, because the next week against the Texans, he was 9 of 30. I think he was 16 to 29 in that game. And they just got run over by Derrick Henry. But this is the opportunity for a legacy game for whoever wins to go to Arrowhead and say, hey, we can hang with these guys when everything's on the line. So, yeah, it is by far and away the most intriguing game.
I'm fascinated, Trey, by the amount of big, bold moves the Rams have made throughout their entirety here and on the way to the Super Bowl and all these trades, and it looks like they don't have any cap space and all these things, and they've had 5-12 season. Other than that, it's just been winning over and over for the Rams, and they had a fantastic game last night. How have they accomplished this throughout this McVay era?
It's interesting. Let's just specifically stick with this year because every year is different, right?
Yeah.
Like they started off terrible, 1-4. And it's amazing how much better a quarterback can be when, you have good receivers.
Mm-hmm.
He lost Cooper Kupp. He lost Puka Nacua. And then they had their bye week 5, the same week as the Eagles. And if the Eagles didn't exist, all we'd be talking about is how well the Rams have played since that point, including the playoff win last night. They're 10-3 since their week 5 bye. I think with the turnovers they had last night, since that time, they're plus 10 on the turnover differential. Wow. They got 9 sacks last night. I mean, that ties a playoff record, and it just shows you how important the quarterback play is, right? The last 9-sack playoff game in the NFL, you guys want to take a guess what it was?
1970.
No.
Okay.
2021 divisional round, Tennessee Titans #1 seed, and in comes Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. And they sacked Burrow 9 times in that game. But Burrow had the fortitude and the receivers in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to find ways to make it work and overcome those obstacles. And they beat Tennessee in that game with Money Mack making the kick as a rookie to send them to the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs. So, even when your offensive line is disintegrating, if you have a superlative quarterback, you can survive those kind of things. The Vikings didn't have it, and the Rams are coming together very nicely at a really good time. But there's a reason Philadelphia has won the record that they have and have had things that they've done. So it's going to be a very difficult task. It's doable, especially if Jalen Hurts is going to struggle again like he did against Green Bay and was really rusty. He looked really rusty. And if that happens again, the Rams are a team that can take advantage of certain situations because of their versatility on offense.
I'm sure people entrenched in the NFL playoffs already know the answer, but if for some reason they don't, where can everyone find what you're doing and get these opinions more frequently?
Thank you. All over the socials, obviously at Wingo's on Twitter, Trey.Wingo on Instagram. We host a pregame power-up show on DraftKings Network throughout the playoffs. It'll be at 10 o'clock Sunday morning on DraftKings Network for the divisional round as well as Conference Championship Sunday, and then we'll be in New Orleans all week long for the Super Bowl. So check it out, DraftKings Network, pregame power-up throughout the entire football season.
We look forward to seeing you at the Super Bowl. We'll come by and say hi to you, and we need to tell the NFL Hall of Fame voting to do the right thing today and get Darren Woodson in.
Leading tackler in the Dallas Cowboys franchise history and a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Call me crazy, that should count for something.
I love it.
You're not crazy. Thank you very much, Trey.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
There you go. Trey Wingo right here on 105.3 The Fan. Love talking with Trey Wingo. Can I give you 2 bizarre playoff factoids real quick from this weekend that got lost in the McCarthy, everything that happened with that? First of all, and most importantly, Corey, and I know you know this, Houston won 32-12.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know? By God, that's a scoregami.
Oh, nice.
The 1,091st.
In the playoffs?
It's just a lifetime scoregami.
32-12 doesn't sound like a crazy score.
And it's never happened in the regular season either.
You're right,
I know.
Mike.
So I guess that just did. Usually, I don't know. It just kind of there's who didn't score this number, and that's interesting.
32 is kind of a funky number.
Yeah, and I guess 12 isn't super funky.
Yeah.
What's the funkiest number?
Marky Mark.
Okay, that's not a number, but
he has the whole bunch. He has a whole bunch of them.
Okay.
He has the funky bunch.
Do you think they still talk? Do you think Marky Mark still talks?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't even know who's in the funky bunch.
Okay.
Let's go find out.
Feel free to let us know. But also, did you know that C.J. Stroud became the third quarterback since 1991 to throw for 101 yards on a single drive.
I did not know that.
Which seems confusing.
It does seem confusing.
All right, so
was there a penalty, and then he had to kind of back it up and then do it again?
See, now you're thinking. The Texans got the ball at their 1 yard line, but not only penalties, but also you can have run plays that lose yardage. So in one drive, he ended up throwing for 101 yards, joining Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson as the only quarterback since 1991 to do that in a playoff game. I just thought that was super neat.
That is super neat, man. I appreciate when you bring these kind of factoids to our world.
Are you looking up Funky Bunch information?
I am looking up Funky Bunch information, and I don't know. There's lots of years and lots of different members that have been teammates that have been in the. Never mind.
Why are you sad about this? I have no idea what's happening.
I'm not going to try and appear on Masterpiece of the Week this week.
Oh.
Kevin,
do you want to?
Let's get something away.
Caller number 10, right
now,
will win a 4-pack of tickets to see the biggest stars in tennis come to Texas at the Dallas Open. It's going to be on February 3rd, or you can pick February 4th. Caller number 10 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Dallas Open right now, 877-881-1053. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
I have a few more football questions to get to. Go ahead.
Can I announce something? The Browns are promoting Tommy Rees to their offensive coordinator, so the Cowboys can't interview him.
Did you think this announcement was going to be about the Funky Bunch?
No, I didn't know what in the world it was going to be. Last time he did that, the Cowboys said we're not bringing
That's
Mike
a good
McCarthy.
point. That's a good point.
Looking at the coach openings in the NFL, and you can go through them if you want. I know like Jacksonville, New Orleans, New York Jets, Chicago Bears, now Dallas Cowboys have been at it. I'm probably forgetting one off the top of my head. But the Cowboys were the last to at least say our coach isn't coming back. I don't think there's going to be another firing. Do you guys think the firings are done in the NFL for head coaches for 2025?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Do the Cowboys, I'm trying to phrase this question right. Will the Cowboys be the last team to hire their head coach?
I could see that. And I could see it for not football reasons.
Kevin, did you ever see the movie Get Shorty?
I have seen that movie.
John Travolta shows up very late to something, and I think it's Danny DeVito, and he's like, "Where have you been?" And he says, "If you're important, people wait on you." And I think that's the way Jerry lives this. He's like, look, if you're important, you go last.
That's what's going to get them in trouble again, though, right?
Kevin, I'm not arguing that it's right. I'm arguing that this is the way I think he approaches it.
I got you.
Whitney Houston had a whole song about it.
How did that song go?
It's not right, but it's okay. I'm gonna make it anyway. Pack your bags up and leave. I don't know the last part of that.
Can you imagine Alex surprised when he's taking the winner's information for the Dallas Open and he missed a bit and then he comes back and he hears Mike singing?
I'm so confused right now.
It's Whitney Houston song.
But
about maybe Bobby Brown or men. I don't know.
Yes, Mike. I
how men are.
I do think they'll be the last one to hire. I don't think it's going to be because Jerry's wants the most headlines and the headlines by himself.
Okay. Yeah. I was wondering now that they are probably the last to let go of their coach, which that's, I think, always going to happen with the Cowboys. At least if Jerry Jones is around for the next firing or not rehiring, they'll always go last in letting go of their coach when people are at the end of the season going, we're going to let go of this coach. I'm assuming, by the way, the Colts now are coming to my head as that's another team, right? That's obviously they fired their coach well before the end of the year, Thanksgiving. Okay, so my next kind of football thing is Joe Mixon. He's kind of a forgotten running back of this era or generation, and I get it. You had Zeke for a small amount of time until partying took over his life completely. Then you have Derrick Henry, and you have Saquon Barkley. And I think in that order right now, I guess Saquon can change that order in the history of football. But those are the two guys right now that we really talk about. But it feels like Joe Mixon just hangs right behind those guys.
Yes.
He against the Chargers looked
Christian
great.
McCaffrey in that group?
Yeah, McCaffrey's up there too.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to undercut your point.
Don't undercut, because there's guys that I'm going to forget about. But watching Joe Mixon in that playoff game, and obviously McCaffrey did a great job of helping his team get to the Super Bowl last year. A major part, if not the part. I just think Joe Mixon might be one of these guys where he's kind of forgotten of this generation, but man, can he make an impact. If I look at him on the Bengals, and I was looking up his numbers, right now he's 28 years old. He has 7,428 rushing yards, 60 touchdowns, 2,448 receiving yards, and 14 touchdowns. So 74 touchdowns in his career, almost 10,000 total yards, and he's 28 years old. So he should have 2 or 3 more years left. You never know, but as long as he's not a Zeke Elliott party guy, he should be able to last till he's 30.
And he missed 3 games this year, 4 games, something like that this year. He's one of those guys. What happened at OU was a big question mark on what his future held, and I think Cincinnati might have been the perfect spot for him to land because nobody really cared because it was Cincinnati. And then all of a sudden it's the spotlight, but Joe Burrow was the star. Jamar Chase was the star. Those guys were the stars up there, and he was good. He was exactly what they needed. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. He's a strong, tough runner. He's exactly what you want. And when he goes down to Houston, he said this multiple times, I'm with a team. I'm finally with a team that I think that I can run with, that he feels comfortable with. They needed his veteran leadership too. And so he's established a really good rapport with Stroud. They worked well together. I've had a lot of admiration for Joe Mixon. He's never been the Barkley, the Derrick Henry.
We never think of him as the best or maybe next to the best.
But he's like an Aaron Jones for me, where you're like, if I have that, I can win.
It's interesting that you picked that person, because the person I immediately put right with this person is he not Josh Jacobs? In terms of, Josh Jacobs is a guy now with the Packers who he moves the needle in a season, but I don't feel like he's in this conversation.
Yeah, maybe so.
His rushing statistics and touchdowns that are very similar to Joe Mixon, and so that's who I thought of straight away. But I feel like, to your point, he doesn't get talked about a whole lot. It's could he ever make the Hall of Fame?
Josh Jacobs was a great addition to that team this year. As a matter of fact, I'm not a huge Najee Harris fan.
Sure.
But a friend of mine texted our group, and he was like, Najee Harris to the Cowboys next year. And I was like, that would be a very similar thing to the Josh Jacobs to the Green Bay move, where you need that runner, and maybe it's not the thing that you're like, that's going to change everything, but you need a runner that can run the football like he does, tough kind of runner. But yeah, I think that I look at him as an Aaron Jones. They can do a lot. They're versatile and do a lot of different things. He has grown into a good veteran too for them.
Now I go into Mike likes it, and I thought people liked no commercials. So we're in the expressway right now from about 10:20 to 12:55-ish, right? Somewhere in that range every day. But it seems like you people like more commercials. Should we just run commercials for 35 straight minutes? Would that, guys, get you listening more if we just commercialed this thing up? What do you think?
I feel like probably not.
It's very confusing when, feedback if you guys want. Did you guys even know? I don't know. Feedback. Did you guys even know that we don't run commercials
from 35 minutes?
Yeah, usually we do about approximately 15 minutes, and then we have to go to commercial break. But we've done this thing for a while now where we give you almost 40 minutes of uninterrupted content, and you people don't even seem to like it. What did you even? I'm kidding with you guys. Did you guys listening, or girls, did you even know that we are actually doing commercial-free radio for this long?
I did. Your face.
Obviously we did.
I answered his question.
I was going to say, I'm curious to see the answer to this as well, because obviously that's a big part of what we do, but I have no idea.
YouTube, stop doing the random chat. We're actually doing a segment right now. Respond to me. I demand it. Okay, now, next thing. We mentioned it early in the show, a quick pass by. We didn't do baseball nuggets today, and understandably, Kevin and I talked about it. There wasn't too much. Sasaki has called up the Rangers, probably not him personally, probably his agent, yesterday, and said, you guys are out. So if you were hoping for the, let's say, Roki Sasaki miracle of him choosing the Rangers, that's dead and gone. He's down to supposedly the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Blue Jays are the 3 finalists that he's deciding between. But I think it's been decided for months, and I think it will be the Dodgers. We'll find out. Obviously, the Dodgers are one of the 3 finalists.
I'm curious where the Padres fall on this, and I know people started to, hey, did this picture get taken out of an apartment window outside of Petco? Is he throwing in Padres gear? And so some people think the Padres have picked up some steam, but I'm bummed that the Rangers aren't going to get Roki Sasaki.
I guess they tried. I don't know.
They did try.
They went over to Japan multiple times and said, we like you. What's your deal? And he said, well, I guess that's not.
Is that how you think the conversation started?
I'm sure that
hey, what's your deal?
Maker
I'm in Japan.
And Chris Young were like, hey, we want you to be a Ranger. And they said, well, guess what? Everybody else wants me to be on their team. And
what
they
else
said,
you got?
But we just won the world championship. And he said, well, guess who just won it? And then that was the, they're like, guess what? Yeah, when was the last time the Padres and the Blue Jays did anything? So, anyways, Rangers are out. By the way, people are responding. They're saying, cool, Bassick, how about 40 minutes of not talking about the Cowboys? Well, I don't know. And then somebody said, I did, Mike. And then somebody just said, poop. And then, let's see, Eduardo says, Mike always screaming. Well, sometimes. Des caught it. 88 says we love commercials. So there's a vote for all commercials all the time. Mike Zip It and Dak Stinks. I'll change that word, but that's from somebody. Stop yelling at me, Mike. Then somebody else said I also poop.
The Twitch Texas Size Rip says I'm only here for Mike's live reads. The rest of the show is just filler.
Yeah, it's true. Oh.
Still my favorite one. He goes, go ahead, try to rob my parents' house. That was an actual thing that happened.
Okay, so anyways, there's people kind of responding. Okay, so somebody really wants G-Bag Nation to get on quickly. So,
okay.
Sorry that we have a job. Okay, so
I love my job.
I'm running out of time here. The expressway's almost up. So people that love commercials, congratulations, they're almost here. I'm going to tease tomorrow because I don't have enough time.
Well, you couldn't have filled this time with whatever you really wanted to talk about?
Maybe, hey, Alec, do you have more commercials you can
Today?
play?
Not great. Tomorrow, though.
Is that your tease? Corey brings is your tease for the segment today? Hey, I know it wasn't great today, but tomorrow, man.
I'd like to do baseball nuggets tomorrow because there's an interesting article on which teams are most likely to repeat as division champs, and I was surprised by the order of the list.
Okay,
and now commercials.
So tune in tomorrow for the Mike Likes It that Mike really wanted to do until he got caught up on this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Larry says, read my text, Mike. I just did, Larry.
Coming up next, I hope Corey does the C block that he wanted to do today.
I wanted to get to some hits and misses from the playoff weekend, and I might have another Mike McCarthy question, unless y'all are tired of that. Next on The Fan.
Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in Texas. 105.3 The Fan is proud to sponsor Texas Rangers Fan Fest, Saturday, January 18th at Globe Life Field. Meet your favorite current and former Texas Rangers with autograph sessions, Q&As, a baseball card show, run the bases, go deep in the wiffle ball home run derby, and so much more. Tickets sell fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/fanfest.
Well, guess what? It's the best time of the show. It's commercial time, brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding. All right, guys and girls, the winter chill has arrived. Is your home ready? If you have leaky windows, you're letting the cold in, you can't afford to wait anymore. It's time to call Best Buy Windows and Siding. Those drafty windows are really causing your energy bill to go up. Right now, Best Buy Windows and Siding can get you 10 windows installed for just $59.50, zero down, 0% financing with approved credit. Give them a call at 469 Windows. Let's keep the cold out and the savings in, and you know it's going to help you tremendously during the summertime too. Call 469 Windows or go to bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it cell phone squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that. I do want to give a shout out to the Ranger fans / Tolos.
Whoa, that was awesome last night or yesterday.
Yesterday, whenever we left after our meeting, and we rolled out of here about 2:30 yesterday, I believe. Whenever I walked out, there was a line almost like wrapped to the exit already of Tolos and Ranger fans that were getting ready for last night's event. And I know we were very lucky to get Marcus Simeon's autograph for a very special thing
That's
for
gonna be
Peace-a-thon.
awesome.
We're really looking forward to how we can get that taken care of. But that was really awesome to see all the Tolos here last night for that event, and I hope that we can. I hope the boss is listening right now, and I bet he is. We can do more of those types of events because I love that the Tolos get to experience something like that. That's really cool. So congratulations, Tolos, for showing up and showing out. Y'all are the best.
Corey, you got a lot to do here because from the 940, why is there sports talk interrupting my commercials?
Yeah.
I will do more Platinum Chevy.
More
if that's what they
commercials is like our new mantra, right?
What if that was the thing?
And it was a little while back.
That really drove home the ratings.
Well, I'll tell you, Alec
get it
on
for cheap.
YouTube said, "I wish there was 40 minutes of the C Block."
Oh
So
my
this
God.
is your time to shine for Alec.
I appreciate that, Alex.
Yeah, shine for me.
There you go. Gross. We will get to hits and misses in just a moment, and at the end of the C Block, maybe one of the most shocking stories of 2025. I will put it to you that way.
There's only been 12 days to do this. No,
Mike,
14. This
don't
is day
diminish
14.
this. Stop diminishing that.
Hold on. So does that mean, I'm sorry, Corey, does that mean you're not impressed by the most astonishing story you'll hear in a 2-week period? If somebody came up to you right now, is like
January 1st,
I'm
the
gonna tell
game
you,
of the year.
Yeah, but if today somebody's like, I'm going to tell you the most crazy thing you've heard in 2 weeks, you're going to be like, meh.
Yeah. I feel like it needs some more time to marinate.
Okay.
From the 940 KNC, Kevin in commercials. That's what it stands for. So.
And
Actually,
just think-
commercials is spelled with a K. So.
And you could spell commercials with a K and it'd be fine. C and K. We need to eliminate one of them.
And when I used to really mess with people, when they would say, why is your name first, Kevin? I was like, well, actually, Corey is spelled with a K and my name is spelled with a C.
We've
and they'd
always
be
had
like,
some fun
And
doing
nobody
it.
would know any
serious?
better.
Yeah.
You could spell it that way and everybody would pronounce it the same.
Kevin, the stat that we kept track of all season long.
Running backs
during
and
hits
quarterbacks.
misses, the top 7 passer records from the playoffs. I went with top 7 because there's 14, and so it's just going to
makes
balance
sense.
out that way. The top 7 passer records, 3 and 4.
Ooh.
The top 7 rusher records, 5 and 2. Again,
that's been the case all year, right?
Who are the rushers that lost?
I will say also, because I did go look, Lamar Jackson was in the rushing group, so I took him out, still 5 and 2. Because Kyron Williams was the next running back up. So, if you're running the ball effectively, your record is going to be in your favor. So, as the Cowboys do this, I know creativity in the passing game is important, but you have to have a good offensive line to be able to run the football.
It's kind of also, you look at these fourth quarters, and the playoffs kind of stunk for the first, wild card round. But it's because these teams, when they're losing, they become desperate. And they are playing a good team because we're down to the top, 14 teams. The top 2 didn't play.
Yeah.
But when you start getting desperate against good teams and start just, all we can do is pass, and we have to have big play after big play. Well, the other team is like, we will probably be able to stop it, and then we're going to be able to run it down your throats and kill the clock and even score more. And probably have great field position because you're having to go for it on 4th and 7 from your 32 because you're like, well, we're down by 14 with 10 minutes to go. Like, what's the chance we punt here and stop them and get 2 possessions and score and stop them? And so, I don't know. I just kind of thinking about that as we were talking about Friday, these kind of stats and things is like, maybe we should expect more blowouts in the playoffs. Not that this team is that much better than that team. It's just come fourth quarter time, that desperate team behind can do some stupid things because they're just trying to get back in the game.
Look at Justin Herbert. I mean, that's a perfect example of that for sure. And in those situations, that's the thing. Broadus said it early in the year. I think we were spoiled by it with Emmitt Smith and that Cowboys group. The ability to salt away a fourth quarter or a second half by just saying, all right, we're gonna drive and punch in a touchdown, even though you think you just made a great drive and you're about to catch some momentum. We're taking all the air out of your balloon or sail or whatever you want tires. We'll talk about Christian Pulisic, I think, Kevin, with Gavin Dawson in the G-Bag crosstalk, because there's some news there. Hits and misses from the playoff weekend. Honorable mention for your hits. Ladd McConkey, 197 yards and a touchdown. And Khalil Mack, 2 sacks, showing he's still got a little something.
Even though he's like, I might retire.
And Kevin, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I feel like Khalil Mack was one of your favorite players during his time.
That's right. I loved watching Khalil Mack, and it's one of those things. This could be a segment for another day. Who is the player that, like, not that you discovered them, but you led the hype train for that paid off? See, I think that could be two different things. And who's the player you led the hype train for that was a disaster?
Oh, yeah.
Khalil Mack was one of the people that were like, where does he play football? And I'm like, this dude is awesome. Just watch him play.
He was the epitome
behind the draft.
of don't worry about the talent versus other talent surrounded, because he was a Buffalo, a Buffalo college. And you're just like, who's he playing against, though? And it didn't matter because he was beating up everybody. And then he comes to the league and he beats Tyron Smith in a practice rep. And Tyron Smith was like, no, do that again. And then one-handed slammed him to the ground. All right, so those are my honorable mentions for the hits. For the misses, for the top 3 hits of the weekend, Josh Allen. That was maybe as comfortable as I've ever seen him in the playoffs before. 272 yards, 2 touchdowns, a 135.4 rating. That was absolutely phenomenal.
It just goes back to, I'm so excited because you have 3 teams in the AFC that feel like they all have tons of momentum. With all due respect to Houston, and you even heard when Trey Wingo was on, he's like, the winner gets to go play the Chiefs. That feels like a foregone conclusion. And if it's not, we'll have a whole different thing to talk about. But it feels like Lamar Jackson is on fire. A lot of people think he should be the MVP. The Ravens are clicking. Josh Allen is the MVP favorite. He's playing the best football of his career, and they're on fire. The Kansas City Chiefs, they're going for the first three-peat in the history of the Super Bowl era, and they went 15-1 in games they cared about in the regular season. But only one of them is going to make it. And even if the games are high scoring, I feel like you're going to tag Lamar Jackson or whoever with, but he can't win. Oh, well, we lost 38-35. You can't win in the playoffs.
It feels like, to me, if Patrick Mahomes pulls this off and he wins, I'm not saying pull off the Houston win. They're an 8-point favorite. But if he beats, whether it's Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson again in the AFC Championship game, which if he wins this week, he will be 7 for 7 in his career. He's entered the playoffs 7 times, and he's made it to the AFC Championship game 7 times. He's 6 for 6 in his career. If he does it and he makes it to the Super Bowl, you start going, he's Michael Jordaning.
I like it. I got it.
Jordaning.
He did it while wearing jean shorts. I gotcha.
Nope.
He's doing it to everybody, where it's like y'all's resume, like Patrick Ewing or whoever it is, Dominique Wilkins, y'all's resume start looking not very complete, and then they're going to be trash. I'm telling you right now, by the time I'm getting close to being dead, people are going to think Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and all these guys Patrick Mahomes played against nobody.
And you're like, they were really good.
Unfortunately, Patrick Mahomes keeps ruining all of their playoff dreams.
Yeah, like a lot of times I'm like, but who is Jim Kelly? And you're like, well, he's actually pretty good.
If you watched him, he was freaking awesome. But
number 2 on my hits of the playoff weekend, Ladd McConkey was the honorable mention. The second leading target for Justin Herbert, Derek Stingley Jr., who had 2 interceptions and 70 yards and 5 pass deflections. Justin Herbert could not defeat Derek Stingley Jr., cornerback for the Texans. That dude is a man. And he was, again,
one of his receivers might have messed that up, but I hear you.
Choppy said this, and I was like, what? Only 2 receivers had multiple catches from Justin Herbert on his team. The third one was Derek Stingley Jr. He had multiple catches from Justin Herbert over the weekend. So I'll give him number 2. And then number 1 for the hits of the weekend, Derrick Henry, 186 yards and 2 touchdowns. He looks like an absolute beast. And when it's like during the regular season, we were like, why didn't you sign Derrick Henry? And now here you are in the playoffs going, yeah, we can win with Derrick Henry behind the offensive line. Just go.
Yeah.
Just go. Misses of the weekend, Saquon Barkley.
Because they kept missing him when they were trying to tackle him?
I'm not going to complain too much about this. However,
can I ask you a question? Let's say I made a double play on Underdog Fantasy that Josh Jacobs would score a touchdown and Saquon Barkley would score a touchdown, and then it didn't happen.
Let's say I did the same thing.
Oh, my goodness.
Saquon Barkley.
You guys are gambling fools now? When does this
Hey,
happen?
hey. It's not gambling.
Sorry.
It's daily fantasy.
Yeah, it's daily fantasy. What are you doing? It was like $11. But it was a 3-part.
Different.
Is it a parlay at that point? It was like I needed all 3 things to hit.
Yeah.
And he missed first.
Yeah.
So my Mike Evans and all the other ones hit, except for Saquon Barkley, who had a breakaway 70-yard touchdown and decided to lay on the ground.
But he probably did the right football
That was the
thing,
right football thing to do. And Adrian was like, why are you upset? And I was like, because he did the right thing.
That's amazing about gambling, and I'm not saying to do, or about fantasying, I guess we're calling it.
They're different
daily
things.
fantasy.
Yeah, about daily fantasying.
Yeah.
Is that you will stick with a game when it's kind of over.
Oh, my God, yes.
Because of the fantasying part of it.
And I was just waiting for that moment.
Dang it, scene.
It opened wide, and there was nothing but grass in front of him, and nobody was going to catch him.
Mm-hmm.
I would have hit. I would have gotten back in the game. Misses of the weekend also. That was my honorable mention. Mike Tomlin's an honorable mention there because they didn't win again. Number 3.
Still don't know what Mike Tomlin why he deserves to get fired.
I didn't say he deserves it.
No, I'm just saying it seems like nationally I'm seeing people that are like, well, maybe he does because he hasn't won a playoff game.
It's not like firing. I'm not hearing the firing call as much as I'm hearing. You need to give him just as much of a hard time as any of these other guys now. Like he's not getting the success.
And you look at it from the perspective of who the crap is going to win with that quarterback.
Yeah. What game were they? Maybe I'm wrong. Over the 7 playoff games, I believe he's lost 7 in a row now. I believe. I'm not 100% sure.
So.
What game was he favored in? Like last year, if you want to dog Mike McCarthy, dog the Dallas Cowboys, they were 7-point favorites, I believe, in last year's home game against Green Bay. So Vegas put them as a touchdown favorite. I don't feel like Pittsburgh's ever gone into these playoff games as favorites, but maybe I'm wrong.
A lot of times it does feel like, at the quarterback position as well, that he's been given hay and sticks and is supposed to stop the big bad wolf from blowing the house down. And he's like, I got you. It looks like bricks. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Number 3 on the misses of the weekend, the playoff committee. How did they vote these teams in? And we get so many bad games this weekend. How did the playoff committee in the NFL get these games that were all blowouts?
So you think it should have been the Bengals?
They
should have put in. Yeah,
this doesn't make sense.
I'll be honest, to kind of Kevin's point, I don't know what's happening over here, is if Cincinnati would have got the Denver spot.
I heard that too. I'm sorry. Alec is looking around. Did you hear it say 114 something?
Yeah. Oh, is it my watch maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. Something started talking. But yeah, I'm going to say if the committee would have just said, nah, we're putting Cincinnati in this, Mo.
Number 2 on this list, Jordan Love. 3 interceptions, could not connect downfield.
Yeah. Very catchable ball, though.
Yeah. Yes, you're right about that. And number 1, the dude turned back into a pumpkin. I gave him a hard time before the season, and all season long, he proved me wrong until the very end of it, and then he fell apart. 9 sacks last night. His offensive line deserves credit as well. But Sam
Darnold deserves some credit for taking some of those sacks.
There were some times where he should have gotten rid of the ball, and he did not. But he did not. The last few games, he looked like the pumpkin again. He couldn't connect against Detroit, and then in this game, he did not. He was not the difference maker for that team. I want to get to this very quickly.
Well, it was the home field advantage in Phoenix.
You know what? You got a good point there, Mike. Headline. I'm going to skip the headline and just go right to the story. This is from BBC Sport. Italian club Lazio, is that how you say it?
Perfect.
Can you say that accent?
Nope. Italian club
Lazio
have sacked a man responsible for handling the club's eagle mascot after he shared videos online. So this is the falconer, if you will, Kevin.
No.
After he shared videos online of his own prosthetic.
Is this a sex mascot story?
No. This is the man who's in charge of the eagle for them.
Okay.
He's the falconer, if you will. Evidently has a prosthetic limb, if you will. And he got it enhanced via prosthetics. And he showed it online in a video. And his name is Juan Bernabe. And he's handled the eagle named Olympia since 2010. And he flies the bird over the Serie A Cup Stadio Olimpico before matches.
That's awesome.
Lazio, whose crest is emblazoned with an eagle, have parted ways with Bernabe after he shared images and videos of his member on his social media after undergoing implant surgery. He said they were shocked by the images and that Bernabe had been sacked with immediate effect. And they added they were aware of the shared pain that the loss of the eagle will cause to fans for upcoming home matches, but it was impossible to associate our historical symbol with such an individual. So this dude goes online and is like, hey guys, when you get a surgery like this is what it looks like, to give people hope, obviously. And then they said we cannot have that eagle flying around the stadium anymore. There you go, Kevin. Told you.
Man.
Could be the most shocking story of 2025 so far.
That is a shocking story.
Show me your meat. You kind of want to see, like,
I don't.
What are we working with here?
No.
How does the surgery work? What is it? What are we working with?
I mean, I would assume the surgery works if you're going to show it off, or else you'd be like, hey, don't go to this guy.
I remember my friend's mom got the top procedure done.
You could say she got a boob job.
And she asked me if I wanted to feel them, and I was like, sure.
What?
And I did.
Your friend's mom?
Yeah, because she was so excited.
Hold on.
She was
Wait,
look, I got this done.
I know we have to go to break. I'm just going to ask you this question one time. I'm going to believe you.
All right.
Did your friend's mom want to have sex with you?
I don't think so.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
What is happening?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike.
Coming up next, should this man be voted into the NFL Hall of Fame today? And
the Gulf of Mexico.
No, the Mike McCarthy exit survey. Next on The Fan.
Commercial free.
product. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Online, just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stafford, cool as can be, takes the snap, looking left, comes off that read, sidearm throw, to the 9, to the 5, to the end zone! Touchdown, Davis Allen!
KNC Masterpiece. Back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Rams are victorious over the Minnesota Vikings 27-9. Now, I want to get to the Mike McCarthy exit survey in just a second. But first, do you think this player should get into the Hall of Fame? And this is not about Darren Woodson, because I think we all agree, of course, Darren Woodson should be in the Hall of Fame. What are we even talking about? Have you ever heard of a player named Jim Tyrer?
I have not.
Fair.
No. There's no such player.
There is definitely such a player. Tell me if you think this sounds like a Hall of Fame resume. So, Tyrer played his career with the Dallas Texans, then Kansas City Chiefs, which were in the AFL before the merger, 1970.
And he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Correct. They're voting on him as part of the senior committee today. He's a 3-time AFL champion, first team AFL 5 times, second team All AFL twice. Then when the leagues merged, first team All Pro NFL his first season.
I'm sorry, did you say what position he played?
I did not.
Okay.
He's an offensive tackle.
Okay.
All right. So it sounds like a pretty, they also won the Super Bowl 4, and he's on the AFL all-time team.
Okay.
That sounds like a Hall of Famer, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. Here is why he's not in the Hall of Fame. So he had a 14-year career. Everything was going great. His name was on the Hall of Fame ballot, and then it disappeared because on September 15th, 1980, while his kids were asleep, he murdered his wife and then shot himself. Now, the NFL code of or specifically the voting on this says, quote, off the field or away from the game contributions and or situations, positive or negative, are not to be considered, and selectors are prohibited from including them in presentations or discussions. Now, I realize people will bring up OJ, but he was already in the Hall of Fame. So they didn't retroactively take him out of the Hall of Fame, but he was already in the Hall of Fame. My question is, if you're a voter, I know what the rules say. Do you think you could separate, hey, this was a Hall of Fame player, but then he killed his wife, so I'm not going to vote for him?
I don't think I can, and I don't think the NFL wants him to get into the Hall of Fame. Do you want on whatever date it is, August 10th, and they play the Hall of Fame,
Sure.
or the day before the Hall of Fame game they're doing, and then they have a 10-minute video highlight of this guy, and then you have to celebrate them, then somebody has to get up, I'm assuming, and talk about him in a very shining light as a team, as obviously a player, a teammate.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This doesn't sound like something that you really want to celebrate.
I think his family, his kids would get up and speak. And here's why. I'm seeing this post on Instagram right now.
And there is, go ahead.
The children of the greatest player in the not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, learned that their dad, Jim Tyrer, is on the cusp of induction. The murder-suicide of Tyrer and his wife, Martha, has long made him unforgivable in the eyes of voters. It was only when recent findings about Tyrer and brain trauma emerged that they saw fit to revisit the 1980 tragedy. The Tyrer children have been on a long journey, and their legacy of resilience is a model for not only NFL families, but anyone who's lived in the shadow of trauma and public misperception. Here's hoping the final voters will display the same courage and right or wrong, and right a wrong. And then I think there was a quote from the family at the end that said, "Look, we haven't asked a lot. We've never asked for favors. What we ask for is you do what's right, based on our father's accomplishments on the football field." This is a situation where they're saying they found that he had CTE or brain trauma.
And I'm pretty sure that's why Gary Myers brought the name up. Gary Myers, by the way, said he wasn't sure how he was going to vote. But I think Gary Myers is the one who pushed the name, just to be in the conversation because of what you're saying.
And Mike, when you said, I don't think they want, and all those things, I agree with you. I also feel like they don't want this because the bright light it shines on CTE. I feel like they don't want that, or maybe they can use it as an opportunity to say, here's why more Guardian caps. Here's why we need more technology invested in these things. If we're going to continue this sport and we want to limit these types of things, then we need to do more of this. So, Kevin, when you initially presented this to me, I was like, oh, man. Because it sounded like a guy who just went out of his way to violently murder his wife and kill himself. And now that I see it and I understand so much more than I used to about the brain and CTE and how it affects people, I think it should be, especially based on. Now, here's the thing: is you said the credentials.
He's got the credentials.
The Hall of Fame says we don't worry about off-field stuff.
I forgot to check who the other one was. I apologize. There are only 2 players in history who have 6 all AFL or NFL first-team honors that aren't in the Hall of Fame. This is one of them. Mm-hmm. So the argument that he might be the best player not in the Hall of Fame, I thought was interesting. But yeah, I go back to Gary Myers. He said, this to me is a true test of whether we adhere to the Hall's mandate to only consider what's on the field, because what happened off the field is horrific. And then consider this. 2 of the other people on the senior committee are Sterling Sharp and Mike Holmgren. So just think about how weird that dynamic is. It's like these are 2 people.
Sterling Sharp belongs in.
Yeah, coach and player that you're more familiar with. And then there's this guy who probably has their accolades, at least Sharp, maybe beat. Mm-hmm. But there's all this other stuff that goes along with it. All right, you're a voter. You're instructed, don't take this into account. And other people are also telling you he could have had CTE. You vote he's in or not?
I think I'd vote for other people.
Yeah, does this keep Darren Woodson out?
No.
If I vote for him?
This is senior committee.
Okay, all right.
Darren Woodson is part of the modern Hall of Fame.
Can I know you asked a question. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
They're voting today.
Correct.
When
that I'm not sure when we find out
know?
about the senior.
Like it always feels like it's like
candidates.
7 months later that we find out these people. Will they announce it this weekend? Is it Super Bowl week?
It's Super Bowl week.
Okay.
Remember, we leave Friday. We're at the Super Bowl, do our show Friday, and then we leave, and Saturday they knock on the door.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if the senior voting gets out a little bit different, but that's a great question. I just know they're voting today.
Okay.
And that's why I was fascinated by.
Because then Sunday they're at the Super Bowl. So the people who made it, they find out Saturday. Sunday, they introduce them on the field if they're still alive.
Gotcha.
Obviously,
Kevin,
this guy would not be on the field.
I know you're asking me a very almost generic way right now, but I would need to sit down and look how he affected that era of sport.
Sure.
It sounds like he affected it in a major way. But when we talk about this is, can you tell the story of the game without him?
Yeah.
And
we weren't alive for it.
And up until now, we didn't even know.
You sounded like you kept saying his name wrong, to be honest.
Oh, because I said Tyrer.
Yeah, it sounds like how I try to say
Banks.
Jordan.
That's what I kept thinking when you would say. I'd be like Tyrer Banks.
So I just wanted to throw this out there just so people know.
I base that a lot of times, Kevin, though, on that question of telling the story of the game with the person. And like Troy Aikman had an impact on the game in the story. I don't know about this.
This guy is on the all-time AFL team.
Maybe if you're an old Chiefs fan, you're like, no, without him, we're not very good.
Like Taylor Swift, she's probably very like in a situation because she's an old Chiefs fan, has been for a long time.
So I just wanted to throw that out there. I appreciate y'all's feedback and just something to keep an eye on because I've just noticed in the last 48 hours, people have picked up on this, and this is a story we've been talking about for a couple of days. All right, real quick. The Athletic has a kind of a Cowboys exit survey for Mike McCarthy. And I want to run through these questions with you guys. Do you think parting ways with Mike McCarthy was the right decision? And we'll submit this ballot on your behalf.
Yes.
I think so. I can see it both ways, but I'll lean sure.
This one has more wiggle room. Do you approve of the way Jerry Jones handled the situation? 100%, not at all, or somewhere in between?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Next question. This decision has me feeling like the Cowboys are moving in the right direction, not sure what to think, hoping for the best, or franchise is lost, no reason for hope.
I hate saying this, but the last one is where I'm at with the Cowboys for some years now.
Give me those options, Kevin.
Cowboys are moving in the right direction.
Okay.
Not sure what to think,
Not
hoping
sure what to
for the
think.
best. Okay.
That's where I am. Not hoping for the best would be like I feel like there's hope there. Not sure what to think right now because I don't know. Trey Wingo said it perfectly. I don't know what Jerry's plan is right now, and I feel like he doesn't have one. And right now he's like, all right, how do I do the best to get people's attention? Float Dion's name out there. See if Dion can. Hey, if you agreed to, let's go through this publicity stunt real quick. Maybe we can both make some money while we're at it.
Now, there's a lot of the names you know, but it also gives you the option. Who would you like to see the Cowboys hire? And on that list, it does include Dion Sanders, Mike Tomlin, Bill Belichick. Let's say all three of those were in play, in addition to all the regular people that you know and may or may not love. Who would be your pick?
For Sean and RJ's sake, not Bill Belichick. Can you imagine that interview every week?
It would be amazing.
Ask me a question.
Hey, Bill. You love Taylor Swift, right?
I'm focused on Washington this week.
I know. That's why I think it would be amazing because I don't have to do it.
So for Sean and Ari,
I'm a Tolo as well.
You just want to see them go through the pain.
For sure.
But for purposes of the team, Mike Tomlin.
Okay.
And then for purposes of entertainment, Dion Sanders.
Okay. Mike, what say you?
It's a great question. I don't like this question because I don't think this is fixable.
I get you.
I'll lean towards Jason Witten.
Okay.
But I mean, I think this is going to be miracle's too strong of a word. I think if you can win 10 or more games, either in 2025 or 2026, you've done a great job as a head coach here. And obviously that's not the standard here from the fans.
I agree.
So I just think that if I give Jason Witten, whoever gets this job, if you really believe in him, you need to maybe give him 5 years where you don't even care what happens for the most part. And you just you evaluate the 5 years of all right, hey, it's been 5 years. Do we want to give this person 3 more?
Your answers have been noted. We will circle back at another time with the results.
We fixed it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Unfixable.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and Art.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
For tickets, go to Rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I've got a more fun question for you in just a second, but Dak Prescott came out and he said that Mike McCarthy is a great coach, hell of a man, and he's bummed because we built some things. He said that he texted that to Clarence Hill. And look, we've had some fun with it, but it sounded like for a while there were plenty of media folks out there that were trying to make it like Dak and Mike McCarthy did not get along. Do you think they did get along and that whole situation was overblown, or do you think Dak is just doing the right thing and he's like, well, what's he going to do? Kick the guy right after he left his job?
From what I can tell with McCarthy and Dak, they both embrace sort of the conversation and at times confrontation, being in these high tense moments. So I think we heard that, wow, they didn't agree on this, or wow, they were really getting after each other on that, maybe some heated debates happening, and that can get interpreted as they don't like each other.
When in reality, that's part of their process.
Yeah, sometimes that's just healthy conversation, give and take. So
interesting.
Yeah, that would be my read on that.
I think that it is something that has progressed for the better over the course of the relationship. I think the Kellen Moore ousting was probably something that angered Dak. I think we all look at last year's pivotal moment in the season after the bye week when the offense had sucked so bad they get smoked by the Niners, and then the offense looks like it changed for the much better for the rest of the season. And I think that was a player's thing. I think that was probably a Dak CD coming into the coach's office in the bye week saying, hey, we cannot keep doing it this way, and so we need to do it now. And I think McCarthy sort of granting that probably allowed for Dak to be like, okay, thank you. Like, appreciate it. You are now finally trusting me to kind of run this offense, and it clearly worked up until, of course, it didn't in Green Bay, and even slightly before that in Buffalo. And then why did they go back to the original McCarthy offense for this year where it's getting the ball out super quick? And I think there was just an understanding between Dak and McCarthy that this offensive line can't protect anybody. And so we're gonna play scared, and we're going to get the ball out super quick. And so it's going to look a little bit more like it used to before they switched things last year. So I think they've butted heads like any relationship, but it seems like it's gotten better over the course of time.
They had a common goal, at least, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, I feel like from the McCarthy side, he had absolutely no problem with Dak Prescott. I can't speak to the Dak Prescott side.
I gotcha.
And I know that there were some things. I think if Dak had his preference, I think he would like to have, say, a Schottenheimer or a Doug Nussmeier back to help him with his quarterback development.
Okay.
Now, does that mean Kellen Moore coming back? I think that's kind of where that's at. But you have to ask yourself the question, can Kellen Moore be the leader of men? I think this is going to be something that they're going to talk about with this coaching search coming up.
How good of a feel do you get for that when somebody is a position coach or assistant head coach or OC or DC, whatever? How good of a feel do the people in the room get for, I mean, I get it, he's in charge of the defense, but he's not in charge versus, okay, that guy's talking, I'm listening.
Yeah, I think this is where they have an understanding. A lot of people in that organization, when Kellen Moore was here, that's why I think there's questions about Kellen Moore. Now, he might ultimately get this job, but I think there's some people in that organization that have questions if Kellen Moore can really lead. Can he stand up there? He had questions about him leading the offense as far as standing up there and being that guy that everybody could hang their hat on and be with and be, so. I think that, to me, this is why you're going to, guys like probably Glenn, Saleh, people like that are going to get an opportunity here.
I'd like
because they want to be able to have somebody that's why Jason Witten could potentially get an opportunity as well to interview, just because of the leadership qualities that he has.
This isn't right or isn't fair, but when we talk about kind of that leadership quality or standing up in a room, how much do things that you cannot control matter? The bass of your voice or the tone of your voice, and then the size of the man. Does that make sense to you at all? Like, Kellen I know he was a great quarterback at Boise State, but his size his voice, it doesn't sound imposing at all or authoritative at all. And I don't know if you can change that. I know you can't change it as a human. You can't change how big or tall you are, and you can't maybe change the bass of your voice.
Right. Think he needs to get on some roids? That might drop it down an octave.
I don't know, but does it
and pump it up?
I get your point.
It does. Vocal fry.
I think you're onto that, right? Because you're looking for somebody like leader of men. I'm going to walk in. I'm going to command a room.
Napoleon.
Kellen Moore, even when we were out there, in training camp, whenever he was around you, was he commanding whatever that little area was? No, not really. You're looking like at times you were to see him from behind. It's like, is that a ball boy? And he can't control that. Now, I've been wrong about Nick Sirianni to this point, at least when it comes to his success. Listening to his press conference, I thought this was a joke. I was like, oh my gosh, you play the Sirianni presser. I don't know how this dude's a serious head coach. He sounds like a goofball, but he's had tremendous success winning games. So, I mean, there's different, like Tony Dungy, very soft-spoken, wouldn't swear, tremendous success in the league. And then you look at a Bill Parcells, very outgoing personality, loud, obnoxious. So there's different ways to skin a cat, as Stephen Jones would say. But Kellen definitely, to me, does not seem like the type of guy that is head coach material, and he hasn't interviewed well. Now, maybe he doesn't need to interview here because Jerry and Stephen love him so much, they'll look past that. But there's a reason why he hasn't been hired yet, and I think that's a big reason why, Mike.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of guys that it's obvious this guy's going to lead men or this guy's going to command a room. And then there's other people who might be too wild and eccentric like a Mike Leach or a Dan Campbell, and you're just like, we don't know. Maybe you're too quiet like Kellen Moore, but when they get put in that position and everybody's looking at them, there's a reaction one way or another. Either it's too much or you're good. And you be genuine, you're confident and you have the answers, and people are going to respond to that. But from the outside observing, you can't predict that as well as maybe you could predict an Aaron Glenn right now.
Yeah, I think that, to me, I think Trey Wingo made a really good point with you guys, and as far as when it comes to maybe a Dion Sanders, the difference between recruiting kids and being around kids and being around NFL. They have to believe. When you stand up there, they have to believe in what you're the message you're trying to convey. And if they don't, then you're going to have a lot of problems. I think that's what the Cowboys are probably looking for right now, is a guy that can stand up there, has respect, and can find a way to get everybody marching in the same direction.
That's why Dion brings in the Michael Irvins and the Warren Sapps and those guys to, get guest coach for a day or whatever, so that he's like, these are guys that know. They've been in the league, so listen to them, and they're my guys. So y'all can trust what I'm saying, too, because I know these guys. I've been there. They've been there. Now, if y'all want to get there, here's how.
It's been an evolving list, but let's say there's Category A, Category B. You tell me what you would bet on. Category A, the next Cowboys head coach will be Kellen Moore, Mike Zimmer, Aaron Glenn, Deion Sanders, or Jason Witten. Category B is every other human who exists on planet Earth.
Even you.
Then A.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd take just Kellen Moore and Mike Zimmer over the field right now.
Okay.
Wow.
What do you think, Brian?
I think that, to me, the smartest thing would be to go interview Aaron Glenn. And you need to find out, though, if Ben Johnson has got something else working. But if Ben Johnson doesn't have something else working, but there's people in the league that believe that he has already got something lined up, then I think you got to pivot quickly to Aaron Glenn.
And there's some pretty fantastic audio. Alex Anzalone, the linebacker of the Lions, glowing about Aaron Glenn. Very complimentary, similar to Dan
I would
Campbell
love that.
in his leadership style.
Yeah.
So we'll play that probably 3 o'clock for NFL News of the Day.
When he played here, and I had about 3 or 4 conversations with him in the locker room. It was just like, introspective. I loved talking with him. He was wonderful.
What else you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks so much for asking. We do have John Machota joining us at 5:20. Looking forward to that conversation. Yeah. And we'll resume with Mark Schlereth at 4:40. Get his thoughts on what makes a good coach in today's game.
Nice. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want. G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. What an evening last night as we got downstairs and lined up in the showroom to get an autograph from Marcus Simeon, listen to Jared Sandler's Rangers Hot Stove Show. Had to be 500 Rangers fans. I mean, it was packed down there. So salute to you guys. Of course, we're talking Cowboys and Dion Sanders a little bit here with you to open up the show. Mavs game night tonight. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus in his LSU hoodie. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control, fixing to go 5 hours flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follower in the house. Of course, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. So, yeah, the report, I guess it was Fox that started it. I saw it on TV last night, the coverage of the wild card game. Then I saw Joe Trahan talking about it afterwards there on WFAA. Dion and Jerry have talked about the Cowboys coaching job and plan to continue to do so. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Would you like to see it? I thought yesterday it was a non-starter because, Jerry had kind of shot it down. But, that was when Mike still had the job, so maybe it was a weird spot. He didn't know quite what to say. And I think Dion has such a strong personality that, Jerry Jones wanting to be in the media, constantly talking about the coach, constantly talking about the roster. There's an unpredictability factor. I just don't know if Jerry Jones would have the trust that Dion would be loyal through adversity. So I do want to say I think it's not probable at all. I would still take Kellen Moore and, Mike Zimmer against the field, but dang it, Jerry needs a way to make this interesting. He needs a way to get the fans involved, and the last time he needed that, he hired Bill Parcells to get the fans' trust so they'd approve the tax measures for the stadium and all that. Mm-hmm. And I do not see a path to this team being relevant other than, off the field. So, Dion's obviously proven he can put together a staff. He can keep a team competitive, And because of those reasons, I think if you need a coach to get people excited, you could do no better than Dion Sanders. He's going to 10x your social media presence. He is going to absolutely blow up your digital brand in a very positive way. I just think that in a lot of ways, it would be a good fit, and I do think it makes sense for Dion as well. Now that the kids are gone from Colorado, you can say you love everything about it, and I'm sure there is a lot to like. But I couldn't imagine him turning down the opportunity to be coach of the Cowboys. And that's with or without Shedeur. I think obviously that the package deal would be ideal for the Sanders family. But you could start a coaching career, and Shedeur could start his playing career, and there's plenty of time to rendezvous at some point, or maybe you trade up, or maybe Dion just refuses to have Shedeur sign with any team that drafts him other than the Cowboys. I think he hinted at that. Maybe that was back in September or October.
He would quietly work behind the scenes. It wouldn't be public, but he would definitely be talking behind the scenes.
So that's kind of where my head is at. Still doubtful, but I'm intrigued by it, and I got to admit I'm kind of excited about the idea. I would absolutely love it if Jerry hired Dion Sanders. That'd be a lot of fun to cover.
So yesterday, obviously, I was not excited about any of the potential names you were throwing out there. But as soon as I saw this, I did perk up a little bit, and I thought to myself, you know what, Jerry, you are the ultimate entertainer in sports history. If this were to happen and the Cowboys roster as we know it probably isn't going to get that much better over the next couple of years.
No, it's going to get worse. This year, yeah. Maybe next year.
Maybe, unless they just nail the draft, which, possible, but that's really their only avenue to improve. They're not going to be doing it in any other way unless they get creative with trades. We haven't seen that a lot over the course of the last handful of years. This would be a lot of fun, and I would sit back and enjoy it, and it would be entertaining, and if you're going to stink, at least let's have fun doing it. I don't think it actually does happen for a lot of the reasons you illustrated there. You've got two massive, massive personalities that want to be the face of the organization. Dion would kind of take a little bit of shine away from Jerry in that way. And there's probably other reasons. Maybe Dion really does just want to stay at Colorado. And then financially, the buyout. I mean, a lot of smart people that have been in this industry for a long time covering Jerry, whether it's Mother Football, Shereen Williams, Calvin Watkins, Clarence Hill, the list goes on. You, Bryant. Jerry's not going to pay for the buyout. He doesn't want to pay two coaches at the same time. So why in the world would you pay a $5 to $8 million buyout for Sark or for Dion or whoever it might be? And then I've also got to go ahead and pay him to be my head coach. So unlikely. But gosh, it is, I think, extremely fun to talk about.
Yes, for sure. And I think that's what Jerry is feeding on right now is just the idea. It makes perfect sense for me to kick this into the media and steal some headlines for a while. Why wouldn't I kick the tires on Dion Sanders? If we're having a search, why wouldn't he be a part of it? Dion's going to love this because all this does is drive up his value even more. If he decides to stay with Colorado, we might see an extension and a pay raise, something like that. So it's good for business for both sides. I think there's probably far too many obstacles for this to actually work, but I would love it. I would love the entertainment factor. I don't know that it would even work, but I'll tell you, Michael Irvin is going to be all in Jerry's ear about Deion Sanders. And we saw it firsthand during the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson stuff when they were at AT&T Stadium together. And before McCarthy had even been fired at that point, he was already doing it. He's all over the place talking about wanting Dion to be here. And I do think there is something to be said for maybe trying to rekindle a little bit of what the heyday culture and what that was. And
with Jason Garrett, like that's what they tried to do there.
Yeah, but Jason Garrett is not synonymous with the heyday dominant culture. Like he wasn't, his fingerprints weren't all over it. Yes, he was there, but he wasn't it. He wasn't anywhere close to the reason why you did anything good as an organization. Deion Sanders, Michael Irvin, I think Troy Aikman would probably be in favor of this, and just bringing those guys back in some way and just rekindling what you used to have from a culture standpoint. Hey, we can do the Flash. Prime's about the Flash, but there's another aspect to this of winning freaking matters. And we had the fun. We had the Flash. We were all over the headlines, but we were also about business.
Prime wants to win. I mean, I believe that.
Is there a chance that Shedeur goes to the New York Giants?
Yes.
Does he want to compete against his son twice a year?
That's a great point, and I would say no, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think what makes most sense is post-draft, if Deion's going to, have any look at the NFL, he wants to have more of a lay of the land before he would make any decision. I don't know, maybe he would enjoy coaching against his son, at least to be on the field with him. I think that's one of the things at Colorado right now is you can't follow your son in any way. You're coaching on Saturday, you're jumping on a plane Saturday night, flying all around the country, trying to hustle back there on Sunday. I just don't think staying at Colorado makes a lot of sense. And if you want to continue your coaching career, there's no better opportunity than the Cowboys as far as the spotlight and all that, which we know primetime loves. 214. This bleep is crazy. Okay. Hasn't Dion already made a statement that he's staying at CU? Asks the 903.
No, it was the vaguest statement you've ever seen. that Schefter pumped out last night.
817, keep Sanders and his kid away from this football team. I don't know why you'd say that. They were dominant, they were dominant in their first college stop, and in their second college stop, I think they were more competitive than a lot of people thought they would be.
They were in the second year. They were much better at Colorado. The first year they started off really well, but they lost some games that probably could have got them a little bit above 500. But yeah, this last year they did a really nice job of leaving the Pac-12 and then going to the Big 12 and did some good things.
Yeah. Maybe you don't think Shedeur is a good quarterback prospect.
Sure.
And, a lot of the players that come into the NFL, especially a quarterback that get drafted in the first round, don't work. There's ways you can pick apart them all, but I would just say he's a consensus top 5 pick, So, yes. I mean, it's kind of the game that you're in if you're looking at your next, a quarterback.
That would be interesting. Media scouts don't have him as a top 5 pick.
Okay.
No, right. I mean,
I would be interested to see what Gang of 7 scouts say, and with some of these, because we've seen it before. I remember Dane Brugler's initial list of Joe Burrow was his top 50. He was number 50. And then Joe Burrow ended up being the number 1 player overall. But yeah, I think media scouts do not have him in that lofty spot that we're talking about. We'll see what the Gang of Seven scouts.
Do you guys think to make it realistic, you would have to find a way to get Shedeur on your team? Is that what Jerry and Dion are talking about? Like, I would be interested if you can find a way to get Shedeur.
I think that he would absolutely be more intrigued by it. I mean, the statement he said was, "It's intriguing, but I love Boulder." I feel like that might take it over the top. Now, I don't know how in the world you're going to get. I mean, I'm just assuming Shedeur's going to go that high because I do think he's the best in what is a bad quarterback class.
Oh, it's a terrible quarterback draft. Yeah, it really
Jalen
is.
Milroe, we're talking about maybe going in the first round, and no disrespect to him, he's a Texas kid, might have family listening, and he did improve as a passer at Alabama, but I don't see him as a good enough passer right now to even be anywhere near a first-round conversation. So, I mean,
has Bill Polian made him a running back yet?
Not yet.
No, not yet. We're waiting for it.
Do you think there's a way Shedeur could fall to 12th then? And he's just sitting there on the board?
Well, I'll tell you what, if media scouts have their way with it, and this is, I'm talking about like Pro Football Focus, I'm calling them media scouts. They have him like as the 42nd best player on a board of their big board.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen people, we've started to hear some whispers of, others saying, well, no, he's not a first-round player. I wonder if these are media scouts talking to NFL scouts, and NFL scouts are agreeing that Dion Sanders is not a first-round player.
But what
I think there's absolutely, if Tennessee, Cleveland, and the Giants, just decide, we'll see what Vegas does ahead of you too, the Jets ahead of you. I mean, this is, Zach's right, this is not a good quarterback draft. And so, he very well might go early. If it's media scouts, he's going to get to you at 12. Gang of Seven might have a different story about that.
Yeah, because it becomes supply and demand. If you need a quarterback, you're over drafting.
Exactly. And that's what I'm assuming is going to happen.
What's San Francisco going to do ahead of you at 11? They might determine that they're done with Brock Purdy and they're going to move on from that. So there's another team that you could throw a quarterback in there on that.
I think the guy's got good accuracy. He's got, pretty good pocket awareness and, pretty good mobility. He's definitely not a runner or anything like that. It seems like the leadership and the work ethic is there. Certainly there's, things that you could point out about anybody's game. And, I would be shocked if that means he goes outside of the top 5 or something, just with the quarterback needy teams that are inside there. Yeah. I'm Mitch Trubisky, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray. These are all players that were like, maybe he's a first rounder. And then the next thing you know, boom, there they are getting their name called very early.
All it takes is one.
Okay. And then if Shedeur did fall, what's the plan with Dak? You're playing him for 2 years while.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to be very good next year either.
Yeah.
Myself, I think they're going to lose too much depth, and I don't think they're going to be able to replace everybody. Now they're going to they have question marks coming back from injury at what point in time. We could be seeing a very similar path that we've seen right now. Probably a team that's 7-10, 6-11. You very well could see this.
I would love to imagine that the Cowboys are forward thinking and aggressive enough to look at the guarantees that kick in on March 15th of 25, 26, and 27. $102 million of that 231 guaranteed isn't really guaranteed until you hit the 5th day of the league year over the next 3 springs. So you could significantly, reduce your long-term burden of that contract. And I look at it as a burden now. I don't look at it as an asset. I don't think the Cowboys would be up for that, especially Jerry. He doesn't want to pay somebody for work that they're not going to do. I mean, just look at how he does with his coaches. Mm-hmm. But if you want to get closer to a championship, I would seriously be considering that based on how he played in his injury history right now. I would just acknowledge, guys, that was a horrible mistake, but we can't make it worse by letting the 5th day of the league year for the next 3 springs add $102 million to this burden. But I don't believe the Cowboys are in that headspace at all. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond declaring for the draft along with Matthew Golden last night. Mm-hmm. One of those guys could seriously help this
Golden for
offense.
Sure. Golden for sure. Yeah.
Where do you have Bond?
Third round
guy.
Yeah.
Kyrie could be back tonight, questionable for the rematch with the Nuggets. We'll be looking for an update on that story throughout your broadcast afternoon. Sunday night, a heartbreaker as they got outscored in the final period. I think it was 33-12. Just unbelievable.
It's bad.
But with Kyrie back, they get the kind of playmaking they've been lacking. Dinwiddie is just so hit or miss when he's out there. And when he is off his game, it can be brutal. And that's what happened in that fourth quarter. So the team's been missing a big-time score. I think a lot of the role players have done a nice job and, scored, rebounded, defended. But you're looking at players that score between 16 and 20 points, not, 25 to 40, on a big night for Kyrie. So hopefully he can be back tonight and go ahead and get that revenge. The Caitlin Clark stalker entered the courtroom today, interrupted several times, including interrupting the judge. And at one point he said, guilty as charged. And the judge said, I'm going to refuse to allow you to enter a plea at an initial hearing. It's not quite time for that, sir. But bizarre story. He reportedly from Denton, but he clarified today he actually lives in his car. And that's how he drove to Indianapolis. He's been
really from anywhere.
Yeah.
We're not claiming him in Denton anymore.
So a $50,000 bond, and I guess he was told not to go near any of the basketball gyms that Caitlin.
I thought you were going to say he showed up in court with her jersey on. I thought that's what you were about to say.
Wow, that would not shock me.
No,
jeez. We might have a significant mental health or mental illness situation going on with that one. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Would the Cowboys ever make this trade? Wolchuk has something for you, and it's coming up next right here. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you.
Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-647-8866. That's 800-647-8866. Once again, that's 800-647-8866.
Zach and Eric back with you. Let's talk Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's TRAJAN. And look, do you have an old 401k you aren't sure what to do with? We'll call our friends at Trajan Wealth today and discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. It's your money. Don't let it slip through your fingers. You get a free consultation. Just call Trajan Wealth at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or they've got offices in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be absolutely daunting, but good news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Ring in the new year at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant and roll out a winner. We're giving away 8 cars in 1 month during our New Year New Lexus giveaway. On Fridays and Saturdays in January, you could become a proud new owner of a 2025 Lexus. To enter to win your share of $1.1 million in cash and cars, simply play with your Choctaw Rewards card starting December 29th. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. This time of year, cold temps can hit out of nowhere. And if you're dealing with a furnace issue or a breakdown, I recommend you call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And you'll love the fact that their technicians are there to fix your system and not try to sell you stuff you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Get quality entrees at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on no antibiotics ever organic air-chilled boneless skinless chicken breast with Prime through January 14th. Bulk up your salads and bowls with this premium protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
For over 48 years, D&M Leasing has been committed to offering world-class customer service and saving their clients money with the Easy Lease. And this year, D&M will lease more first-time customers than ever before. Have you been upside down when trading before or felt like you paid too much on your monthly payments? It's time to call the nation's leasing leader and let the experts go to work for you. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by A-Star Electrical.
Wish you could flip a switch and solve your electrical problems? Wish granted. Get a free electrical service call from A-Star. Our pros bring the power with fast, friendly service you can trust. Book today at astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. This segment of the nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com there to talk with the injury attorneys. Here's your guy, Zach Wolchuk, with some football content here for you on Toxic Tuesday in the nation.
All right, so I saw a list of trade ideas this offseason, okay? So here's one for the Cowboys that I don't know that they'd have any interest in even doing, but if there's one position that we know Jerry likes to flirt with, it's wide receiver. If you're trading for anything big, it seems to be wide receivers. Amari Cooper, Roy Williams, Joey Galloway, we can go down the list, right? So here is one trade proposal, and it happens to be for one Davante Adams, who's been traded already. And I saw today talking with Kay Adams, Kay was like, hey, what do you think the Packers need this offseason? He's like, well, you know, it looks like they could use some receiver help, maybe a veteran receiver. So he might be campaigning to end up back in Lambeau this offseason. But I don't think he wants to stay with the Jets. So here is the trade. Cowboys get Davante Adams, and the Jets get a 3rd and 5th round draft pick. Now, keep in mind, the Cowboys have like 3 5s. So you could spare that. So the real big one here would be a 3rd rounder for Davante Adams, who loves himself some CeeDee Lamb. Said 2 years ago he already thought CeeDee was a top 5 receiver in football. Now you look at where Adams is in terms of other teams he could go to. The Saints, if they keep Derek Carr, that's one that's interesting, but they don't have the cap flexibility. I don't know how much flexibility there would be here for the Jets to eat some of that contract. But an interesting one, if you want to add some talent for Dak, Davante Adams, along with CeeDee Lamb, that checks off maybe a need for you that you're not spending a 1st-round pick on.
I mean, that would be exciting, you know, if you can just tell me that the Cowboys can assume that contract at $35 million. I would be all about that. You know, I think Davante Adams is one of the few players in the game that is just going to make any quarterback that he plays with significantly better, with not only his yak, but his catch radius, his physicality. I just love the player.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely an awesome player. I think that would be a little bit of kind of a win now sort of move. I don't think you're in that position from an organizational standpoint. So for me, I'd rather just keep those picks right now.
Yeah,
but particularly that third one.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously 5th round picks. You're gonna have a bunch of comp picks. I love trading a 5th round pick for a veteran dude that can help you, but usually that dude comes a little bit on the cheap. I don't know that Davante Adams would be, and yeah, I don't think that's putting you over the top of anything.
There's likely going to be, he'll probably be the best player on the board, Adams.
Oh, yeah, there would
77 when you make that pick.
Sure.
And so to me, because this draft is not, I know I've got through about 4 rounds of it, it's not particularly deep. And I haven't done all the wide receivers yet, but I'm kind of in that mode where I might have to consider when I might get wiped out at 12. There's a possibility that all 3 of the top wide receivers could be off that board before we pick at 12. So I'm in a little bit of a mode of thinking, okay, where's the depth of this draft going to come from? I do like the kid Williams from TCU. I mentioned, we talked about Gordon from Texas, all possibilities. But man, if you're going to move that pick, and I believe it's 77, it's a 3rd round pick. I think that to me, I'm right now I'm struggling with that a little bit, who that player might be. But I'm not interested always in giving up picks. But I'll say this: he will probably be better than who you might be considering at that point.
Yeah, this is one of those drafts, I think, more than any, I'd probably be open to it. But that might end up being, hey, if you don't go running back round 1, that could be a running back that you're trading away from there because they don't have a 4th round pick.
Yeah.
Now, running back's the one position that stretches that I could see. Okay, you can attack that in the 3rd, and if you had a 4th man, that'd be fun. But now you're not going to have one of those. So, I think a 3 for Adams at this age for me might be a little rich. I actually agree with you here. But I hear what Brian's saying as well, whereas like if you're looking at value, like am I really going to get a better player there? I don't know, but at least I do have a controllable asset on the cheap for 4 years.
Yeah, see, that's what I would prefer. Like, yes, Davante Adams for next season is almost surely going to be better than anyone that you could take there for next season. But it's not like this is some type of all-in year. Of course, we know that was last year.
I think what you said that, this is a win now move. Like, hey, we're up against the cap, but we have a chance to get Davante Adams, so to hell with it. Let's get him. We'll push money around, but you don't want to be doing that while your team is rebuilding. You need to hit with the 3rd and the 5th rounder on, players that can be cheap labor for the next 4 years. That's your path. I don't think Davante Adams makes you a contender.
Now, we got predictions from ESPN. They're filling every single available head coaching spot. The Bears, they're going with Brian Flores, current Vikings defensive coordinator. They think he's going to get the job there in Chicago.
Well, because he's got the ties with being a former Boston College teammate of Ryan Poles, the general manager, so that certainly would make some sense. You make a division opponent seemingly weaker, taking the strength of the Vikings, which has been their defense all season, and taking away the guy pulling the strings behind it. I still think when it comes to Gruden and with Flores, like the lawsuit against the NFL is, I would imagine, a very challenging thing to try and maneuver.
Cowboys, they're going with Kellen Moore. Current Eagles offensive coordinator is the guy that ends up getting the job here. Many around the league expect Jerry to check in on some of the college coaches, such as Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, maybe even Matt Campbell at Iowa State. We heard about the Deion speculation, but they think they're going Kellen Moore. That does make some sense. Get the band back together. Kellen at head coach. Doug Nussmeier as OC. Maybe get Matt Eberflus as your defensive coordinator. All guys that have been here in the organization. There's a lot of familiarity there. And then Witten ends up being on the staff. And who knows, maybe some other former Cowboys come along for the ride. Whether it's like Choice or DeMarco Murray as running backs coach, or maybe they bring in Mark Colombo as the offensive line
coach. As long as we get like Terrence Williams as wide receiver coach, I'll be pumped.
But he's got to like go ahead and scoot his way into practice every day. He's got to ride the scooter.
Yeah.
Got to be part of the
bells
deal.
and whistles. We need the pageantry. I do find this to be a likely scenario. But,
yeah.
I mean, Kellen Moore as a head coach is just so laughable. I can't even begin to understand why anybody would even logically be considering it, but it's the Cowboys, so we have to.
You think we get Sean Lee as linebackers coach? You think Sean Lee wants to coach?
No, I'm totally here for that.
Yeah? Maybe Travis Frederick, assistant offensive line coach?
Yes. All right.
I don't think he wants to move back to Texas.
Probably not. Maybe Zach Martin if he retires.
I don't think these guys really want to coach.
We're going to get some experience in here, Wolchuk? Or?
No.
Hey, Wolchuk
We're flying by the seat of our pants.
Wolchuk will go gather the fellas.
Yeah.
He'll sit them down. He'll give them an impassioned speech, and they'll all be coaches 5 minutes later.
Let's
Believe
go.
it, okay? Put the faith in Wolchuk a little bit.
Thank you.
I mean,
Look at these andouilles, okay? Give me these sausage fingers. I'm going to make magic. I'm going to go real magic here.
Is the Sark thing realistic? Was that confirmed that his buyout is?
I saw where Shereen Williams had it at right $6 million.
There you go.
Yeah, if he were to leave, yes, I think the buyout.
I just couldn't
is
imagine
less.
Sark wanting to leave.
No,
Like
I
I'm in
couldn't either.
position to win a national championship, and
you're about to have Arch Manning.
Yeah.
My hope is that there's people within the organization that kind of understand that they tell Jerry and talk to Jerry about really what Kellen Moore is. As far as the potential head coach.
All right.
That would be my hope.
We have a retail roundup coming up here in about 10 minutes with the Chief. That'll be interesting. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Boom, boom, boom. Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
What up? How long you think Jerry Jones is going to wait before he throws out another name? Put some little chum in the water again.
Maybe another
Man, this Dion thing is going to be good for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, next week.
Next week? Yeah, next Thursday it's going to be another name.
If they hired Prime, would that get you back in a little bit?
No, absolutely
no?
not. No, absolutely not. No.
Not enough?
No. Jerry Jones. Not me. I see what I see. All right, let's see here. Our winner, though, comes from the Pat McAfee broadcast of the Cotton Bowl. Tim Tebow jumped on the mic and he showed his big QB brain to everybody. He predicted a QB sneak right on time.
You know, one other thing that we haven't seen today? We haven't seen a keep by Will Howard on a zone read when they think it's going to a Travion, a Quinshawn. That could be a really perfect time to pull that out too, because he's a capable runner. Just ask the Big 12 of what he did to him.
Travion Henderson's in the huddle. Matthew McConaughey's losing his mind. He's asking the football gods in Texas Nation to come alongside with your voices. We need this one. A triple stamp and a double stamp here. Will Howard's making a check, so is the Texas defense. Will Howard, quarterback keeper. Good call, Tim Tebow. Will Howard stumbles.
You gotta keep your feet, young man.
Will Howard got tackled by the 20-yard line. Great call by you.
Great call.
But also,
it
great
is a
tackle.
great equalizer.
Great tackle. Fool tripped over his feet. And it wasn't like a regular trip over. His feet locked together.
Did you notice like his mouthpiece went flying off? I mean, it was like
his entire body and equipment just betrayed him.
Yeah. He's wearing one of those quarterback hand pouches. That thing would have probably flown off.
He got too excited when he seen all that green. I know. I understand. I've seen it before too. I understand. You're like, oh, you're so excited.
You guys get big.
Yeah, oh my God, here it goes. And then the crowd goes, yeah. Dang it. And he got tripped up. All right, let's go to some basketball right here.
Hey, that's the first time I've heard an alternate broadcast and thought this should be the real play-by-play team.
It was good.
Oh, it was so fun.
Good.
Very, very
It
good
was
at
so fun.
Yeah,
They're funny guys, man.
The whole time. Let's go to basketball. Cleveland Cavaliers. Their center, Jared Allen, has coined a new phrase, new sports phrase right here, folks. This is the first time he did it.
Big win after big win against elite team after elite team. How do you make it look so easy?
Fast hoops. I mean, it's genuine. We're just playing basketball. It's ethical basketball.
Ethical basketball. Ethical basketball. It's his new phrase. Coined a new sports phrase. So I'm going to go right here. They asked him about it, and he, explain further. What is this ethical basketball thing?
What should Cavs basketball be, Jarrett?
Defense, moving the ball, and a lot of energy.
Should it also be ethical?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do people want to know what that actually means?
Farm raised, non-GMO, organic, or free range, ethical basketball.
I think we're also going to be confused after that one, but we definitely appreciate it.
Farm raised, free range.
I like it. Organic basketball.
That's
organic basketball.
Get you some fermented basketball.
I like that. Ethical basketball.
Grass-fed basketball, man. I'm here for it.
And I get it. I get what he's saying. Let's see what else we got here for you boys on a Tuesday. Let's go to ESPN Sunday Countdown. Rex Ryan. His immediate reaction to Mike Vrabel news. Yeah. Mike Vrabel is going to be the head coach of where?
New England.
New England, there it is.
successful tenure in Tennessee. He was the coach of the year in 2021. He's 49 years old, will be 50 when next season begins. Rex, what's your reaction?
Hey, man, I mean, hopefully I get to kick this guy's ass twice a year. I don't know what you're talking about. Just kidding.
Them Jets, huh?
I'm just kidding, buddy.
Maybe your team.
Yeah, not my team, yes, but not me personally.
Mike Vrabel?
Maybe I get to kick this guy's ass 2 times a year.
Is he just campaigning for his next job?
Clearly.
Constantly?
Yeah. Clearly.
Like at ESPN, I'd like, bro, you can go.
Begging
You know
and
what I mean?
pleading for it.
You could just go.
Yeah, clearly you don't want to be here.
Yeah.
You're not that funny
leave.
anymore.
His veneer guy is just like he's in retirement now, right? Like the Rex Ryan job paid for it all.
Yeah, those veneers are crazy. I guess Bubba Dub went to the same guy that Rex Ryan went to. You seen Bubba Dub, Charles? Him and Cameron got the same. Like, it's a whole lot of teeth. I think they gave you some extra teeth up there. It's a roll of 46, bro.
They have like a diagram in front of you, like, which ones do you want here? Let's not push it all the way to the tip-top cartoonish version of the biggest, whitest teeth you've ever seen.
Nah, I want whatever Jim Carrey had in the mask. Give me one step down from that. One step down from that.
Some pearly, shiny whites.
Do they take out your teeth and put those in, or do they put those over the top?
Shoot,
They're
man.
brand new. I think your teeth are gone, and you now have new ones in there.
Is it like stems? Is it like
I've seen like their screw-in situations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They pop them in.
I've seen where they like, you take care of your teeth all the way, then they put the veneers over your teeth.
Oh,
they
like a front and back,
I thought they maybe like file your teeth down a little bit and then put them over. I don't know exactly.
Sound like torture.
Yeah, that sounds awful. So
I'd do
your
it.
teeth
File your teeth down.
For the record, I would want the Bob Lillies. Bob Lilly has some incredible teeth.
Okay, so they go right over the front of your teeth. to
Yeah,
improve their
like a
appearance.
veneer, like the name of it.
Yeah, like a
veneer.
shell.
Like the name.
Like the name.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I'm in.
Damn.
Yeah, hey, Bob Lilly's got a great set.
I gotta look up
Bob Lilly
Lilly.
does?
Hall of Fame set.
Shoot, man, I'm in the middle of this. I gotta look up Bob
Who have the best veneers going?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think those are veneers, too. I mean, you go back and look at his playing days, he had amazing teeth,
Big pause. I'm over here talking about Bob Lilly mouth. Googling Bob Lilly's mouth. Big pause right now.
My mom wanted me to get braces so bad, but as I told you last week, the dentist is one of the most traumatizing things I can do. That's why I don't go that often, right? Mm-hmm. So I just totally pass on the braces, and now at this age, I'm like, might be time to go veneers.
Yeah, it sounds like
it's a lot of work you have to get ready before you get to the veneers.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do everything that needs to be done to your teeth.
Oh,
then you do
really?
the veneers, yeah, because they might cap a cavity.
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
and the text is saying like they do grind your teeth down. Like, sort of
Sounds awful.
Can they knock me out for
movie
that?
Saw.
You want to play a game?
The worst is that damn fluoride when you're sitting there and gagging on it and trying to find a good spot for the hose. Yeah. Oh, geez.
For the
hose.
whoa.
They got that hose there.
I'm always trying to find a good spot for the hose.
ladies.
That's a fact. Speaking of, you said adults with braces?
Yep.
Adult females with braces? Yeah. Chef's kiss.
Yep.
Chef's kiss.
Good look.
Oh, my gosh. Justin Verlander. He was using his, is that his wife, Kate Upton? Is that the wife?
Yeah.
Okay. He was using his wife's Zoom account while he was doing media. And one of the media guys forgot to hit the mute. And it was like, hey, look, dude, he's using his girl's account.
And have always admired
what?
the way that he takes care of business.
Look at Justin's name.
If you guys can just, all the media on here, if you can just mute yourselves, please.
Oh.
Awkward.
I'll change it. All right, I'll change it.
Damn it, fine.
Is it Justin Verlander on Kate Upton's Zoom account?
I use my girl's account right here. That is her YouTube account because it's the premium one.
Yeah. Oh no, that's premium is the
Easier.
best.
Is it Rex Ryan immediate reaction to Mike Vrabel news? Is it Jared Allen new sports phrase with the ethical basketball? Or is it Tim Tebow or one-time champ?
Somebody said vegan basketball.
I'll go with Jared Allen.
It's a whole lot of fouls in vegan basketball. Ouch.
I'm going with the champ.
Lucius?
Rex Ryan.
We're tied at 1, Wooly Bully.
I will go with the McAfee cast.
Yeah.
It's 2-1 to 1, Brian.
I'm interested in the let's go with Rex Ryan here.
The veneers.
You're going to tie it up at 2?
Yep.
As you are known to do. You're going to want to jump on to the show Twitter account. That is at GBagNation. You can follow all of us when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. And I got version 1 of the G-Bag AI bot released.
Yeah.
I put the link there in the handle. You can ask it questions. It's not going to give you a good answer, but it's just a start. So it's the first version.
I retweeted that for you.
Nice work,
night.
dude. I can't wait to check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it finished last night at about 10:30 or 10:45, and I just put my hands up like Balboa. Like I just, climbed the stairs in Philadelphia. We're back, Chief, with some more sports content. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got a little retail roundup for you. H-E-B's dominance continues, and Starbucks is cracking down on guys like me. That's next year in the nation. But I got to tell you about my friends at Advanced Hair. For many of us, it's happening, all right? Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing, and perhaps your hair loss has you feeling like your identity has been lost altogether. But I got good news for you, Tolos. This is incredible. It is a simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It's unbelievable. Walchuk can't wait to get his scalp involved.
Yeah!
It's guaranteed to grow for life, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. And we've all seen the pills, the lotions. We know they come with monthly subscriptions, and they help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair permanently, and you want it in specific areas? Well, Advanced Hair's got you covered. They got the state-of-the-art facilities, and they got world-class physicians. It's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's a guarantee, ladies and gentlemen. Your new hair is going to be growing. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's Advanced Hair, and they have changed tens of thousands of lives. Call them right now, and they are the team that I personally recommend. For your free consultation, you're going to get $250 off, and you're going to get 250 free hair grafts. All you have to do is call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy asks whether this Cowboy coach excites or scares you, and is Dak Prescott a coach killer? We got 2 more giveaways as well, and we'll chop it up during the Expressway. It's the Hump Day edition. Wednesday on The Fan.
The Dallas Open comes to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco February 1st through the 9th as a newly upgraded ATP 500 event. See tennis's biggest stars compete for the title. Tickets are on sale now. The Dallas Open February 1st through the 9th at the Ford Center at the Star. DallasOpen.com.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property. The damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger...
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. The Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-Curb?
No. said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Ford?
Grocery retailer in the United States of America for the fourth time in 8 years.
I've still never been to one.
Oh, dude, we gotta go. It's fun, and I don't like. And I've said this on the show before. I don't like the grocery store. Never have, never will.
And that's one of the biggest differences between me and Wolchuk. He can't stand it. I'm looking for reasons.
I look for reasons to go to HEB. That's how awesome it is.
Sugar, what do we need now? HEB does take it to the next level. It gets a little tight in there. I'm not gonna lie. Like I love going in there when I need just a couple of things, and I don't need to cart push. Because once you go cart pushing in there,
push regardless.
No, I'm not a regardless cart pusher. I'm actively avoiding. I'm actually kind of the schmo that sometimes you underestimate what you really needed, and now all of a sudden you're doing some sort of juggling act because you neglected the basket.
I thought you had the young ladies
or the cart
with us when we went to.
Oxnard. for Oxnard.
We went to Sprouts, you're like showing me all the meats, and then the next thing you know, you got two arms that are just stuffed with meats, and you said, I should go get a cart.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you probably should.
Sometimes I have to revert to that. But at HEB, it is a little tough because it's packed in there. But I love a stroll through the grocery store. Now, a solo stroll. Now, once we get the family involved, now I got kids jumping around, they're grabbing crap. They want to be in the cart, they want to be out of the cart, they want to walk. Oh, now they want you to hold them. It's an unmitigated disaster.
You're the only one I know that could take like your kids and go to like a sporting goods store and like make it a play day.
Well,
like
that's Cabela's.
Yeah.
Cabela's is sort of a play day for us.
That's a play day. You could go in inside the tent here and act like you're really camping.
I had to tell my significant other a few years back, I'm like, I'm not going grocery shopping with you ever again. It's so much more because she wants to look at every item and consider the cost per volume and all the options, and she's treating it like it's a mall shopping experience where we might be in there for 2 hours. I'm trying to be in and out in 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
And I will take the kids, but I only have one little one, so I can throw her in the cart and buzz around with her and have the older one go do her own thing.
Oh, there you go.
With 3 little ones, that's you can't do that.
No, my wife's the same way. The HEB's got the app. So now they've got the coupons on the app. So she'll be going through and looking like, okay, what can we get? Target's the worst, though. Like, I can deal with HEB. When I go to Target with her, we're stopping at everything.
Yeah.
And I'm just no longer ever going to go to Target with her.
Let's go over and look at the home goods.
We're good. All right.
There's another 30 minutes.
Honey,
and
$300. Yeah.
Oh, no, you cannot walk out of a Target without paying $75.
100%. And I love Target, okay? Big fan. But I'm not going with her anymore. And I wonder, with your grocery store fetish, did this start before or after the kids?
It is pretty synonymous with me having children.
See,
and it was
trying to get out of the house.
Like for COVID,
I'll go.
I had my kid right when COVID
relate
started.
to this now, and I can relate to
and
this.
it was
now.
like, honey, y'all don't need to be going to the grocery store.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'll go and bear this. I'll take one for the team. All right, I'll mask up and go do what I got to do. And then all of a sudden, the headphones go in, and now I am just slowly meandering throughout the grocery store, and I'm a huge fan of it. So again, it's very specific though. It's just like the pee, sitting down to pee, only in the comfort of my own home. I love the grocery store, only with headphones by myself. And so I do appreciate it. But okay, now that leads me to the next story here. Retail roundup. We head to an Aldi's. I've actually slid into each member of the G-Bag Nation's DMs. Please open it up.
It's been a
Take
while.
a look-see and see what I have here, because this,
I'm a fan of
this
Aldi's.
is how you single-handedly...
Big fan of Aldi's.
Aldi's is
Sam's
strong.
and Aldi's are my two stores right there,
Okay,
bro.
nice. Well, imagine, Lucius, you're strolling through your local Aldi, you're minding your own business, perhaps on a Saturday. A Sunday stroll is really the best. Non-football season, Sunday stroll through the grocery store, but a Saturday one's not bad either. All of a sudden, you're looking at the produce, okay? And then you're seeing that an animal control member is having to step in on the scene because there is a live
What's he
creature.
yanking out of there?
Yeah, what's he yanking out? What do you think it is?
Is that a
That's a
wolf?
fox.
What is it?
That's a coyote?
That is
a
a
coyote.
mangled coyote hanging out in the back of the produce section of an Aldi in a city that is actually unbeknownst to me. I hope it's not a
He
Texas
drugged
city.
that thing out and then
Those
it jumped.
cops?
Bro, that's animal. I think that's animal.
Okay, yeah. Wow.
He's just grabbing it by the
balls
tail.
on
and
this
he-
dude.
I know.
Oh my gosh, he yanks the
Look
hell
how
out of it.
disgusting that mangled, nasty coyote. And these guys just standing there filming it. Credit to them, just
What
local
they do with
patrons.
this thing?
I'd be way out of there. Get me as far away from that disgusting looking coyote as possible. But
So
I
we
mean,
jump back in there.
Yeah,
He gets it out, then it goes back in.
Yes, he pulls it out, but he doesn't maintain control. The coyote's got no respect for this
we're
guy.
gonna have to tase the hell out of this coyote.
Exactly. I'm
This
thinking,
is
okay,
Chicago. This place is in Chicago.
okay, thank you.
Humboldt Park, I think, is in Chicago.
Humboldt Park.
Yeah, Humboldt.
Kedzie.
Humboldt
Park. This is bizarre. I've
Isn't
never seen
that
anything like
crazy?
this. This is amazing. This is the best
hap-
thing I've seen today.
Okay, thank you. In the sense that it's the best thing because you weren't there to actually have to experience
Right.
it. That's
I'd
how
be
you
running the other way.
That's how you ruin what is a great stroll through the grocery store right there with a coyote. Now I'm with you, Walchuk. I'm thinking, what is the plan here? Because the video cuts off. What happened? And is there a tasing opportunity for animal control, or do you have to get more people involved if you want to do something like that? How do we get this ridiculous, potentially rabid coyote out of the place where I'm trying to get my food?
Okay, so I think for these guys, they're just going to continue to work the issue because they're animal control.
And do you keep like grocery shop? You just out of there. You heading to the next grocer. I think I'm done. I think I'm punting at least for the day.
I think I might continue to shop. You know, I don't know how much damage that coyote could do. I'm definitely not picking anything out of that particular refrigerator section.
Absolutely.
And I would expect Aldi's to clear all that out and claim it as a loss. But I think if you don't have animal control on the scene, that is probably waiting until close and taking it out. You know, you're probably getting a pistol involved.
I'm just.
Oh, okay.
It looks like to me he has a sidearm. It looks like he's wearing like a sidearm there.
It just seems like he's reluctant to
But
want to.
how about his teammate? No help.
No,
he's just
That
standing
dude
there like,
is
oh, you
no
got
help.
this,
He's
bro.
like leaning on a shovel there. Like, what are you doing, bro? I need some help. I'm about to pull Wile E. Coyote out of this thing.
Looked like a kind of a ride-along situation. I don't
Yeah.
think that guy had any idea what he was supposed to do.
Might be the store manager.
I think I think we had a sidearm that we could have used that, but I don't know if he wanted to be blown.
No,
up the
not during hours.
Yeah.
No. You know, I think that's maybe like a
tranquilizer
Not
gun,
during
maybe.
hours.
Yeah, a little trank.
That
I
could
thought
be
like
a
that idea.
tranquilizer
Blow
gun?
dart.
Yeah.
I love a good blow dart.
I do love a blow dart.
Got it.
Crazy though, absolutely crazy. Shout out to the
I'm
individual.
surprised he
that-
didn't have one of those deals where it's got the wire that comes out on the
Oh,
other
the
end. You
noose.
can loop his neck
The
around and then
noose.
yank
Yeah.
him out.
Yes,
You know?
yeah.
He's just trying, kind of like poking at him. It looks like with a broom or
I
something.
love how he grabbed the hind legs, pulled it out, and then he just let it go,
Yeah.
and then the coyote gets to go right back into the vegetables.
I don't think he'll make that same mistake again.
And finally, folks, Starbucks is no longer going to allow people like me to just run in there when nature calls, perhaps on a drive.
Bro, you got to buy something.
You have to buy something.
Yeah, buy a muffin or something. A cup.
You know who you're talking to, Eric.
Well, I'm just telling you though, if he's going to go in there and go number 2, is what he's going to do.
I'm thinking mostly number one. I'm thinking mostly
he's going to go in there and stake it up, and so buy a muffin or a cup, and then move on with your day.
If you two'd, you'd buy a muffin, right?
Depends how much of a hurry I'm in.
My track record does not agree with that statement. But I don't know. I'm in, I'm out. I'm not trying to. What about the guy that, because you can't
pack
even do
of mints,
you can't
whatever's at the, come on.
Now you can't even be the guy either to just go bust open the laptop, sit down, and park it. You have to buy something as well. You can't get work done.
You can't use the free Wi-Fi there, huh?
Correct.
Might be time to bring back the top 10 grumpers.
No more, no more open door policy. So starting January 27th, if you got to take a leak or worse, Starbucks is probably not for you unless you want to pay for it.
So what, I got to go up to the front desk and like get a code?
See, that was the other thing. I'm like, how are they policing this? Are they locking the bathroom door?
Yeah.
Like, because I worked in places where you have to like go ask somebody, like the manager or whatever, for the key to then have access to the throne,
which is somewhat uncomfortable.
I'm tell you what.
Yeah.
There's I can't remember the name of the tile place, but those people saved my life one day. I was on the highway and I couldn't find a men's room. And literally, it was a soy sauce moment.
Oh,
and I went into a tile place, and I asked the lady, I go, "Ma'am, do you have a bathroom?"
And soy.
She goes, "Yeah, right over there." I go, "Thank you so much." But I always feel obligated to buy something, but I was in a tile place. What am I going to buy? I just kind of went, "Oh, well, hey, thanks." And they're like, "Oh, hey, no problem." And they literally, I was in there for like 2 or 3 minutes, and they knew what was going on.
They're waiting outside the door.
A little NASCAR poo. Good for you.
But they were very nice about it. I mean, they could have said, "No, we don't have a bathroom for you," and then it would have been a California golf course moment.
We don't want that.
No.
They don't.
There it is. Retail roundup in the books. Thank you, Chief. Okay, the NFL has Cowboys Dion Sanders mania coursing through it right now as we get set to turn the page for the NFL news of the day. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Let's hear from Swagoo on the Cowboys job. Could Mike McCarthy have interest in this reunion? And what is next for Sam Darnold? That's next in the nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the
Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. John Machota is going to join the broadcast coming up at 5:20. We'll talk with the Athletic Cowboys reporter about where they go next. It's time now for your NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, so some of the things that are just popping off right now, we do have Micah Parsons on his podcast. Maybe I'll try and get the audio for this a little bit later on in the program. We'll do the Chuck Wagon at 6 o'clock. But Mike is saying in regards to Mike McCarthy leaving, it's devastating. He's always been good to us. Losing a great coach like Mike hurts. It's going to be a very interesting offseason. It's going to be a complete reset. I trust that we're going to make the right decisions. As one of the leaders of this team, I'm going to be looking forward to accepting all challenges and embrace whatever comes to help lead my team to a championship. We got to move on. We can't think about the past. There are no setbacks. Some of the greatest players learn to adjust. At the end of the day, coaches can only do so much. Us as players, we got to build a winning culture. I said we're going to hold the Super Bowl trophy because I believe in our guys. Micah Parsons, On the Edge, Bleacher Report podcast.
Right on.
Hope you're right, Micah. Hope you're right. So we'll see who ends up being the head coach. Here was Marcus Spears, Swagoo, former Dallas Cowboy, ahead of the wild card game on ESPN yesterday, sharing his thoughts.
It feels like the Cowboys coaches are filters, not coaches. And that's why I keep bringing up, can a guy separate the locker room and make it just about football? Y'all remember, I was in this organization for 8 years.
Yeah. Sure.
I saw it all. I saw tourists visiting while we were practicing. I saw it all.
Can they win?
So you can win to a certain point, and that's my point, Dan. I have no idea. If anybody tells you that a coach can come into Dallas and win a Super Bowl, they lying.
Well, Jerry has to remember at some point that he won with Jimmy Johnson because Jimmy Johnson was a grown man.
Because he
was
won
an
against
alpha
him.
that was able to command alphas, and he seems like he thinks he won those championships.
He does. He does. And I think that that's part of the reason he doesn't want to go back to that is because a lot of people feel like Jimmy won it. And he wants to be the guy that proves that to be inaccurate. Like, I can win without Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I guess, like, kind of he did, but he didn't really with Barry Switzer because that was still Jimmy's team. But, I mean, I'll never be able to get out of my head Barry Switzer holding the Lombardi and just screaming, "We did it our way, baby. We did it, we did it, we did it." Like, that's what Jerry wanted. He wanted to do it his way, their way. No Jimmy way, their way. And you've been looking to get back to that success ever since.
Yeah, and I think it's going to take a different coach. I think what Marcus Spears is talking about is right on. Bigger than that, I think you need a better quarterback than Romo or Dak have been. I think they're roughly the same quality. But I don't think you're going to be able to get a blustery or like strong personality Jimmy Johnson to come bully Jerry into doing it. What you need is a brilliant communicator and manipulator, who can sort of pick that lock on a daily basis as far as how do I get Jerry Jones to see things my way without threatening him. And that's a very, very, a special set of skills and a set of skills that I would not bet on them hiring. But it's where the hope is, other than nailing drafts or managing to come across that next Hall of Fame quarterback, or having the salary cap meta, for lack of a better word, like dawn upon you, like, oh wow, we've been managing this thing trying to be the same quality every year instead of really going for it some years, so I think there's a couple of different things that could push this team over the top. They're all just, there's no signs of it possibly happening right now. So we really have to hope that the next time they're looking for a quarterback, I think it's going to be in the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe it's Arch Manning. Maybe Arch Manning is special. I'm sure there's a ton of other guys in college right now that could elevate everything around him and clean up things so much on game day that allows you to win in spite of it, But I don't think it's impossible. Yeah. It's just more difficult than most NFL teams.
Very difficult. And maybe you're right in what you were saying yesterday. Like they got to get lucky. Maybe they stumble into that right guy. Now, the one person we talked about yesterday that did get me excited, Brian, you threw out Aaron Glenn. Now, Aaron Glenn, I could see maybe there's some realness here to that because he did play here. Now, maybe this is a clip we need to send to the Star in Frisco, and this could sell Jerry. Here is Alex Anzalone, current linebacker in Detroit, played with Coach Glenn obviously with the Lions and also with the Saints prior to them both going to Detroit. Here's what he had to say about Aaron Glenn with Adam Schefter.
I say this a decent amount. Everything that is said about Dan, as far as leadership and culture and development and all those great things, it's him and AG in my mind are two of the best I've been around, and they're on the same level. And I think, like you said, he's ready for a head coaching job. I know he wants it, and I've seen him develop just as a coordinator and a coach, and it's cool to be a part of. And I think that he's one of the best teachers that I've been around as far as defensive football too.
You said they're on the same level, though.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I think that AG's ready to be a head coach. I think that has all the qualities and command and leadership and culture setting that Dan has, and he's learned from Dan, and he's developed under him, and I think that he's ready to do it.
Man, that gets me excited.
That's glowing.
That is a glowing review.
And he was with Aaron Glenn in New Orleans too, Anzalone. So he's been around him obviously for a while. And I mean that sounds like a guy that you would absolutely want.
Yeah, how much of that do you get with Jerry? Do you get 80% of that? Do you get 90% of that? Because the resentment that happens from the roster when there's no accountability, it's brutal, and that's why Belichick was so tough on Tom Brady, because he wanted everybody to know we're all by the same rules. I'll throw your ass out of practice. I'll rip Tom Brady's ass. And if you can't say, if you do that again, you're off the team, because the guy knows you can't kick me off this team, it sends a ripple through the entire roster that is demotivating.
And that could be a massive problem with why this hasn't worked in Dallas.
Yes.
Is because you have obviously, that's going to be a Jerry Jones decision. If Jerry wants said player on the roster, even if head coach doesn't, he will veto what the head coach wants. Players know that. If I've got an issue, who am I going to go to? Do I go to Mike McCarthy, whoever the head coach has been previously, or do I just go to the top with Jerry? And we know Jerry has built really strong relationships with a lot of players.
Yeah.
So they feel like they can just bypass the head coach. I'm just going to go straight to the top.
It's interesting that, here we are in the NFL in Dallas, and the closest thing to this is 3 hours south in Austin with the Boosters and the Longhorns coach. And you're like, why hasn't that program been able to succeed? It's been perennially, or every decade, it's underachieved outside of the one time where Mac Brown gets the job done because of Vince Young, a transcendent quarterback.
No doubt. Yep, it comes back to the quarterback. And that's also a big reason why I think Sark could handle the circus here. He's handling in Austin at Texas. I think he could do it with the Cowboys.
You have to find a way to create accountability in unconventional ways, And I think like Jimmy Johnson, master of psychology. He was able to do that. So
he absolutely was for at least a couple of years. Now this was fascinating to me. Rich Cimini, who covers the Jets for ESPN, was talking about a reunion with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy. That McCarthy would be interested in speaking with the Jets organization. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the Jets would really be reciprocating and super high on hiring. Mike McCarthy does sound like, obviously we know the Bears are going to interview him and the Saints are also lining up to interview him now. But if McCarthy heads to New Orleans and they move on from Derek Carr, that's a spot where Connor Hughes reports Aaron Rodgers could end up landing. Rodgers' relationship with McCarthy, not what public painted after he left Green Bay. There's still a lot of mutual respect there, apparently, between Rodgers and Mike. So maybe they both get a reunion in the Big Easy together in New Orleans.
New Orleans. I could see that for sure, because I don't think it would be happening in New York at all.
I think New York's moving on from Rodgers, and it doesn't seem like they're really in love with Mike. They interviewed him in 2019, and they didn't hire him then.
Right, they went with, do you remember?
Crazy Eyes Gase.
Adam Gase, dude. That's what they thought of McCarthy.
Nuts.
They went with Gase.
That is wild. Okay, last night we had the Wild Card Weekend finale. And shout out to the Rams. I mean, they get it done. Sean McSex is just making it happen. Matthew Stafford with one of the highest football IQ plays you'll ever see.
Oh, when he tossed it.
Just flips it. Oh, is it a fumble? No, it wasn't a fumble. And I got in an argument with this, Tim and Carthage. I love you, Tim. It wasn't a fumble, all right? I know you were in the garage. You're having a great time. That was clearly a forward pass, okay? It's a forward pass.
But you can understand with just how probably boozed up Pappy was in that moment, it could have looked
and
like
I didn't
a
want
fumble.
to push it. At that point, it's like, you know what, you're right. It was a fumble, Pappy. But it wasn't. And I thought Matthew Stafford was really smart to avoid the sack, go ahead and flip that forward. Their defense was unbelievable.
Man, that D-line.
Man.
Goodness gracious. They were embarrassing the Vikings O-line.
Really, really was. I mean, it was incredible what they were able to do. 9 sacks that tied a playoff record. And Sam Darnold really struggled. I mean, he was seeing ghosts again, like that Monday night against New England. He just didn't look like the same quarterback. And here was Kevin O'Connell post-game speaking about Sam Darnold. You tell me, does this sound like he's saying goodbye?
A winning quarterback this year and the consistency at the times he had it throughout the year and what that meant for our team, because I think that can stay with him moving forward as he goes back to work. Proud of him, proud of really everybody in that locker room, but Sam and the journey him and I went on this year will always be something that's a special place in my heart for sure.
It's very past tense. Like we're Sam, thank you for everything you did this year.
No, he did. I mean, he now becomes a guy that has a decent resume, and going forward, is if somebody was looking for that, instead of paying him $10 million, you're probably going to have to pay him $25 million. And he's just like what Baker Mayfield is for one season. Baker Mayfield has taken 4 teams, but he finally found his team. Maybe Sam Darnold's in a situation now where some people kind of have a little bit better understanding of what he could do with weapons and good coaching and all that, maybe this is the opportunity. So actually, Sam Darnold's made a couple of really good moves here the last couple years,
He has.
Going to San Francisco, playing under being a backup there, learning in that system, and then going to Minnesota and playing really, really well. Now his next one will probably give him a little bit better opportunity to have even more success.
Yeah, I mean, he's bought himself generational wealth with this year's performance.
Yeah.
It's not going to reach over $50 million. I would think 40 or maybe 35 is the absolute peak on it. But 3 years and $100 million with 35 or 40 of it guaranteed. Darnold in an amazing situation. Now, I do think the last 2 games though. Was it Buck that made the point late? He has cost himself quite a bit of money.
Detroit, and the last 2.
Rams.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, and you go back and I need to watch. I'd love to sit there. I have the opportunity to sit down and watch what happened up front for the Vikings, because the Rams can get pressure, but man, that was just I want to see all the breakdowns. Where were they? At certain points in time of that with that offensive line, but. They've been bad. I mean, I'll tell you what, the beat goes on. You play the Lions, and the week after you play the Lions, you're going to find a way to lose the game. I think it happened to everybody this year that they played.
Yeah.
When you play the Lions, the next week you're guaranteed you're probably going to lose that football game. So.
Well, there's a scary moment. Tyler Higbee, their tight end for the Rams, was having a hell of a game, and he came back. A lot of people didn't think he was going to be able to play this year. He gets hospitalized because he was coughing up a little bit of blood. Since then, he's flown back. He's rejoined the team. I don't know what the Rams are going to be doing this week with the wildfires and what's going on there in L.A. I did see that all 12 of the L.A. sports organizations, the pro sports teams combined, do donate $8 million in the support of the fire victims there in Los Angeles. So they're trying to raise money. I mean, what the Cardinals did was incredible. Flying the
Michael
team,
Bidwell.
family.
Michael Bidwell did a great job.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It really was. I mean, the NFL family was really showing out in support there, which was tremendous. And then how about Big Dom? He's back in the news. But this is one I think we can all support. If you saw the video that went viral of the heckling fan there, as there was a Packer fan, female, and her husband that went to the game, and you've got a disgusting drunk, maybe even sober, I don't know. They're just constantly like this in Filthy. But she's getting berated with all kinds of terrible words. Well, Big Dom has identified the guy and woman involved in the incident, and he's going to be banned from future Eagles games. Eagles will be sending the woman Packers gear as an apology, and the Eagles once again are trying to show to the world that they're a classy organization. I don't know if they are or aren't, but we know the fans aren't. At least this is one guy. Get him the hell out of here.
In my limited time in Philly, I do have to acknowledge there are quite a few people there that are classy individuals.
Maybe the organization
just normal folks, but I think, probably 30-40% of them, would fall well short of that.
Most of them, not so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mind my experience in Philadelphia, and it was kind of interesting just to, as the night went on and the intoxication grew stronger and stronger, and we find ourselves hopping around bars and stuff. Like some of the Eagles fans are very normal guys, very passive guys, right? I just don't. I think. You kind of got to look around for the aggressive idiots, but
some of the bad eggs just ruining the reputation for the rest of them.
I do think that's part of it. I hope I'm not letting them off the hook as a fan base and an organization, but I do think there's part of that bad apple, dynamic there with the Eagles.
Believe that.
And they probably have the most bad apples per capita in all of the NFL. NFL insider Jordan Schultz is set to join us. He has insights of the Cowboys coaching search and more. That's coming up next right here in the Nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
radio shows just dream about happening. I didn't know how realistic is it. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, isn't Jerry just putting this out there to keep people talking about the Star? What do you think about that?
No, I think it's very real. One of the things that stood out to me was that over the last week or so, when you had Mike McCarthy in limbo, Jerry was having internal conversations inside the building about where do we want to go next if we ultimately don't extend Mike. And obviously they never had negotiations, and here we are. And Dion's name has come up not only because of how good of a job he's done in Colorado, but I think the relationship that he has maintained with Jerry over the last 3 decades is pretty significant. And to that point, Dion has said publicly that he does not want to make the jump to the pros, that he's happy at college, and that's what best suits him. But when Jerry Jones calls, when it's the Cowboys, when it's the gravitas of an organization that very few, if any, else have, it was just a call that he had to take. And I think it's been made very clear to me that Dion is going to be one of the top candidates. Now, there will be other candidates. There will be other interviews. They put themselves, the Cowboys did, in a predicament to a degree because of waiting. They were not able to get the slip in for Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson, among others, this week. So we'll see what ramifications that plays. But this is very real, and should Dion want to continue pursuing, or should Dion have the interest, I would say he's one of the top guys.
Jordan, this is my unfair question of the day for you. Is the money drying up at Colorado?
I don't think so. And someone actually asked me as well whether or not this was a leverage play by Dion to get Colorado to pay more. And it was made clear to me as well that the relationship that Dion has with the university, and specifically the AD, Rick George, is so strong that that's just not something he would do at this point. And I think the success they've had, obviously the first year, and 9 wins this year, and individually the success, especially with Shedeur and Travis, I wouldn't go that route. And it's just not something that's been relayed to me.
Jordan, you brought up Shedeur, and as you know, one of the things that Prime has been outspoken about is he would really only go to the pros if he could coach his son.
Right.
Does that have any correlation here? Would the Cowboys then have to be in position to get Shedeur?
So I don't think so. And, it's interesting because when Dion made those comments, especially I think it was last week on the Today Show, it was before the Cowboys job became open. But, listen, Dak Prescott's the future of this franchise at the quarterback position. They paid him just, before the season, right before the season started, a record-setting deal. He will be the quarterback. And if Dion were to come to Dallas, I don't see any other scenario. I know that's the hot button topic, and I totally get it, but I just don't see a scenario where Dak is not the quarterback of Dallas moving forward, regardless of the head coach.
Jordan, you're obviously very close with the Sanders situation stuff. How much would he like to coach against his son if, say, he were to end up at the Giants at 3?
Yeah, that's interesting because this is good right here. Sorry, I'm just getting out of the car. This is good, my man. Thank you. I think listen, if you go to Dallas, you're at the forefront, as you guys well know, of the NFL. And, I don't know what's going to happen at the top of the draft, and I don't know where Shedeur and Cam Ward are going to go. But I do know that if he were to coach against Shedeur, that to me is the next best thing to coaching him. The opportunity to see him twice a year, to be able to see his growth in the division, I think that'd be pretty cool. It's a fair question. There's so many dominoes that are going to happen in terms of the top of the draft and whether or not the Giants end up getting a quarterback, albeit Dion Sanders. But I hear what you're saying. I still feel like I'm actually curious from a Dallas standpoint. How has the report been met by fans? Has it been 50-50 or is it one way or the other?
I would say it's pretty close to 50-50, if not, in favor of it. I think a lot of people believe that this Cowboys team is going to be really, worse than last year, talent-wise, and that this would be a way to, sort of curry engagement and excitement around the Cowboys one way or another.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Jerry, the fact that Jerry loves making a splash hire or any splash at all, and the fact that I think there's very few people, this was communicated to me as well, there's very few people that can match Jerry's cachet and understand the prestige of what that franchise is. I think Dion is clearly one of those people. And the fact that he essentially gets the first call from Dallas before they actually do a formal interview with anyone else, not just him, I think that says a lot. So I think it'll take some time, but I wouldn't circle back to what I said earlier, that it is very real, assuming Dion wants and has the interest.
And then I'm sure you've seen the quote from about a month ago right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry was asked about Dion. Obviously, Mike was still on the job, but he talked about one of his greatest skills is, he almost has no peer as far as being a recruiter, and that's not a huge prerequisite for NFL coaches. It wasn't a total shutdown of the idea or an endorsement, but the way he talked about it, if you read it between the lines, he just, to me, it seemed like Jerry didn't believe that the Dion skill set demonstrated would give him a high chance of success in the NFL.
Yeah, I saw that, and I think that's, we're living in a different world because, I think at that point, Jerry and probably most of that building believed there was a pretty good shot that Mike would be back on a multi-year deal, and obviously it didn't happen. But one of the other questions I had, or that was the question I had, and one of the things that was echoed to me by multiple people within this search from Dallas was that Dion has been running the Colorado program much like an NFL program. Obviously you have the portal and the recruiting, and that doesn't really translate, but the way he assembled his staff, the way he relates to players, and I don't know, it's very hard to go from college to the pros, and I think I would say it's almost impossible to have that success. But I think Dion does possess the prerequisite skills to do it. And I think because he's so confident and authentic to himself, and because he has the relationship with Jerry, with Steven, with Charlotte, and the organization and city, I think he's very well equipped to do it. And obviously I'm, speaking from talking to people within the Dallas organization as well who believe he could be the guy.
I mean, I saw CeeDee Lamb liked the Instagram post about Jerry speaking with Dion Sanders, so at least – one of the key players here would really, really like that. Could you imagine other NFL players? Is Dion's star that big that they would choose the Cowboys as a result of Prime being the coach here?
From a free agency standpoint, you mean?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Dion has a way of communicating. I don't know if how many of your listeners have watched Coach Prime on Amazon, but I would implore him to check it out, even just for a few minutes, because he has a very specific way of getting his message across. And I use that word authentic. I don't want to overuse it, but I think it's very telling for him. And because of that, I think guys will relate. I really do. And does that mean he'll attract free agents from other places? I wish I could tell you yes. I don't know, but I would assume it would help. And I also believe that Dallas, because they haven't had the sustained playoff success that many of the fans all the fans would certainly want, and I think Jerry probably feels they should have had, I think it's time strongly consider going outside the box with a hire like this. And that's not to say that Dion will be the next head coach, but just the fact that they're having this conversation and that both sides are interested, there's mutual interest, I think says a lot about where the organization's at. And if you're a Cowboys fan, hopefully where Jerry's at in terms of thinking outside the box. It's very important to me.
Fox Sports NFL insider Jordan Schultz with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You brought up the staff. Do you have any idea what Dion's staff could look like if he did take the head coaching job in Dallas?
I haven't gone that far, but I think he would have a very significant voice in that, which is not uncommon within the NFL parameters of a head coach. But it's usually when a head coach, especially a young or first-time head coach, is establishing a staff, creating one, it's very collaborative with the GM. But it's very unique in Dallas because Jerry is essentially running the show day to day. And I would imagine that would be a collaborative approach, but that Dion, much like, for example, maybe a Belichick would have had, there's only a few guys that can do this and that can relate to Jerry in this way, that Dion would have at least some degree of autonomy in terms of assembling his staff.
Jordan, another question here. Do we know what the buyout is for Coach Sanders if someone were to come calling?
It's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. I absolutely will dig on that.
Okay.
But I'm sure it's substantial. I'm sure it is, considering what he's earned, what he's meant to Colorado, and the fact that his contract obviously is not up. That goes back directly to what we were saying earlier with Rick George and the relationship that he's established.
Sure.
Who, for those who don't know, is the Colorado AD and really took a chance on Dion, and obviously it's paid dividends. But I would definitely dig on that, and perhaps if you're interested, I don't know if you are, we could circle back in the next couple of weeks on it.
Sounds
Would
good.
love to.
Yeah.
Jordan Schultz here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. Do you need to run, Jordan? We good?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. What was the sticking point with McCarthy and Jerry? Did you hear anything else about how those conversations went?
I think, the biggest thing was, and the reason why they didn't really make any progress from a negotiating standpoint, was that McCarthy wanted, and probably, I would say rightfully so, wanted a multi-year extension. It's not, listen, coaches are just like players in terms of they want security. It's not just about money, it's about security. And if you have, a deal that's expiring and you're not going, which he had, and you're not going to get the type of multi-year extension that you feel you deserve, it's not a good place to be. And it's also very rare for head coaches to get 3 different shots. So McCarthy now goes from Green Bay to Dallas. I know he's certainly near the top of the list, if not the top, in terms of New Orleans with his relationship with Mickey Loomis in Chicago. But he was very adamant to have the type of security he felt he deserved, which was a multi-year extension. And I just don't think Jerry or the Cowboys was ever willing to go there, let alone with the money.
Thank you so much for your time and your reporting, Jordan. If there's anything else we need to know about, we'd love to hear it. We'll stay tuned to your Twitter account.
My pleasure. I always enjoy the show and happy to do it anytime.
Right on, brother. There he goes. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL insider. Bringing up the staff, I do wonder. I know we're going to get to Krusty's Corner, but Zim worked for him at Jackson State in Colorado. I wonder if Zim is telling the Joneses, hey, here's what that experience was like. I wonder if Mike Zimmer would want to continue to coach under Dion Sanders. Maybe we'll get more on that. Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's get through some of these ideas that we've thought about here with these coaching search. We'll do that next.
But first, let's talk about advanced hair restoration. Tolos, if you're losing your hair and you just want a simple solution and you want one that works, you want the best. You want the best modern...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Mark Schlereth is coming up in about 40 minutes here. We'll talk with him about wild card reactions, divisional weekend coming up, and, of course, the Cowboys coaching search. Who would he want to hire? Okay, so that's Mark Schlereth coming up at 4:40. Top 10's about 20 minutes away. Here's the chief of the Sports Hodgepodge.
Now, obviously, we are the show for the people, of the people, by the people. And you guys know I come in here every day, and before I get to prepping for the show, I check the fan hotline voicemail to see if any Tolos just had anything for us, just outsourcing what the Tolos think. And it's not, we don't promote it very much, so usually there's nothing really sitting there. But today we had something awaiting us. And it was, now he didn't reveal himself, but you'll know by the voice real quick, it's the legendary pastry chef Eric.
Oh, Chef Eric.
He has some very violent and suggestive thoughts about the way the Cowboys are going about business, Jerry, the head coach search, the whole nine. So voice of the Tolos, pastry chef Eric, leaving us a voicemail here at the station. Take it away.
I appreciate this radio station so much, and the positivity and the optimism of thinking that we're going to get a good coach in here. Like I told Sean this morning, bro, this is the Dallas Cowboys Resort and Club. Jerry doesn't want a fucking coach's coach. He wants a spa manager, bro. A fucking spa manager. So throwing these names out of what we could get is like saying we can fuck the hottest chick in the school. We can't. We could. But we can't. We're not going. We're going to go get the ugly fat bitch with the pimple and hope she grows into this little fucking glow up. That's just not going to happen. And that's just where we are. So just give me my ugly fat bitch and just let me move on about my life.
Now, I thought you already had that, to be fair.
Can't believe he was talking about McCarthy like that.
It's very jarring.
It was absolutely jarring. But that's the temperature check on how Cowboys fans feel right now. And they're 100% right. That's the problem with this situation, and I will take this situation over just running it back status quo. Here goes 4 more years of McCarthy. But it is the tough part of talking about this, of like what you would love to do personally, what should be done, and then, of course, the other side, the realistic side of what the Cowboys and what Jerry actually wants out of this position.
And I didn't have this on my bingo card. This is quite a narrative shift. Usually I would lean on Wolchuk to find the way to be optimistic when the outlook wasn't great. But here you are. You're holding it down for us. I'm more with pastry chef Eric, where I'm like, man, I don't have a lot of faith. And then you combine that with the state of the roster and the salary cap right now, and I'm like, crap. When is the Cowboys' window of opportunity going to reopen? And right now I can't see that. I can obviously see it with the Rangers, the Stars, the Mavs, but the Cowboys and FC Dallas, really bumming me out. I'm there with him.
Bummed big time. But you never know. All of a sudden,
but it's better than us getting the news yesterday that McCarthy's back for 4 years, isn't it? Isn't it better? Isn't it?
Oh, you expected that though, didn't you?
That McCarthy was coming back?
Yeah, but you were thinking because of Dak getting signed again, you're thinking they're just going to run this thing back, weren't you?
I mean, it's better because the McCarthy conversation was talked out. Now we got a day talking about him being fired. Now we got a day talking about Dion Sanders.
And a whole off season of projecting what could be, what might be, what's going to be new. Like this is still so much better. Not that it's going to work. This could easily be a couple of steps backward situation, but it's something new and the potential for much more and better entertainment.
And maybe you get somebody from the McVay or Shanahan coaching tree, and even though they aren't super competitive next year, we can see a more entertaining brand of football, an optimization of what the analytics can tell you to do that are going to give you a better chance of scoring. And if you combine that, then you could think, hey, a couple of years down the road, and hey, look at what Rico just did. You have a young offensive line. You have CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. There's some optimism to be harvested there that maybe this could be a playoff team if you nail the draft with an ideal coach. It's possible, but then I don't have a lot of faith that they can identify the right candidate. So
that's what it comes back down
You say,
to.
Is it better than just holding McCarthy? Yes, by like 2%.
I don't know that it might not be better on the field, but it's better, just from a talking standpoint, just to be able to possibly. I mean, when we got the news of the Deion stuff, I'm like, Jerry, you are the greatest entertainer in sports history. This is what this is all about, right? Let's go ahead and have fun, talk about Deion. If they're going to be bad, let's have fun, I guess, while we do it, even though that's also going to be miserable to watch, but we'll try and make light of it at the same time. But from a talking standpoint, that makes it better. I just don't know if it'll end up resulting in being better on the field.
Yeah, the 214. What about the Shula guy from the Rams, defensive coordinator, who showed out in a huge way last night? Obviously, you'd rather have, if you're going defensive, you'd just rather have Aaron Glenn. But a guy like Shula, he'd be on the list of guys I'd want to talk to. Absolutely. And again, he's in the McVay coaching tree. So what can he pick from that offensively? That's another name that I would be certainly interested in. Obviously, the Cowboys won't be, and that's the frustrating part about this entire conversation.
If you tell me they're going to hire somebody that has worked for Sean McVay, that's all I need to know to be optimistic. That would increase my positivity at least 25-30%. Look at O'Connell in Minnesota. LaFleur in Green Bay. I mean, Zach Taylor getting to the Super Bowl with the Cincinnati Bengals. There's so much evidence out there that he specifically has the answers to the test, and anybody that's worked with him has a better than average chance of success.
Okay, we got some athletes doing some career switches. We start with a former Ranger. How about our buddy, friend of the show, Bubba Thompson? Remember he was a footballer?
Played with Jalen Tolbert at South Alabama.
Yes, he did.
Or in high school, and then Tolbert went to South Alabama.
Yes, and now you have Bubba Thompson, who was a quarterback in high school, and he was a 3-star prospect. He was definitely a good football player, but he went the baseball route, of course, and he spent the last 2 years with the Reds and the Royals, and significant drop-off in terms of batting average and whatnot. He was relegated to AA last season, so now he's putting baseball in the rear view, and he is now going to be walking on to play a little quarterback at 26 years old for South Alabama.
Let's go.
So look at that, man.
The old Quan Cosby route.
Yeah, dude. I'll certainly be pulling for him. We'll see what type of real opportunity he gets, but 26 years old, the best is yet to come. What a great story this would be if he could actually make something.
And we know he can scoop, man. He's got the wheels.
Oh, he's got the wheels. Dual threat for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how amazing is it? Okay, I can say, darn it, didn't make it in pro baseball. You know what? Let me go use my eligibility, try the college football stuff.
Just a fallback.
Give it the old
nice
try.
Fallback.
The work ethic, the attitude, everything, lines up, the arm strength, the athleticism, the size. I feel like Bubba Thompson has a great chance of being a successful,
could be
college quarterback at that level.
And then we have a former lady baller, WNBA. Remember Liz Cambage?
Yeah.
She was
Dallas Wing.
Yeah. She played on a handful of teams: Tulsa, Dallas, Vegas, and Los Angeles. She was a 4-time All-Star. She retired from the WNBA in 2022, and she's been doing OnlyFans ever since. And she made more in 1 week with OnlyFans, she says, than her entire WNBA career combined. So,
the guys that like the Amazon women, the giant women.
Yeah, how tall
I don't
is
think she was posting that type of stuff. But
6'9".
6'9".
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very, very tall. It says that it's to post fashion-forward, artistic, and suggestive content that reflected her creativity.
Ooh, we're calling it suggestive content now.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not going full bear.
She's trying to keep it classy, but
nasty.
But
you ever see the
but a little
walk-in
bit
of those WNBA, like when they're going to the game?
Oh, they look
Those
outstanding,
guys,
Brian.
It's like
Beautiful.
it's like models. So they're it's catwalk.
A good chunk of them.
Yeah, they'll come walking in there, but a lot of them really, they fashion it up. So I could see having some success doing that.
Got some NBA stuff for you here. Let's first laugh at the Lakers and their attempt last night to honor not only their fans, but of course Michael Cooper. It was Michael Cooper jersey retirement night at
21, Dawson?
Yes, the 21.
I forgot his number.
Yeah, he was number 21.
Key piece of that dynasty, though. You talk about the ultimate 3-and-D guy that could, dribble and pass well. Incredible, player for that Lakers dynasty.
And it was cool because the giveaway last night was a legit, or what was supposed to be a legit, Michael Cooper number 21 Lakers jersey.
They're just giving away jerseys?
Yeah, that's a heck of a giveaway.
Dang.
A real jersey?
Yeah, like it was supposed to be a legit jersey.
Or was this one of those jersey company Fanatics?
I can't, and the story doesn't say this is a Fanatics mistake, but you have to assume, because then you had a bunch of Lakers fans on social media lamenting how awful the jersey was, off-centered, and not even the real Lakers font apparently in the jersey.
Ouch.
To the point where the Lakers had to put out a statement and say, tonight the Lakers honor Michael Cooper and we raise his number 21 jersey in the rafters. As part of the celebration, the Lakers planned a replica jersey giveaway for fans, which was unfortunately produced and distributed with imperfections. The jerseys will be reproduced, and every fan attending tonight can receive a new one in the coming weeks.
Okay.
So they'll
making it right.
Allegedly make good on it, but I am guessing this is a Fanatics issue, man, because it's at every turn, championship gear, whatever, the actual MLB uniforms last year. They're just making mistakes all over the place, dude. And they didn't catch it. They still put all these jerseys out there for people to be frustrated by. So shout out to the Lakers for that. Now you have the Jimmy Butler update, and it is being reported by Mark Stein and Jake Fisher that among Butler's transgressions, according to league sources, have been multiple instances of Butler skipping out on morning shoot-arounds altogether and insisting on private flights separate from Miami's team charter.
So what he does when he wants out of somewhere, man, he's just going to go ahead and be like the worst possible teammate and person to deal with, and it has worked in the previous 2 stops this has happened.
I think that Pat Riley put out, they sent to the league some video and some also
it was a 10-page report to the NFLPA because
the NBA PA.
Or excuse me, yes, the NBA PA, because they're upset that, of course, Jimmy's being suspended. They're like, what is he actually being suspended for? And apparently they put together a 10-page document and clips of him, I guess, loafing it or whatever to prove why it was deserved of a suspension. So we continue to wait on how that situation.
I think Cowboys are keeping the starting lineup for that.
Yeah, you might get a little pay raise because of that. I did like this quote from Raptors head coach after playing against Golden State and Steph Curry last night. Quote, this is their head coach, Darko Rajakovic. I can't wait.
You confident in that?
I am not confident.
You started off really good.
Did you
Darko?
hyphenate?
I
thought Milicic.
So good on Darko.
Did you hyphenate a name that wasn't supposed to be hyphenated?
Rajakovic. Rajakovic.
You nailed it.
Darko Rajakovic. Head coach of the Raptors. He says, I can't wait for Steph to retire. I'm going to get drunk that night. I promise you that. I guess just by way of celebration. And I think the coolest thing I've seen, and Lucius, I don't know if you've made it to this point yet, but you talked about this a few weeks ago, at least, the Special Forces show that you've been watching on, is it HBO?
It is on Fox.
On Fox?
Yeah, you catch it on Hulu.
Okay, did you see the clip? Have you gotten to the point, the Cam Newton season?
No.
Have you seen the clip of him?
Through last seasons.
Okay, have you seen the clip of him that's gone viral?
Yeah.
Okay, where he's jumping from a speeding
it's intense,
boat?
bro. It's intense.
Oh my gosh, dude! You guys have got to see this video.
Into a helicopter,
if
right?
Carter was here, I would have it on the fan cam for you. But yes, he is going from a boat on the water, jumping onto a helicopter,
The landing pad,
and pulling himself up while the helicopter's in the air. It's one of the coolest videos I've ever seen.
How did Dez do?
Cam Newton at 6'5", like 250 pounds or whatever, doing that athletic maneuver right there was
amazing.
Absolutely fantastic.
With a fedora on?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't wearing a fedora.
That would have made it
That
cooler
would've
if he
been
had one of his patented hats on.
Hilarious.
That video of him doing that, though, is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
I wonder if he was the first person to go, because everyone else in this video is like looking at him like, oh my God, what did he just do?
That looks like one of those things where, as a team, you appoint one person who's capable of the job.
The true
of course,
alpha.
Of course, everyone was going to be looking at Cam Newton there. He nailed it. It's a great clip, and it's a great sell for wanting to watch that show. Holy smokes.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes,
a sports hodgepodge here for you. And by the way, I'm not on the OnlyFans, but I'm on Instagram. If Liz Cambage was like regular height, she'd be at least a 9. You know, some of these modeling pictures are incredible. And if you like super tall gals,
Super tall,
Brian, or or maybe you want to make a D1 athlete, that's your girl right there.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Okay, thank you, Chief. Coming up next, it's the top 10 at 4:20. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Okay, it's National Hot Pastrami Sandwich Day.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a great day in America. We love it. Hot Pastrami Day. I've got the top 10 most iconic American sandwiches. What is your favorite sandwich? That's next.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
You.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Been having fun today talking about, Dion Sanders and the Cowboys. We'll get back into that conversation, maybe get Mark Schlereth's thoughts on it coming up here in about 15 minutes. Stink's going to join us, talk NFL. This segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
All right, happy National Hot Pastrami Day. What are the most iconic sandwiches in America? I've got your top 10 for you, 877-881-1053. How do you feel about hot pastrami? Big fan over here.
It's all right.
Beef.
It's all right. I'd prefer a French dip.
Okay.
I would prefer a chicken parm, and I'd prefer a cheesesteak.
Meatball sub too, right?
No meatball sub, especially yours, Brian.
Meatball subs are good. Delicious. Now, Brian,
chicken parm is excellent.
Have you been to Cat's Deli?
I have not, and I've watched probably 100 videos about the deli itself and how they do it.
It looks incredible.
It is incredible.
Anyone, Lucius, have you ever been? Do we have anybody that's been to Cat's Deli? Nope.
Icon, New York City.
It does look incredible. I mean, the way they're slicing up that hot pastrami.
Sandwiches
and
are big.
Size of them.
Yeah, I love the general thickness of it all. Like, they're not skimping you.
Nope.
Now, you can go down the street to Cindy's Deli News as well. Give them both shout-outs.
Yeah.
Nice New York-style Jewish delis. And they will give you a pretty good, thick, hearty portion of corned beef or hot pastrami, or they do some triple-deckers. It's outstanding. I mean, honestly, Eric, it's probably one. You still haven't given me any of your mom's spaghetti, which I hate you for. But I have also done. I've messed up by not taking us on our bro date over to Cindy's or Deli News. This is something we've got to check off the box here.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like Corey came just barreling into my prep area before the program. Corey Majors of the Kansas Masterpiece, and he was just going on and on about this famous New Orleans muffaletta. That's right. Can't wait for us to try.
He told us about that as well.
He did? Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
and then
it was impassioned. Like, it had me fired up, and now I cannot wait to get what is apparently the best muffaletta going when we're in the Super Bowl.
I think I've brought one before to Lucius.
You brought one from the Grapevine place.
Okay, I brought it, but I would bring it for everybody, but I don't think Dawson would like the tapenade, the olive.
Yeah.
See, I just don't like the black olives. I end up having to pick out the black olives. Is it crazy? Is it sacrilege to just say, can I get the muffaletta, hold the black olives?
Yes. Just eat it. It blends in. I don't like black olives either, but you don't if you don't taste them.
Maybe
really
light.
don't.
Now I could make it, and I could hold the black olives as far as chopping them up.
Yeah,
and make it that way. It's
reduce it by 50%. Ratio.
But I just never did it because I thought Dawson's not going to eat all these olives and stuff on this.
Yeah,
so I didn't do it that way.
Well, you would have to hold the olives. I am intrigued by a tangy olive dressing, though. That might be a little bit different. Like my biggest issue with the olive is the texture of it, the weird rubbery crunch.
You could blitz them pretty good. Where you could dice it pretty fine.
Okay,
but I think you also have to have some chunks.
That style of sandwich has a lot of promise, though. I could do a lot of good stuff with that.
Oh
bread.
No, the cheese, the bread, the cheese.
You just want to make a breakfast muffaletta, I think, is what I'm learning right here.
Yeah, the muff sandwich is outstanding. Corey also said the Italian or the Jersey Mike's roast beef on provolone. Mike's way, the way to go.
You used to pick these up at Baby Dolls a lot back in the day, didn't you?
The muffs?
Yeah. No, the muffaletta. The buffet.
On the spread,
Oh, my God. The muffet is... Gosh, and I'm assuming they still do those, but I don't know. I haven't been back in a long time since marriage and child, but that buffet was outstanding, and so was the muffets. Now, the corned beef on rye at Deli News from Jared Snow, the spicy Italian from J. Ron Kirsch's burner account, roast beef and cheese hoagie getting some love. The number 13 Mike's Way and banana peppers.
The 13 then is that the Italian?
That is.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Dank.
And
Had one Friday.
I got to tell you, okay, you went back because I know for a long time you were Italian. Then you went cheesesteak, and I never had the Italian because I was always cheesesteak.
The Italian.
You know what I did?
So good, dude.
I ordered both.
Okay.
Yeah. I kept the Italian for later.
I love that. What I did on Saturday was, Gavin has told me to get the Italian. I've never done it. So what did I do? I ordered the damn Italian.
There you go.
It was divine.
The best Italian
Mike's way,
sandwich.
right?
Oh, Mike's way, of course. Bada bing, bada boom. It was delicioso. I loved it. Weinbergers.
That's in Grand Prairie.
Gosh,
No,
Weinbergers.
Grapevine.
Excuse me. Shout out to them. Yes.
That's where you got the muffalettas.
Yes. Yeah. They've got all kinds of sandwiches there. It's one of the best sandwich shops I've ever been in.
Okay, I'm going to need to check it out. I also do want to show love. One of the best tuna melts
It's on
I've
Main
ever had.
Street.
I love tuna
I know
melts.
you love a tuna melt. Hell, you got one at Neptune's Nest. Well, we're all getting fried fish and shrimp. You're like, give me the tuna melt. And I'm a sucker for
Neptune's
the tuna
Nest still there, I assume? Is it far enough north?
Oh, we're going to have to go. Oh, my God.
I don't.
It's probably not, Gavin.
I did see Nobu made it.
It did.
Oh, like
did.
the stuff around it's Dunsky, but it was one of the structures that made it.
one of the last
maybe they were one of the people that did the forward thinking of like the sprinkler system.
Man,
I think that's what happened to Pepperdine. Isn't that what Mikey B was telling
That
us?
is what he said, the
Pepperdine Universe,
sprinklers.
everything around it was just burning, but they had their sprinklers on it. I guess it saved them. I don't know. It's crazy.
Got to give love to at Specs off Coit and 15th in Plano.
Charcuterie boards there at Specs. You can make some good ones out of that when you
Okay.
start to talk about the salamis.
Didn't know that.
Cold cuts and stuff. Yeah.
But Mr. G's Deli is a Zagat Award winner, and they have an outstanding tuna melt at Mr. G's Deli. I will
right,
say.
Mr.
You just don't want to give them some love.
What kind of bread do you use for a tuna melt? Never had one before.
Usually, I think rye is the best.
Oh.
But typically, I would use like a wheat bread.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I rock with if I make it at home.
I make sandwiches. I love using sourdough bread.
Yeah,
Still
dude.
open.
Sourdough can still work.
Sourdough's amazing.
Temporarily closed due to loss of power, but they'll be good to go.
Neptune's?
Because Neptune's Nest had a hell of a menu.
Yeah.
I was
I
really
didn't go
blown
with
away.
you guys that time. I need to do that next time.
We went.
Did you go when you guys went back to the airport?
Yeah.
Is
And
that
we
what
got
you
like
did?
that 17-hour delay?
Okay.
Before we have to go, get on at the end of the show and then board the plane.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sorry.
one thing. This is a private off-air conversation, but we've got to fix that. Can't get back at 4 in the
You didn't
morning.
love flying the Spirit Red Eye?
No.
That's crazy.
Frontier, bro, I believe.
And I love you,
Diva.
I don't mind flying Spirit or Frontier. I don't mind.
The best part, though, was how they put you in
I
that
do.
bus and then drive you like across multiple runways. You're out there, and then you load the plane out in the middle of nowhere. That was kind of a cool adventure.
It was
I
cool.
thought.
It was
Yeah.
cool.
Thought you were on a
Right
charter.
up until you actually had to get on the plane. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Dawson and I.
You think I'd have fallen down out there? Like I'd been laying on the
Yeah,
tarmac,
almost guaranteed.
Like with my
you would have.
my earbuds gone, like somebody stepped on
Dignity gone.
Okay, most
knee skin gone.
you looked like, and I don't want to make a big deal about it.
I was
you looked
injured.
to be in pain.
I was hurt.
And you just got up, and I knew it was like it's one of those moments where you don't
Shake
want
it off.
people to say anything, but yeah, it's
No,
just,
I had to hustle in there because I knew that bus was going to show up.
Yeah.
I had to get in there before
good job.
that bus got in there
Did a
because
nice job.
we'd been waiting in severe line.
Thundercloud subs in Austin, freaking amazing from the 469.
What's it called? Thundercloud?
Thundercloud. Colossal sandwich in Bedford. Ruben
Yes.
texting in Deli News.
Yeah, Bedford's Colossal Sandos are awesome.
Loaded grilled cheese sandwich with pepper jack, American, and cheddar from the 541. Y'all really need to hit up Dino's in Arlington. And I think anytime
Dino's.
anytime we do a sandwich list, Dino's gets some love.
You know what I did today, though? I got in here a little bit early.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
You got 3 sandwiches?
Brisket sando. I did.
Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. Thank you for saying that was a blind spot for all of us.
Yes, he said he got in early.
Yeah, that was a heady play.
I got in early so nobody
spent
could
$30
see.
instead of $200.
He knows we'd all be sniffing around.
You know what?
I would feel a little guilty if I just got myself one. So I was like, well, I'm in here early. I'm going to go ahead and get
Sneak
this done.
past the goalie is good.
Probably smelled it when you got in.
I actually did smell some barbecue. I smelled something
smelled
up
a little
here
something.
in the kitchen here. I thought it was DJ,
I smelled
going
some
to work.
smokiness. The honorable mentions here. We've got the hot chicken sandwich. We got the muffalettas sandwiches at 11 as well.
I mean, just a good old fashioned fried chicken sandwich.
Just
like,
delicious.
Come on. Yeah.
Number 10 is the sloppy Joe.
Sloppy Joe.
Make it extra sloppy for you.
Dawson, did your mom make it like out of the can? The sloppy Joe?
No, she had the little packet of
Okay.
like the McCormick's or the shilling
McCormick's.
and the ground beef.
Used to be in a can.
Yeah, my mom made it out of the can.
Yeah.
9 is the club sandwich, which I think should be higher.
Had one yesterday.
I randomly will order club sandwiches. Like I see club sandwich on a menu. I'm kind of drawn to it.
Toast, the square,
Nice.
the
Tried and
triangle
true.
toast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the club.
Yeah.
8 is the lobster roll.
Mm.
7 is the Cuban sandwich.
Yes, dude. Oh, my goodness, yes.
Yeah, I tried
6
that.
is the tried and true peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
All right, yeah.
Eat it
Can't
too
hate on
fast.
Man, at the Old Fan Sports Lounge, they made a fried PB&J with some powdered sugar over the top. It was ridiculous, bro.
Damn,
The powdered sugar is a nice touch.
I get that in the Coors Light.
How about a good Monte Cristo, boys?
That's what I was thinking of when you were describing that. Yeah, the Monte Cristo. Shout out to Bennigan's.
Oh my
gosh, Bennigan's
Bennigan's
made a killer Monte Cristo.
I think Cheddar's does as well. The Abbey Inn on the Denton Square. Got
the
a
Abbey
secret,
Inn,
nice
dude.
little
Okay,
Monte
so we're
Cristo.
going next week to talk to UNT for the first time ever. We've been invited. Yeah, we're actually going to leave the show early, just so you guys know. We're going to leave after the 5 o'clock segment next Tuesday.
It's all right. We're used to Walchuk used to leave to go to the strip club. Now he's leaving for actually giving back to the youth of our community.
Guys,
what a blessing for those kids.
I've matured a little bit.
I respect your
What
maturation.
are you going to tell them? Like, there's nothing in school I studied that got me this gig. That's what I did.
I was
one
actually a
time.
communications major. Didn't even take Hank's class.
Walchuk's going to be like, look what Joy Taylor did. All right, now just take a page out of her book and you'll get where you want to go.
Who's up first? Not funny.
Boys, line up. All right. the BLT at number 5.
Oh, man, yes.
How about the po' boy at 4?
BLT?
The BLT, bacon-less tomato. People love the BLTs, and I'm with you.
I prefer just a bacon mustard sandwich, man.
Dawson is the toast and the bacon, nothing else. Right?
There's not enough girth to bacon to put it on a sandwich.
I'm just going to
you
get
gotta go hot pastrami style on it and just thicken that bad boy up. Like you got to go bacon strips, bacon strips, bacon strips.
So we're like basically using all of the bacon in the fridge.
Mayonnaise,
yes.
no
I go mustard. Yeah, bacon mustard sandwich.
No, the Abbey Inn closed. Dang it. I was going to say we got to hit up the Abbey Inn after. Number 3 is the Reuben. Number 2 is the pastrami on rye on National Hot Pastrami Day. But
And
number
one,
most iconic American
cheese.
Sando, the Philly cheesesteak.
I love it.
It's really good, man.
Yeah,
It is good.
I'm not
cheese is better.
I'm not giving Philly credit for that. It
Dude,
just
I'm
seems
with
off.
you. The chopped cheese is better.
Chopped cheese is better.
Screw you, Philly.
Mark Schlereth is the best NFL analyst. He's been joining us Tuesday throughout your NFL season. He'll give you some wild card reactions, some thoughts on the Cowboys coaching search, and more next to the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, the Mavs and...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is not returning to the Cowboys sidelines, and we
The
react.
decisions and how quickly you come to decisions.
And then win that championship. Then you can go give the middle finger to everybody.
And now we're just doing the exact same recycling.
From the breaking news to our opinions and our sources on coaching candidates, this is why you turn it on and leave it on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk with Mark Schlereth here, our Odyssey NFL insider and host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Make sure you check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And a good afternoon to you, Mark. How you doing?
I am doing great. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're once again, smack dab in the middle of it here with the NFL national TV shows talking about Mike McCarthy being let go, Dion Sanders. Let's start with, who would you hire to be the Cowboys' next head coach if you were in charge?
Well, I mean, if I was in charge and I knew that Mike McCarthy wasn't going to be my coach, maybe I would have had a couple of Zoom calls with some qualified candidates like Ben Johnson or maybe somebody else last week. But apparently, I don't know what you were doing. The report, I just read a report that there was no negotiations that happened.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing? And I say it all the time, and I know Cowboy fans are sick of hearing it, but the bottom line, you haven't won anything in 30 years. And I say it, I've said it for the last 15 years, maybe since I've been on TV. As long as Jerry Jones is operating that organization, you will never win anything. And the simple fact of the matter is it doesn't matter who you hire as your coach if you don't empower the guy. If he doesn't get to pick all of his own staff, if he doesn't have to say in personnel, if he's not in charge of the organization, he will not be respected in an NFL locker room. So I really don't care who you get. It's going to be, the same thing that you've seen for the last 30 years. They'll fail in the biggest moments. So pick whoever you want. Doesn't matter to me. It's not going to work.
What are the players saying in a situation like that when the coach isn't empowered? Like, specifically, how does that, demotivate guys?
Well, it doesn't demotivate. It's not. You're still putting it on film, right? You're still going out there and working on film. But when the guy says, we're going to do this, or, I'll give you, for instance, I played for Joe Gibbs, one of the most regal men I have ever been around in my entire life. But Joe Gibbs would cut your ass without even thinking twice about it, and he had the authority to do it. I don't care who you were. As did Mike Shanahan. Mike Shanahan would cut your ass and then have you over for his house to have pizza afterwards. He didn't care. And you knew that going in. Listen, if Mike McCarthy were trying to cut you and you were a prominent player, you know what? You'd bypass him and go to Jerry, and Jerry would solve it. And I've told you guys this before, when the report comes out that Trey Lance shows up in the locker room and neither Mike McCarthy nor your quarterback Dak Prescott knew about it, that's a problem. And everybody in that locker room knows it's a problem. And so, ultimately you can circumvent the authority of your head coach. And when the going gets tough, guys have a back staircase up to the owner's office. It's a recipe for disaster from an organizational standpoint. And, we can pretend that it's not, and we can say that I'm just making a big deal out of nothing. But the proof is in the pudding. 30 years. 30 freaking, you're the Dallas freaking Cowboys. You're the one team that everybody talks about. You're a must. Man, I do a TV show every day. You know what we try to work in every single day?
The Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys. Why? Because you're that big a brand. And the fact that you can't win a championship and you have the money and you have the assets and you have the wherewithal, but your owner gets in your way, it's sad.
Speaking the truth, Stink, and I know you guys went over Dion in that on Breakfast Ball this morning. Do you think that Dion in Dallas would be empowered by Jerry Jones?
I don't think anybody in Dallas would be empowered by Jerry Jones. You didn't empower Bill Parcells. Seriously, if you can't empower Bill Parcells, who are you going to empower? Like what made like you took a Super Bowl winning coach and you fired it, right? And you had such a good team, you won another one with Barry Switzer, who just showed up and was Barry Switzer. Like who do you think is going to convince Jerry to relinquish power and let that guy control the entirety of the franchise from the football operations standpoint? And the answer is nobody. So, hey, Dion, I love Dion. I coached. I did some guest coaching this spring up at CU with Dion, and Dion's a connective guy. Like Dion is a motivator. Dion, like I always I get in arguments with people because he's not a good coach. He's a leader. He is a CEO. He knows what he wants. And I'm not saying he can do it with the X's and O's, but there are plenty of coaches over the course of time that have done it that way. Hey, Pete Carroll's a brilliant guy. Pete Carroll's an unbelievable energy guy. He knows exactly what he wants, but he's not coaching the defense and he's not coaching the offense. He's not calling the plays. He's hiring people to do that for him, and he's managing the football team. He's inspiring the football team. He's doing all those things. There are plenty of those guys out there. The John Harbaughs of the world, they know what they want, and they're in charge of the day-to-day operations and checking off on both game plans and all that stuff. But again, who is Jerry going to give the authority to actually run the day-to-day organization and that Jerry will acquiesce to? And the answer is no one on the planet.
What'd you think of Shedeur when you were up there?
He's unbelievable. He's just unbelievably talented. He definitely can sling it, and he definitely, talking to the offensive coordinator, talking to the offensive coaches, he certainly understands. He understands offensive football. He understands. More importantly, probably understands what the defenses are trying to do to him. And like I said, he's incredibly talented. He's a talented young guy. He's great from that standpoint with his teammates and everything else.
Okay, so looking at wild card round, looking ahead to divisional round, stink. Bills and Ravens both looked dang good. Is this the year one of them stops the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think if the Ravens play Ravens football, right? They run the ball, they play bully ball, they beat you up. I don't think there's anybody in the league right now that can beat the Ravens. When they play that way with Lamar and with Derrick Henry, that's their formula for success. Now, when somebody stops that style of football and, in playoff football and makes Lamar actually perform in a drop-back fashion, it's interesting to me because everybody will sit there and say, because everybody's afraid to actually tell the truth. And the truth is he's phenomenal. The truth is he may win the MVP and he'd be deserving of it. But when it comes to playoff football, okay, and you shut their run game down and you make him drop back 35 times, that's where the struggles present themselves. He gets because of their run game, man, even when they do the drop back play action off their run game, when they're running the snot out of the ball and he's only throwing it 25 times a game or whatever, and they're running it like they do, they're unbeatable. They are phenomenal. And the history, this year notwithstanding, and he's had good playoff games before, but I'm saying when they shut down that run game or when the coaches get away from it like they did in that Kansas City game a year ago where they only had, 6, 7, 8 carries by the running backs, that is a recipe for failure. It's funny. When Russell Wilson was in the height of his career back in his Seahawks day, I sat down with a couple defensive coordinators over the course of the year. They both said the same thing. The key to beating Russell Wilson is making him throw it 40 times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you can make him throw it, that's when he'll struggle. That's when his weaknesses will be exposed. So, it's not a knock. And the bottom line is the reason that there's a narrative out there that he hasn't performed well in the playoffs is because, up to this last game, going into this year's playoffs, he was 2-4. He was completing 57% of his passes. He had 9 total touchdowns between running and passing and 9 total turnovers. So, that's the narrative exists because it's true. And so, anyhow, if they played the style with which they played against the Pittsburgh Steelers, I don't think anybody can beat them.
Stink, should the Lions and the Eagles be worried about the Commanders and then what you're going to see from the Rams?
Yeah, I mean, from the Commanders, they got a quarterback that's an absolute wild card. And, that dude is incredible. Not only throwing the ball, but that dude is fearless from the standpoint of we'll go for it on every fourth down. And one of the things I love, Dan Quinn, this is amazing. Most defensive coaches err on the side of let me protect my defense. Let me make sure that my defense is protected. And Dan Quinn looked at his team realistically and said, my defense is not that good. And we've got some things that we've got to work on. We've got some strengths, but we've definitely got some weaknesses from a coverage standpoint. So we're going to go for it on every fourth down because my quarterback has got that kind of guts. So we're doing it. And it just, to me, it's amazing that he's basically saying, dude, we'll put our defense out there. We know we're going to have to outscore people. We understand what we are and how we're made. And it just goes to show you, when everybody sits there and says, we need the next Ben Johnson. We need a young, energetic, cutting edge coach that really, I just find that stupid. I find that ridiculous. Can you communicate and can you connect with people? Whether you're 60 or whether you're 32. Do you have that? The real thing that you need to look for is authenticity. Are you authentic? Mm-hmm. Do you have everybody's ear? Do they respect you? Or do they fear you? Because there needs to be some fear involved in this. And if the answer to those is no, then being 32 doesn't matter, or being 35 doesn't matter. It's amazing. We get into these, I got to have a young guy and a young coordinator and a young offensive guy. And I think it's one of the stupidest things that I hear from analysts and from, TV people and radio people. Got to have this, hey man, you can either communicate. I'll tell you this, Dan Quinn is one of the most authentic, uniquely connected guys. You had him in Dallas too. You had him in Dallas. And I don't know how much time you guys spent with him, but he is, that's who he is. And there's non-negotiables. And if you don't fit the non-negotiables, from the standpoint of how hard we play and what we do, man, he'll get rid of you. I love that about him. And I look at this time of the year and people getting all Twitter-pated about somebody because he's 35 makes no sense to me.
With 8 teams left to go, Stink, we're a little short on time, but we were trying to decide which of these fan bases would you most want to party with in New Orleans?
Oh, got to be the Bills Mafia. Yeah. I mean, they're a bunch of drunk idiots. I love them. They're awesome.
Man, Detroit would be lit too, wouldn't they, after all these years of pent-up excitement?
Detroit would be all, because they are so blue-collar, and they, Dan Quinn is the best. He's the best thing that ever happened to Detroit. He is Detroit through and through. So, yeah, that'd be another great one.
Anything but Eagles fans, right?
Yeah, well, you see the guy got fired from his job. Yeah. The guy that was
that bad fan. Off. Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, the totally people in Philly, man.
Well, thanks.
You know what? I'm sorry. I know we're up against it, but Philly fans, man, I went up there to watch my kid pitch, and he was in the bullpen, and Philly fans were dog cussing him, talking smack on his sisters and my wife, and I walked up, and those same guys that were dog cussing my son asked for an autograph.
No way. Spineless bastards.
Yeah.
No shade.
They were you mother effing blah, 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 your mom's a, on and on. I'm walking right up my ear, everything. Stink, can I get an autograph? Let's take a picture.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mark. Enjoy the divisional weekend. We'll catch up with you next Tuesday.
All right, sounds good.
What a legend. Host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL insider. Check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. A Chief, in addition to the finest, coming up next, right?
Yes, Mahomes is in championship mode. We got an update on the Aaron Glenn sweepstakes, and Peyton Manning has some advice for quarterbacks next year in the nation.
But I got some advice for you, and that's go ahead, download that Prize Picks app right now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. We're going to talk with one of the best Cowboys reporters out there, John Machota from The Athletic in 20. Here's Chief with the finest.
Okay, so the bad news is it doesn't seem like, according to his Twitter account, it doesn't seem like we're going to be getting any wild card or playoff John Gruden Dicey Players of the Week.
Why not?
So I hate to break that news to you. That's just what I have no sources on this other than just going to his Twitter account where usually he pumps out a video by Tuesday of each week and gives us his nicey players of the week.
Wasn't feeling nicey.
Maybe maybe no one had him feeling nicey, or he's just kind of mailing it in for the playoffs. But we know this is a guy that hasn't won a playoff game in over 22 years. So maybe he's just anti-playoffs at this point. I don't know. That's the bad news. The good news is, though, it looks like the Gruden's QB camp is making a return.
Oh, there you go.
To Barstool. He says Gruden's QB camp preparations are underway. He's had some small school, no-name quarterbacks in already, but hopefully he'll get some of the big dogs, and throughout the draft process, we'll get the Gruden QB camp stuff populating again. That used to be one of my favorite things when he was at ESPN.
I figured that had to be in the making, because that was one of the most popular things that he ever did. It was creating entertainment. I felt like we learned from that. You learned about the quarterbacks, you learned about scheme, and he did it in an entertaining way. Obviously, it was edited together to bring out the best 5 or 6 minutes of an hour-long session or whatever. So it's cool that's coming back, but I feel like the brand is just exploding here for Gruden. He probably has a lot of fans across the NFL that are anxious to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, maybe Broadus will figure out why we're not getting
I'm texting him right now.
Nicey. Yeah, just let him know that we love him and we appreciate those videos.
He might have waited for the wild card game to conclude. You know what I'm saying?
That could be.
Because there was only 6 games. We're in the regular season. You got 14
There's no way
games.
Jared Verse did not have him feeling nicey.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, speaking of the QB camp and whatnot with Gruden, we got the Mahomes update here. Him and his wife announced that they had their baby, and so he has been sort of in dad mode.
Number 3
for the last 3 weeks. Yeah, number 3, man, just cranking him out. And
that's like a Chiafalo pace.
Yeah, he's really putting up some numbers here. I wonder if he's going to get the old. It's got to be vasectomy time for Pat. You'd think. I mean, at least from my experience. Granted, he's got the financial security to just pump out as many as he wants, of course.
You got unlimited resources. You can take care of these kids. You got a great wife and probably at least one nanny by now. I might drop a second nanny in there at this point.
Second. Yeah.
3
or 4 on the scale. Nanny. Don't want to get too dangerous with it.
No.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm such an elite athlete at this point, and as much as I love the kids' sports, if I had unlimited resources, I don't know what would stop me, from just having more and more and more. And let's have a full-on, at least starting 5.
I got
maybe we'll work on a baseball team after that.
Well, we'll see what's in store, but now he has flipped over from dad mode to championship mode, and he switched his profile photo on his social medias to a photo of him wearing some sunglasses and having all 3 of his Super Bowl rings up in the picture. So that's the mode that he's in right now, and the Texans are going to be his next victim.
How many is he going to end up with? What's he need? He needs 4 to tie Brady. It's got to be the goal.
4 more?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if you get the 3-peat, you've done something Tom hasn't done. But
correct.
At that point, you're more than halfway home and on a roll. And if you can get it done this year with how strong Buffalo and Baltimore are, then I don't think there's any reason to believe that they wouldn't win it again next year.
Now we have the latest odds for the Dallas Cowboys' next head coach,
Dion Sanders.
Dion is the leader in the clubhouse here.
Wow.
Who do you think's number 2?
Kellen Moore.
Mike Zimmer.
Jason Witten.
Oh, he's moved up to number 2.
He's moved up to number 2.
Look at you.
He is unseeded Kellen Moore in the odds. It is Dion, Jason Witten, and then Kellen Moore. That's where things stand. And you got to go real far down the list before you see at 40-1 Aaron Glenn's name pop up.
Wow.
And,
I might throw some money on that.
He's obviously the guy that I think at this point we'd all be most interested in. I will say Rich Cimini of ESPN, who covers the Jets, says that that Aaron Glenn is apparently really interested in the job. He is their number one candidate that they want. He's really interested in the job. It's been a job that he's had his eye on for several years, according to Rich Cimini. And he says, I think he'd love to come back home, so to speak, because, of course, Aaron Glenn started his career being drafted by the Jets and then actually circled back and was a scout for them for a year.
Yeah.
In
he wanted to learn
2012.
wanted to learn the entire operation is what he said.
Yeah,
Sounds like a head coach to me.
It does, yes. This is a very
he got to look at
well-rounded.
himself as like, I'm going to be the savior of this. I'm going to tie everything together and fix the issues of the team that drafted me. I'm going to help the owner, build a quality football program. And I could see that, if you've had that level of success, why wouldn't you bet on yourself? But man, that would be terrifying. I think like going home where maybe you've set roots down would be the real explanation. Like I just want to go back to New York City and be around friends and family and who else, what's going on there. Because I mean, objectively, I don't think anybody can fix that situation.
No, it seems like that's just cursed. It really, really does in New York. But maybe we get a Glenn off because the Saints are into it. And if you got two people that are Glenning off, I don't think Jerry's going to want to be part of that. Then now the price is rising.
You don't think Jerry would enter himself into a Glenn off?
I think so.
You think the price goes up? Jerry's going to put out the check.
I think Jerry is going to trust that he is a better salesman than either one of those two teams.
But then get him at his price.
He did win the Terry Glenn off.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be at his price, but I think that Jerry, if he goes after this, which I honestly believe he's on Dallas's radar, Jerry is going to, when it comes down to him having to close the deal, I believe he can get this thing done if it's the Saints and the Jets involved. If in fact he wants this particular guy, if they interview him and it's 3, I think Jerry believes he could sell this deal.
He's going to win the Glenn off.
He knows the G in Glenn stands for glory hole. And that's ultimately what he wants.
Some glory hole.
From the Jets' potential next head coach to their previous, Robert Saleh. Real buzz, apparently, that Robert Saleh's chances of becoming the Jaguars' next head coach are an actual thing. Now, we were thinking maybe it's going to be Ben Johnson. We know that he's had some interest there.
Yeah.
But it sounds like Tom Brady's presence within the Raiders organization has really opened the door to Ben Johnson feeling like that might be a place that he wants to go. So right now, I think it's Ben Johnson to the Raiders, and maybe it's Robert Saleh getting a head job with the Jags.
The possibility, and I mentioned with Johnson being able to bring his own guy, with Tom Telesco being out with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Again, my guy, keep a guy on my eye on my guy John Dorsey.
Sure.
They're in Detroit, potentially going with Ben Johnson if he gets an opportunity. I thought maybe that Jacksonville would be a place they could land and just blow that whole thing out. But if the Raiders are involved, well, we'll see how that plays. But man, it's so funny this thing with Brady. I mean, the influence he has. There's no way he could be a broadcaster again next year, right?
I don't think so.
He's got to be. I mean, has he just become president of the Raiders and run the operation for Al Davis that
the
way?
money's huge.
Mark Davis, excuse me?
The money is huge, but I mean, so is the embarrassment. I don't think it's quite as bad as Jason Witten, so maybe he'd want to stick with it for a year or two, see if it gets better. I mean, isn't it like $20 million a year? He's getting like $1 million a game.
He's getting a ton of money. He does get the Commanders-Lions game. Now, technically, he's not allowed to talk to the coaches and the players, but maybe there's a little bit of a private Ben Johnson meeting with Tommy Brady ahead of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, the other part, too, is because you have Tom Brady. Isn't Fox going to be calling that game?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, so him talking about Ben Johnson the whole time and buttering him up. And
should we listen like how glowing is he for Ben Johnson? Is he just like total? Or maybe he does the Josh Allen where he's just talking down on him to try and sour the rest of the league.
Oh yeah, like Allen was doing to Joe Brady. Yeah, I don't know. But
Ben Johnson, that's a terrible play call right there.
Yeah, just not good. Not
what was
good
Ben
at all.
thinking here?
Do you guys know how many days we are away from the first round of the NFL draft?
100.
100 days until the 2025 NFL draft.
Be here before you know
just
it.
outside of Lambeau Field. That's beautiful. How was the draft show today, fellas?
It's fun. It was a good one.
Who'd we draft?
We didn't draft anybody today.
We talked about our misses. We talked about our misses. We talked about our hits and our misses from last year. Accountability show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was your biggest miss? What did you just say, hey, I got to fall on this sword? I'm not a dumbass, but I was in this moment.
Oh, I mentioned both quarterbacks. I mentioned Drake May and Nix.
Yeah, Nix and Caden Bullock, the safety for the Houston Texans, who I wanted to play as a corner.
Yeah.
Because he's a good ball hawk, and he did get some picks this year, but I thought he was just too light to play safety. Had a hell of a year for the Texans. I was wrong there.
I bet Jerry was throwing a party today when he saw the power of the Dallas Cowboys on television when the ratings came out, because last year you had Cowboys on a Sunday 3:30 kick versus the Packers, and you just had the same thing now a year later with the Eagles. Same time slot, same network, same opponent. And it was 36 million viewers for Packers-Eagles over the weekend. Last season, it was 44 million for Packers-Cowboys. So pretty substantial difference there in the number of viewers when you just swap out Cowboys for Eagles 1 year ago.
And that to me is why the Cowboys managed to just make the playoffs, because the relevant TV games for the Cowboys are so important for the league's health. You know, you're looking at 30% difference there. That's tens of millions of dollars over the course of a season if we can just stay good enough to keep everybody engaged.
Yeah, it's all about. And I mean, even they stunk in the Monday night ratings, like the biggest Monday night game they've ever had, Week 13 against the Bengals, or Week 15, whatever it was. So yeah, they really don't even need a winning record.
It's ridiculous. Okay, let's tee up the Manning cast. Last night you had Peyton and Eli, and how about Peyton Manning giving some advice to quarterbacks? I think this is sound wisdom from one of the game's legends.
These lineman gifts now, okay? A couple rules. I mean, you and I did them, right? And take care of these guys because they deserve to be taken care of. But we have to spend our own money, quarterbacks. We can't be using sponsors and credit and putting it all on TV. We have to actually spend money. So I'm not accusing anybody of not spending money, but let's be sure we keep spending our money.
I want to hear some
to take care of our linemen.
It's like a promotion.
I'm just saying, we have to spend our money, all right? And the other thing, it's not a Christmas gift. You have to block well to get a gift. You don't have, like, a couple years, like, we didn't make the playoffs. I didn't get my guys anything. Like, you didn't block that well. So you don't feel obligated, quarterbacks, if your team doesn't make the playoffs, you have to get them a gift. That's like a participation medal. Block well, I'll give you a gift, right? No wolf, no part, okay? No playoffs, no gift.
I think that's pretty fantastic stuff there. And I don't think anybody is abiding by that Peyton Manning rule right now. I mean, heck, the Cowboys offensive lineman got gifts this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they've just become kind of standard here, but I love that. You know, I think Peyton Manning knows how to inspire and accountability and all that. Give a little incentive out there. You don't want to be the offensive line that didn't get any gifts.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he was calling out Brock Purdy because Purdy did the Toyota Tundra thing. All of his guys got the truck, but he's got like a little Toyota deal.
Yeah,
so that's what it's become is the sponsors involved.
Probably didn't even have to pay for it.
I think Joe Burrow, like, he doesn't have a katana sword sponsorship from what I understand. I think he really went out of pocket with that.
He did.
But even like Mahomes, I think probably
$50 million, so right.
Oh yeah, no, he's got.
Well, and he made the decision. They wanted guns, and he said, "Guys, we're not doing guns. Okay, what's another weapon that's pretty damn cool? Let's do swords."
Yeah. Well, the thing with it's impressive with Purdy. He went above and beyond. If you look at that, because his salary is extremely low, he probably couldn't afford the best gifts.
No.
So he outdid all the other quarterbacks.
Yes.
For being like
because he's got the sponsorship deal.
For being one of the lowest paid starting quarterbacks, he outdid dudes that were making $50 million.
Yeah, those fully loaded trucks.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they were fully loaded.
Yeah. No, those Tundras are the real
I was thinking
deal.
about one.
Yeah.
They just look more and more badass
They
every
do,
year.
man. They've really
doing a nice job with them. Okay, and I never thought I'd get a foreign full-size truck, but that would be definitely in my consideration there if I'm calling D&M leasing. All righty. Thank you, Chief. In addition to the finest is in the books, let's hit the expressway. We'll talk with John Machota about Cowboys football, the coaching search, and where it goes next, coming up next in the nation.
But let's talk about advanced hair. For many of us, it's happening, Tolos. Your hair might be thinning, your crown's disappearing, and perhaps your hair loss has you feeling like you've lost your identity altogether. But I got good news for you. All right, this is an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It's unbelievable, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. And we've all seen the pills, the lotions that come with monthly subscriptions, but those things help you retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair permanently? And what if you want it in specific areas? That's what Advanced Hair can do for you. They have state-of-the-art facilities and world-class physicians. It's not a maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. And you decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team that I personally recommend. And you'll get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. All you have to do is call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. Heating costs are getting out of control, and your best bet is to replace your cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation. Act now and you'll save big. 50% off all window styles, plus you can get zero interest with zero payments for 2 years. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, you can trust Window Nation. Hurry, sale ends January 31st, so schedule your free in-home consult now, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com.
The Dallas Open comes to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco February 1st through the 9th. As a newly upgraded ATP 500 event, see tennis's biggest stars compete for the title. Tickets are on sale now. The Dallas Open February 1st through the 9th at the Ford Center at the Star. DallasOpen.com.
Mike McCarthy out as Cowboys head coach, and you heard about it immediately.
Tom Pelissero reports his sources say Mike McCarthy is out as the Cowboys head coach. The sides could not agree on length of contract. That is breaking news. Mike McCarthy out as the Cowboys coach.
When sports news breaks, you'll hear it immediately right here on The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
Yeah, buddy, Dawson back here with you. Let's start the new year stronger than ever with Men's T Clinic. Take control of your total wellness with my friends over there in our 5 DFW locations. You can actually feel unstoppable in 2025. I know what it's like when you're stuck on empty. I feel it every now and then if I miss an appointment, maybe I'm out of town and I can't get in a Men's T Clinic. This is total wellness optimization, and they're going to get you dialed and feeling great, performing your best no matter where you need it. You know, we're not just talking about the hormone replacement therapy and how you get that T coursing through your veins. It does feel amazing. You're going to get increased awareness, but this is prevention and overall wellness, plus more drive and vitality, better sleep and recovery, among other desired benefits. You want to shed some pounds, you want to pack on some muscle, Men's T Clinic, then their dedicated optimization tools and team designed to help you meet, maintain, and elevate your total wellness goals across key men's wellness categories. Men's T Clinic, they offer data points and optimization tools to help you meet your total wellness goals, and you're going to absolutely crush it here in 2025 thanks to my guys. Tell them I sent you.
And Men's T Clinic is going to get you so dialed in. 972-GO Men's T. There's 5 Houston locations as well. Do not wait. Get optimized the Men's T Clinic way today. Go to menstclinic.com. New website launching this month with more tools and wellness support from their team for new and existing patients. Hit the ground running and optimized at menstclinic.com. Salute.
Spokespersons for the law offices of Nick Namath.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm local tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath located right here in Dallas. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney at 972-484-0-TAX. That's 972-484-0829 or go to myirs.team.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Alrighty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We're going commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up in about 15 minutes. We're going to talk with John Machota here of The Athletic, all things Cowboys. The Expressway is presented by the On Time Experts. And a good afternoon, John. How the heck are you? Okay, John Machota coming up here momentarily. Of course, the big story of the day is everybody trying to, answer for themselves how serious of a candidate is Dion Sanders to be the next head coach of the Cowboys. I could see engagement farming. I could see Rooney Rule obligations. And if that's the case, then, of course, you couldn't let off any indication that it's not a serious interview. So there's a lot of different possibilities, I think. I was surprised last night when the news came across that, the Cowboys were seriously considering it. We interviewed Jordan Schultz, the Fox Sports NFL insider, back there at 3:20. And he stood on it, said it's legitimate, considers him one of the finalists. Brian, what's your read on this overall situation?
Yeah, and just talking to a bunch of people, and this can go a lot of different ways because of Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, and he has an affection for Deion Sanders. Just talking to a number of people around the league last night, I just believe that this is a situation where Deion is trying to squeeze Colorado for some more funds. And, hey, listen, that bunch right there generated a lot of money for Colorado. So,
yeah.
But I feel like that we'll see if in fact this changes and that he becomes a serious candidate. But I think Jerry's doing Deion a favor, and I think Deion's doing Jerry a favor.
Well, I mean, to that point, the visibility that Deion has given the Colorado program and the brand
unbelievable,
is worth way more than the $6 million a year I believe they're paying him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it's time now to talk with John Machota here of The Athletic on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Let's start with the decision to not bring back Mike McCarthy. Did that surprise you?
It did, because I felt like Jerry would stay on the same path that he has been on for several years, where he leaned into more of maybe doing what's the most comfortable thing. He talked about being all in the off season ad nauseum, and obviously that didn't mean all in and actual adding free agents and things like that. And so I felt like this season would be an all in thing, where if it didn't go well, maybe he goes in another direction. And he ended up doing that, but I still believe that what was more comfortable was just going another couple of years with Mike McCarthy, because there really isn't that obvious coaching candidate out there that, as we see right now, that where we sit today. So I thought he would do what was the most comfortable thing, but he didn't. And so now they have to look for a new coach, and that's probably going to be a little uncomfortable. So that's why it makes it interesting.
Do you agree with, or do you confirm the report that it came down to Mike wanting more years than the Cowboys were willing to give him at this point?
That's what I've heard, but I can't say it's definitive. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you hear when something like this goes down. But it's also pretty fascinating to me, because it's Cowboys thing that who is the one that was the first to pull away is such a big story, not as much as like, well, where are they going to go next? It's like, hold on. Let's focus more in on this, to the point of, if he gets that job in Chicago or New Orleans, like, people like myself are going to be very interested in that opening press conference and what he says, because they'll certainly be asked about why things didn't work out in Dallas. And I'm not saying that's not a storyline with other teams, but certainly with the Dallas Cowboys, certainly with Jerry Jones involved, it is fascinating how we don't know definitively who's the one that was the first to back away, because you can certainly see what Jerry Jones would want to do only a year or two, just with the direction things have been going. And then I can see why Mike McCarthy would want the stability of a longer-term deal, not just for himself, but for his assistant coaches. So I can see both sides of it, but I don't know definitively. I have not heard anything about numbers being discussed or anything like that. And if you were really in a contract negotiation, aren't some at least parameters of numbers being put out there? So I don't think it got that close.
How do you think Dak feels about McCarthy being gone, and how would you describe their relationship over the last 5 years?
Oh, they had a good relationship, but I just think that Dak's been in this thing for over nine seasons now. So it's not like Mike McCarthy was his first coach, and it's not like, it's not like when you go to high school, you're the same coach the entire time, or he goes to Mississippi State and is going to play for Dan Mullen. Like, you get in the NFL, and if you play long enough, you know that this is going to happen. And so I guess my thing is, I'm sure he's more used to this now, just because of the fact that, well, Jason Garrett was his first head coach, and then they moved on from him. And then he had a play caller in Kellen Moore who he liked, and they moved on from him. And he liked Mike McCarthy. He spoke out about that multiple times over the past year about wanting to continue with Mike, but he also understands that this is a business. Obviously, it's a business that's paid Dak very well. But I don't think that there's anything to anybody that Dak would want him gone. I don't feel that's the case at all. But yeah.
Happy early birthday, John. As Sean Machado of The Athletic joins us here in the G-Bag Nation. Do you think, they've talked a lot about continuity in the past. Now you don't have Mike McCarthy. It seemed like the defense, maybe they struggled early because you had a new defensive coordinator. Do you see Mike Zimmer and or even a Brian Schottenheimer or anybody else on the staff being serious consideration to become the new head coach to try and keep some continuity?
Not as a head coach, no. I would say
hey, John, could you try moving just a little bit there with the cell connection? We're getting most of it. We're probably getting 90% of it. Yeah, that's good.
I would say that I can't see any of them being the head coach, but I can see a scenario where Jerry hires somebody to be, maybe it's an offensive coordinator type who hasn't been a head coach before. And I could see Jerry being like, well, what about pairing that person with Mike Zimmer as the DC? Because Mike Zimmer obviously is a veteran coach with a head coaching, background. And that would be a great, kind of sounding board for whoever this next coach is, who, whether it be, let's say, a Kellen Moore, let's say Joe Brady, somebody that's a more offensive mind, you'd want to pair them with a defensive coach who's got more experience. And so I think that would make sense. But in terms of a head coach, no, I firmly believe the head coach would be somebody that's not on the staff.
Do you expect Jason Witten to be on the coaching staff in some capacity?
I don't. I think that for Jason Witten, it would either be to be the head coach or it won't be on this staff. And the only reason I say that is because I feel like if you're the head coach and you're hired to have that job, I guess if they go with a young guy, it's possible. But if you're, let's say, Ron Rivera or Pete Carroll or John Gruden, are you going to really want Jason Witten? You're just going to feel like all you're doing, you're just there to prep him to be the next head coach of the Cowboys. And maybe it's the Cowboys. It's dysfunctional. Maybe that ends up being part of the plan. I just talked myself into that right now with you guys on the air. So maybe that is the plan. Maybe you would get a Pete Carroll type, and then you'd bring in Jason Witten as the tight ends coach and Jason Witten as the successor. I mean, with the Cowboys, you can't 100% rule that out.
John, do you expect them to have a couple of interviews, with some guys that aren't in the playoffs, but then fully interview your beloved Detroit Lions coaches between, potentially the Super Bowl weekend and the, NFC, the championship games, that off week?
I would hope so. I don't know how you're doing your due diligence if you're not interviewing one or both of those coordinators. I mean, Aaron Glenn with the Cowboys ties, Ben Johnson for what he's done for Jared Goff. I don't know how you couldn't look at that and go, man, what could he do over here, and how much could he help Dak? I mean, just what the perception of Jared Goff was 3 years ago to what it is now after working with Ben Johnson is night and day. To have to attach a first-round pick to Jared Goff to just get you to take him off of their hands, and then he's turned him into one of the top players, not just quarterbacks, top players in the NFL. That's crazy. And so to think that, I don't understand how you could do a coaching search and not include both of them in that.
Mike McCarthy was hired January 8th of that year, 2020. When do you think this hire gets made?
That's a really great question, because I don't think if I was sitting here with Jerry Jones and I handed him the phone, I don't think he could tell you definitively, because I do think there's a part of Jerry that thought, there's a chance that we might keep going for another year or two with Mike McCarthy. And I think that's a big reason why you never heard any names leaked out in terms of Cowboys having interest, because I don't think that Jerry was 100% certain he'd be going in a coaching search right now. And so, by all means, they kick the tires, have conversations with Dion Sanders. That obviously gets a lot of people talking. That makes a lot of sense. But I don't think they definitively have a plan. They probably have they have a plan, but I don't know that it's an exact one right now. I think that they're trying to figure that thing out as they go. But you also got to keep going back to the fact that I think most organizations probably value head coach more than the Dallas Cowboys do. When Jerry says, I can find 500 coaches that could win a Super Bowl with the 90s Cowboys, and then kind of repeats it the other day after the season finale about 500 coaches being at the Senior Bowl, I just don't get the sense that he's going to feel real pressure to try and make sure that he gets the guy that everybody wants. And so it could be next week. It could be in 3 weeks.
So many critics of this Cowboys front office say they'll never win because the front office undermines the coach's authority. From what you've witnessed, do you believe that? And then the follow-up would be, when Steven does take more control of the team, or Jerry Jr. or Charlotte or whoever's next, would it have a chance to be more of a normal dynamic?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. I do think that Steven enjoys the media side of it. I do think he enjoys some of the things that his dad does, but I don't think that they're wired the same way. And so because of that, I just think that it'd be more likely that they would get one of these, a head coach with a bigger personality, somebody that I don't think Steven would mind if that person got all of the credit if the Cowboys were to get to a Super Bowl. Whereas with Jerry, there's always that part of me that I wonder if he really wants that, if he really wants a coach that, like a Parcells. And that's, again, why the Deion thing doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because if any of those big personalities win, they're getting most of the credit. And I don't think Jerry wants. I think Jerry's still fighting to get another Super Bowl to where he can get credit for it. So it's going to have to be on his terms.
I agree with you. And I think a lot of Cowboy fans, and John, I wonder your thoughts since how long you've been covering the team. There's somewhat of an anti-Jerry push. And I think other people are looking at what's gone on, and even from a national lens, that Jerry's starting to get more blame than he ever has before. You've got an athletic poll out right now about hope and optimism. One of your questions there moving forward, where do you think Cowboy fans are compared to other years, and does Jerry sense that?
Yeah, I definitely think he senses it. I don't think there's any question about that. I think it's even to a point, I think it factored in to his response when he was on your guys' station talking to Sean and RJ. That just was not the Jerry Jones that I've been around the last 14 years to snap like that and respond the way he did. And so that to me was kind of, I felt like that he's feeling it. He's hearing it more. He's more defensive now because, let's be honest, there's more ways to hear it too. It's not just tickets. It's not just people that show up to Oxnard for training camp. I mean, social media has changed the game in terms of it's not difficult to find out how the fan base feels. And I don't think there's any question that they're as frustrated, if not the most frustrated that they've ever been since he's owned the team. Now, I will say it's hard for me to compare because I wasn't here in the late 80s and when he replaced Tom Landry. I'm sure there was a lot of dislike for him, but I'm sure it went away pretty quickly when they were winning Super Bowls. But right now, in terms of the last, this 29-year stretch without a Super Bowl, I believe that this is the most disliked and most upset that fans have been with Jerry Jones.
And that's why I think there is somewhat, maybe it's microscopic or an outside chance that Deion gets the gig because he's got to get the fan base engaged in whatever way is possible. I think the team's going to be worse next year, John.
Yeah, that's possible. I just think it would come down to does Jerry think that Deion can do the things he did at Colorado in the NFL? And that's a big question because there's things that you just don't have to deal with when you're in college. I understand what NIL guys are getting paid and stuff like that, but at the NFL level, you got to deal with a lot of guys that are getting paid a lot more money than that. And there's only so much you can do as a head coach because at the end of the day, the players are the ones that are getting the bulk of the salary, and they're not going anywhere. So it's just kind of like whether it's Deion or whoever else, like their plan can't just be their plan. Their plan has to be something that fits Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, because those guys aren't going anywhere. It's not like college where you can just, especially right now, you can basically change the majority of that roster over from year to year with the transfer portal and NIL. I don't know that you can really do that in the NFL. And then the other part of it is for a team that doesn't do much in free agency, I don't know where like the pull for Deion, it would really have that big of effect with players in terms of getting players to want to come to play for the Cowboys like he's clearly gotten players to want to come play for Colorado. I don't know how much of a factor that would really be. And so I just don't know that you're getting the full Deion experience at the NFL level, whereas you can get that at the college level.
Are you in Detroit right now getting ready to watch the Lions whip the Commanders?
I'm not, but if they win on Saturday, I do have plans to be at the NFC Championship game in Detroit, and I would be very happy about being there.
Would you go as a reporter for the free ticket or as a fan to live it up?
Most certainly would not go as a reporter. I already got tickets with my brother and his wife. They're both diehard Lions fans, so that is the plan. So yes, it would be nice to see them have a victory on Saturday.
Will, best of luck to you, brother. And maybe we'd see you in New Orleans in that scenario. John Machota of The Athletic, all things Cowboys. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
No problem. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Salute. Yeah, there he is. You want to follow John on Twitter and, of course, read him on The Athletic. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has a Tuesday edition of LA Live.
Hey, man, you guys were talking about quarterbacks and Christmas gifts earlier, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I understand what Peyton Manning was saying, but is there any other cats on the squad that's got to give some Christmas gifts up? I was thinking about the kicker.
Oh, yeah.
There's only one guy on that field that can actually get you the ball. That's that long snapper, right?
Yeah.
Are you hooking that fool up?
I think each room is responsible for each other. So I think that the three probably get together and give each other
special
some gifts.
teams crew.
Yeah. I think and then probably Bones got involved. Maybe they got Goodwin in there too. To help out, that kind of thing.
You get kicker, punter, who's usually
snapper, and then
holder.
Yeah, well, he's the holder is the punter. So
right.
So but I think it's probably four. I think it's Bones and the three would be my guess.
Because the kicker only makes like $1 million or so like that, so I can get you a steak dinner.
Yeah. Some gift cards.
I get you a fly gift card, steak dinner, bro.
Yeah.
A pair of soccer shoes.
Let's go out back tonight, boys.
Yeah, I got you, man. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I'm a dog person. I had to take my dog to the vet. He's a puggle. His name's Ernie. I take Ernie to the vet. The vet goes, Ernie's 5 pounds overweight. I'm like, you're 5 pounds overweight. You bitch. Yeah, nobody talks about Ernie like that. That's the hardest part for me is when I have to leave on the weekends. I leave Ernie. It's just the worst. I miss him more than anything. I have a wife and 2 kids, but that dog, man, that dog is special.
Yeah. Well, I love when my old lady calls herself being mad at me, and she starts talking to the pets better than she talks to me. Oh, you wish what's your belly rubbing? She looks at you like, yeah, it's on the kitchen stove.
Get it yourself.
Get it yourself. I'm like, you can leave. You can leave.
Yeah, when me and my wife are in a tiff, she's extra nice to the kids all of a sudden. It's like, yeah, I still have some niceness in me, but you're not getting any of it.
You're not getting any of it. Yeah, man, you can get that ass out of here. That's what I say. LA Live for Tuesday, January 14th, 2024. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Shout out to everyone that's out there living that toxic life. Toxic life. You guys talked about it earlier. Shout out to Patrick and Brittany Mahomes for bringing another baby into the world. They welcome baby number 3. I'm only telling you this because I thought the names were pretty awesome. Well, I say that tongue in cheek. They have the daughter. Her name is Golden Ray Mahomes. Golden Ray Mahomes.
Little hippie vibes.
Okay, they have another daughter named Sterling Sky Mahomes. Sterling like silver. We got golden.
Okay.
And then
they just crank out a bronze.
And then the son is Patrick Bronze LaVon Mahomes.
Unbelievable.
It's good.
I don't know how I'd feel about being bronze, though.
I know. Come on.
Can you name me Patrick Platinum, maybe?
Okay, first of all, if I'm going to be the firstborn, I'm not bronze. I'm gold.
Yes.
The girl that was just born now should be bronze.
Yeah.
We've got this messed up, family.
We do.
Yeah.
But shout out to, did you see? That's crazy. So what do you think the next names of the babies are going to be?
Yeah, what comes after that?
Can we get a silver in there?
A copper? Well, they got the silver with
Copper's a good
Copper's good.
I mean, you named your child after a dog, kind of like a dog named Copper.
Yeah,
But
Copper is a dog
I like
name.
that. Diamond.
Well, yes, I would think. I don't know. Is Diamond kind of a stripper name, though?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Ruby.
But
there you
this is
go.
the
That's a
Mahomes
grandma
family,
name.
my guy. This is the Mahomes
It
family.
is East Texas.
Okay, I mean, the pops is a lush, and I say that respectfully. The wife is a total mess. The brother got a weird case. Why is he around? And through all of that, Patrick Mahomes is still balling. Best quarterback in the league. Balling through adversity. How does he do it? I don't know how he does it.
Man, that's talent right there.
That's talent, bro.
I would go, okay, how about Precious? Since you're going Precious Metals.
Yeah.
Precious at the end.
Precious?
Yeah.
That'd be a cool daughter name.
Yeah, that's a big girl, Precious.
Yeah, I'm seeing Ruby, Diamond, Sapphire, and then Platinum,
Sapphire, okay.
Those are all...
Yeah, Diamond and Sapphire definitely are.
Definitely.
You're going to see them
some
at Baby
scribbles,
Dolls.
yeah, definitely.
You could go with, okay, so Zarina is Persian for gold.
Hey, there we go,
That'd be a cool name.
Zarina.
Is a good
Yeah.
name.
I feel like I know a Zarina.
He was on stage 2.
I think I know a Zarina. She does a morning show.
Okay.
She's a radio.
Ooh, Mercury. That's a great football name for Mercury Morris.
Okay.
Yes.
If you get a boy,
All right,
I
Peter.
like that.
You got you a boy. It's Mercury.
To the late great.
Hell of a picture, too. Somebody named Mercury out there.
Jade. Pearl.
Jade. I knew a Jade. Whoa. Stay away from that. Yeah, just want to let you know, Pat, shout out to those guys. They're babies, precious golds and metals and things. Oh, and the last original member of the Village People, I seen this a few weeks back and it's been
Which
on my
one?
mind since. The last guy, Victor Willis.
Which character does he play?
Oh, shoot. Was he
I'm
the
sorry.
cop?
Was he the
I
cop?
think he's the cop. Victor Willis.
Have we lost all of them except one?
Yeah, I think they're all out of here, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But a few weeks back, this man said that the YMCA is not a gay anthem.
Oh.
He says it's not.
We were getting ball sacked on that?
I'm calling Big Cap on everything he's saying. I think he's seeing the Trump administration running with the song and says, ooh, I don't want to mess it up. I'm getting all the spins right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So let me not mess this up. He's the only one alive. And he's changing the narrative on us. And I think it's kind of wild. Now, there was only 2 of the Village People that were openly gay. But they're named after Greenwich Village. Greenwich Village?
Greenwich?
Greenwich?
Is it Greenwich?
I think you say Greenwich, but it's spelled Greenwich.
Oh, anyway, that's the neighborhood in New York. Okay, so you're named after the neighborhood.
Okay.
Now,
pretty telltale sign.
Come on now. And you're telling me the YMCA, he said it was just like a health song. It's about going out there and being healthy at the YMCA and working out.
Yeah.
Bro, come on, man. I know what you're doing. The first time they ever performed this song was in a gay club.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a whole lot of, I'm just saying.
What are their other songs? Was In the Navy?
It sure was. Let's not talk about that, okay?
Yeah.
Let's not focus on the conversation. What are you doing, dog?
Now, was this gentleman Victor? His name right? Victor Willis. Was he one of the closeted dudes?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but he's trying to switch the narrative up.
He might
right
still
here.
be trying to hold it down, from that generation.
He's switching the narrative up, and he's trying to lie to us.
I think Lucius is right. He's getting the spins.
He's trying for the spins. Yes.
bro.
Well, he's getting all the royalties right now to himself.
That's what I'm saying. That's what he's trying to switch the narrative. He doesn't want anything to mess it up.
Yeah, those guys aren't around.
Come on, man. Trump does a double fist dance to it. Damn, bow, bow, bow.
Trump dance hilarious.
Yeah. The biker.
The biker?
He had on assless chaps. You tell me that's not gay, bro?
The wardrobe.
Stop it. Look at the Indian shorts.
Yeah.
Stop playing.
Yeah, this was.
Aren't all chaps assless, though?
That's what they say.
I'm just saying, I'm calling cap on him, man. He's lying to us. Spitting on us until it's just raining. What else we got? Oh, I do have G-Bag of the Day, but I'm not going to do it right here because I don't have the type of time. But I do want to do G-Bag of the Year Friday.
Let's go.
Let's do that.
Let's go.
We'll get on
Let's do that. G-Bag of the Year on Friday. That's what I'm thinking. Broadus, did you see that the Guardian Angels, are you familiar with the Guardian Angels in New York?
They stepped up in the subways.
They stepped up in the subways. There's been people trying to push people onto the subway tracks. There's been violence on the subways.
Yeah.
It's been a mess.
Yeah, they came back.
Guardian Angels are back, and I seen them on CNN. And the darn cameraman, he's no good. He panned down. The darn Guardian Angels had orthopedic shoes on.
Doing a lot of walking out here.
What are you going to do?
Got some diabetes on board.
They're going to protect us with the orthopedic shoes.
Got me with a beret on, right?
They got him on.
I don't think this guy was an actual guardian angel, but did you see the guy like in Baltimore who saved the dude who was on the electrified train tracks?
No.
And the philanthropist like hooked him up.
Good.
Like
that's how we're supposed to be doing each other right there.
Yeah.
That's how we're supposed to be doing each other. Pause. Dallas police officers are now prohibited from making arrests or issuing citations for marijuana possessions 4 ounces or less.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that law went live, huh?
It went live. Live. Day after my birthday. I felt like it was a birthday gift.
Good.
Yeah. Now, they used to confiscate marijuana. They're not doing that anymore unless you got, more than 4 ounces on you.
It's a lot. Or some absolute fire.
So I'm going to have to take this off your hands.
This is a dangerous street drug right here.
Sorry, you can't have this in your possession.
Now, meanwhile, Houston police, they've been doing so much confiscating of the drugs that they have too much drugs.
Oh.
And they have to get rid of it somehow because all the mice are eating it. They had a whole press conference to tell you that we're going to get rid of the drugs because mice are eating it.
I mean, think about it. They're drug-addicted rats. They're tough to deal with.
400,000 pounds of marijuana in storage that the rats are the only ones enjoying it.
Come on.
1.2 million pieces of evidence with regard to the rodents. We did recover or find that we had some mice inside some of the older marijuana. And it was in October when we first know it.
This guy's high right now.
This is a problem for property rooms everywhere in the country.
We're going to take it to my house.
Rodents, bugs, fungus, all kinds of things love drugs.
This is cocaine from a case in the 90s.
Big bricks of cocaine,
It's a 96 case.